Hello everyone, good morning. Can you guys hear me loud and clear? Let me know in the chat if you guys can hear me loud and clear, and after that we are gonna start. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you for letting me know. Thank you. So I'm gonna take you guys from the weekly all the way down to the daily, 1 minute chart, and we're gonna see like what's happening from higher time frame all the way down to the lower time frame. So this is the weekly chart on NASDAQ, and we are pushing higher from this BC right here. We came down, filled the BC all the way down, right? So there's nothing important for me to take from the weekly chart other than this inversion that we have here. So price is not near to the inversion. Once price like gets inside of it, that's the time when this fair value gap is gonna be important to us. There's more thing on daily chart to keep an eye on, right? So we got support from this fair value gap here with these order blocks, and we yesterday this is what we were targeting yesterday in yesterday's session, if you guys remember. Good morning, Gray. So price like went price delivered more than what I was expecting yesterday. Yesterday was Monday, and I was like, okay, price probably will go into seek and destroy after 9:30. So before 9:30 I wanted to see price come deliver to this fair value gap by giving me a setup, giving me entry, but price didn't did that, but it did delivered to these targets, and it went even more. It delivered more buy side liquidity, came all the way up to this fair value gap and hit the breaker that we have here on the daily chart. Now a question can be from you that if this one candle is a breaker, can we mark this one candle as a breaker? Yes, because if you drop down to the lower time frame, you will see a lot of down close candles right here. Just I'm gonna take you guys on 4-hour chart. Like look at here, it's still a one candle, but if you drop even more, you will see like couple of down close candles, and that's what will give you confidence. Okay, so this is actually a breaker. If you are getting confused, like if you see a scenario like this where you have one candle and just drop down to the lower time frame from higher time frame, and that will make sense to you why these down close candles, this one down close candle is a breaker. So there's another PT array that I'm gonna take into consideration from daily chart, and that is gonna be this inversion right here. So as long as price is staying above it, we are bullish. As long as price is trading inside it, this inversion will give us the narrative where price wanna go next. Okay, so this is the level that I'm gonna mark, and based on these PD arrays, we'll drop down to lower time frame. These are higher time frame PD arrays, right? And when we drop down to the lower time frame, we'll try to frame a bias based on these PD arrays. If price is gonna go up, we'll look for high, equal high trend line liquidity. If we see that, then price is gonna go up. If price has equal lows towards sell side liquidity, then our bias is gonna be bearish. So these PD arrays are gonna work as a magnet for us. Now let's go to the 4-hour chart, and what do we have here? We are trading inside this fair value gap, right? We also hit an inversion right here, so I'm gonna take this inversion. Now a question can be from you guys that, HYDRA, how am I gonna know price is gonna respect this inversion? It's already doing that. Like if you measure the fair value gap right here, you'll see that we came so close to 0.5, and we also hit this inversion from this side of the price lag. So because of these reasons, I believe price will go up, but it depends like on lower time frame if we still have equal lows down here. But on higher time frame, we got one support area, and that is indicating to us that price probably will go higher. So this is what? This is inversion from 4-hour chart. And now I'm gonna take you guys, okay, there's another important thing is that we have equal highs up here, and that's what we look for when we are trading, right? When we are in a trade, this is what we target, and this is what gives us the narrative why price should go towards buy side liquidity. So we got an equal high up here, we got an inversion towards sell side, and we have a fair value gap. This is not a fair value gap yet. There's another thing that we have is this inversion right here. So how am I gonna know the price will go higher? If this inversion is failing, that means what? How am I gonna know that this inversion will fail? I just need to measure the inversion, and price will be sensitive at the midway of this inversion. So if price is delivering with speed at the midway, that's the time when I will know that price is gonna go towards buy side liquidity, and probably will target this equal high. Now on 4-hour chart, from the midway of this inversion, the delivery is very small, right? But on lower time frame, like suppose 1 minute or 30-second, price will give me a 2-hour trade if I am able to like find out a breaker here. So this is the reason that I always mark out these PD arrays, and these PD arrays by one gives me the bias, tells me the path of where price is gonna deliver liquidity next. Does it make sense? So what do we have here? So the inversion as well will give us the narrative if price is gonna go lower. How? So I talked about the midway of this inversion, right? So if price is like suppose after it hits the inversion midway, if it's showing like the resistance, that the candles are resisting, the wicks, the bodies of the candle respecting the midway of this inversion, that's the time when I'm gonna know, okay, price is gonna go lower. But still it depends on a couple of other things, like where price has strong liquidities. Like here price has strong liquidities toward buy side liquidity. So if price wanna go towards sell side liquidity, then I wanna see price forming equal lows when it's moving towards this inversion. Makes sense? Now I'm gonna go to hourly chart. Inversion for hour again. And what do we have here? I told you guys that we are gonna measure this inversion, right? And the ideal scenario for price to get support or to show resistance is gonna be from the midway or from the lower quadrant. Lower quadrant is not as high probability as the midway. So what do you guys see here? See how I am aligning higher time frame PD areas with lower time frame to see what price is gonna do next. Okay, just give me a second. So I'm gonna mark this fair value gap right here. This is gonna be our point of interest today. And what do you guys see here? Go to hourly chart and you will see another inversion. Yes, I'm on hourly chart, but I'm gonna take into consideration of the 4-hour inversion, right? I see this inversion right here, but higher time frame PD area is always greater than lower time frame PD area. Does it make sense? So this is the 4-hour chart, so I'm gonna take consideration of this 4-hour, but I still wanna see price not going above this hourly inversion. And how am I gonna do that? You guys will see when price is trading inside here. That's how I'm gonna do it. Nick, good morning. So this is SCB, right? So price is going towards sell side liquidity, and we have a couple of trend line liquidity right here aligned with this CB. So let's see what why price is going towards sell side liquidity now. If price will deliver throughout the whole AM session towards sell side liquidity, or is it just a return back to the discount to take more orders? So that's what we will find out from 15-minute chart. And even lower, I'll drop down to the 5-minute chart and we'll see like what's going on there as well. So what do we have here? We have a very clean trend line liquidity, right? And this is what I always preach about, that these type of liquidities are gonna be very strong. This trend line liquidity, equal highs, equal lows, and unfilled fair value gap. So we got 2 high probability liquidity levels right here, right? Sorry, 3. This is as well a equal high. This is a trend line liquidity. So number 3 is unfilled fair value gap towards buy side liquidity. So what I believe is that price is just returning back to a discount level. And once I drop down to a lower time frame, like suppose 5 minute, I believe we'll find out some equal lows down here. So we got our trend line liquidity. Always keep in mind, folks, okay, price is not gonna move towards one direction without a logic. It's either going up to take out liquidities like from equal highs or equal lows, or suppose from like important liquidity levels like Asian session high, London session high, this type of liquidities. There are other types like equal high, equal lows, or price will go up to fill a fair value gap, to take orders from a fair value gap. These are the things that price does, and that's the only thing that price does. Going up or down to offer delivery to a all swing high or low, or most of the time it's gonna be like equal highs, equal lows, and unfilled fair value gap, to take orders from unfilled fair value gaps. Does it make sense? If price is doing these 2 or 3 things, we can have like a very good idea why price is gonna go lower. We are in daily breaker also. Yes, we also already talked about this, Toram. So as I told you guys, look at here. What do we have here? We have equal lows, right? Aligned with what? And this is a model that I taught inside my mentorship as a high probability model. This is making this fair value gap what? Nick, isn't it a high probability fair value gap? And why is it a high probability fair value gap? Because we have this right here. So price is gonna do how many things here? 2 things. Price is gonna offer liquidity below these swing lows, and price is also gonna take orders from a discount fair value gap. Okay. So there's one mistake that I see you guys do, is that when you see a high probability PDA, you just force the trade, force price to like be correct and or like get support from the PDA. Like from this fair value gap, we're gonna expect to see a price going towards buy side liquidity, but that's not 100%. You will always have to have risk management on your side. You will always have to see if price is not respecting this fair value gap, what it's gonna do next. Where you guys lack is that once you see a high probability PDA, what do I mean by high probability? Like suppose order block with fair value gap, you are just like, okay, price is coming down here, I'm gonna buy. What's gonna happen if that fair value gap fails? That's the most important part. If you are putting that in your mind, then even if you lose the trade, you will not get as emotional as you will be if you are forcing that trade, right? So we got a breaker here on 5-minute chart. So to me, as I'm trading on 1 minute and 30-second chart, 5-minute and 50-minute chart most of the time works as a bellwether chart for me. Do you trade the PM? Not often, but yes, I do sometimes, but I mostly get done by AM session. I either find like one trade, or if I don't, I just don't trade PM session. It doesn't make sense to me. So sometimes, yeah, if I'm not trading AM session because of some reason, like suppose I have work, only then I'm gonna trade the PM session. If I'm looking at chart at AM session, I'm not gonna look at chart at PM session. So we got a breaker. Okay, there's one trade that I already took. The people who joined earlier, they already saw me taking that trade. So I'm gonna explain what I saw, and this is the trade that I took. So let me mark the executions. It was just like a small trade, like 2 hour from here, with a stop loss down here at this fair value gap. And I'm gonna explain to you guys why I saw this model. It was inside like 720 to 740 time frame. So look at the time here. This execution got hit at like 741. I had a limit order down here. So now I'm gonna explain to you guys what I saw here. Okay, so we had a fair value gap. I'm just gonna take you guys on replay mode so that you guys can understand. And this model I shared as a new breaker model with to my mentorship students, the people who are inside there. They know like what I'm gonna talk about. So this is a CB, right? And what is making this CB high probability? Again, the folks who are inside my mentorship, they already know it. Because of these two swing highs, this fair value gap is becoming high probability. Why? What is this? Equal highs, right? So equal highs just below what? A fair value gap. Now all I have to find out is like from which PDA on lower time frame price will go at this level. Look, price came all the way up, right? It didn't hit this fair value gap. And if I was like checking ES and DOW as well, that didn't form a SMT. So when we don't have a SMT but we have equal highs, that means what? That liquidity level becomes a high probability strong liquidity, right? So it's like we have a magnet up here, and this fair value gap is making like this PDA 3x more powerful. I hope you guys understood. When we have equal highs or like a swing high below a fair value gap, that fair value gap becomes a high probability. So this is something that you won't see outside of our community. People know what makes a fair value gap high probability, like a breaker with a fair value gap, but they don't know this part of the trading. So this is a gem from my stream on today. Put it down in your notes. When you are back testing, tape reading, look for this kind of signature in price, and you will see that price is delivering towards these liquidity levels with a great deal of precision. And most of the time, put it also down on your note, is that you will find a breaker. If you see a scenario like this, you will most probably find a breaker right here. And I'm not just like giving you an idea on hindsight. Now I'm going to show you guys that this is the exact trade that I took just like a couple of minutes ago. So there's another PDA that I was looking, is this inversion right here. Yeah, so the 50-minute inversion is right here. So now let's go to 1 minute chart. So what's happening here? I'm just gonna back it a little bit more because this is where I was seeing the price action. Now look here, this is our 15-minute fair value gap, right? And what do we have here? Now that I'm on 1 minute chart, how this level is looking like? So strong, right? Look at that. Price came all the way up here, got rejected from the order block here. Price again came all the way up, got rejected from this order block, but this time this order block failed. Okay, so this, how am I gonna know that if a order block is gonna get support from price or it will like gonna fail? Here's another tip. Look at the wicks. The wicks should respect the mean threshold and the upper quadrant of that order block. But what do we have here? If I mark out this order block, this last up close candle prior to this move down, look how much price went up. When you see like price going all the way up and above the body of an order block, that's the time you know that this order block is gonna fail. Even when you are seeing a rejection, price is only doing that to go towards discount level. Once it takes order from the discount level, by after it tricks like, okay, the smart money trader, they will be like, okay, I'm gonna go short from this order block. But this is not what's happening. Why? The body tells us the narrative. This is what gives us where price is gonna go now in future. Does it make sense? What I'm telling you guys is that look at the wick. The wick should be respecting the mean threshold and the upper quadrant. That's how much we want to see the wick is going. And there's another thing is that price formed equal highs up here. This is not a SMT. So when we don't have a SMT with equal highs or equal lows, like suppose price formed equal highs here. So if it's not a SMT with other pairs, that is what? A strong target. And we got another PDA. What is this? This is a CB, right? So we know there are a couple of important things that is making this scenario high probability. There's another thing that is going on here. I don't know if you guys already spotted it. What is this? Our all-time favorite PDA breaker, right? So what is price doing here? I'm just gonna explain. We still have like 5 minutes before we get inside our next macro, so we have time. So we got our breaker down here, and this is what I was watching. Like when price hit this breaker, I put my limit order right here, and the time was like 7:36. Now look what happens, folks. This is so beautiful, this delivery. Just watch me carefully and listen to me what I'm gonna say to you guys. Like look at that. What price is doing here? Engineering more buy side liquidity and doing another thing, tricking the retail traders, the smart money traders, that this order block is gonna support price towards sell side liquidity. But in our eyes, why price should go lower? Does price have equal lows down here? No, it just have one equal lows down here. And how am I gonna know the price will come down to these equal lows? Once the mean threshold of these breaker fails, that's the time when you're gonna know the price is gonna come down to this fair value, these equal lows. But it never happens. Price respects this breaker. Now look at here. Price came down. That's when my entry got, my limit order got triggered right here, right here. So this is a model that I taught inside my mentorship student is as a surgical breaker. Okay, this is a new concept of breaker that you won't see outside of our community. So this is what happened. Like look how price formed equal highs, how price was engineering equal highs again and again, right? So we got our major side of liquidity up here, and what price is doing by forming this kind of scenario, price is giving me confidence that I'm right in the market direction. So I can trail my stop loss now, like suppose below this swing low, because I know what price forming these equal highs to go towards buy side liquidity. And look at the delivery afterwards. Price formed so many equal highs, right? What is this? Confidence. And after that, this is where I had my TP. So I hope you guys understood like why I took the trade. And this is the mark here, as you guys can see, execution on the close of the trade right up here. And now price is respecting our 5-minute breaker that we saw. So look here, my closure of this trade, my TP was also at a logical level, at this level, right? Because this is at premium, and we also got an order block right here with this fair value gap. So fair value gap and order block, what are these? High probability PD arrays, right? So this is the reason that I put my TP up here, and after that you guys can see price showed a beautiful rejection towards sell side liquidity, and now we are trading off from this breaker. So if you guys found this example and the gems that I dropped already insightful, can I expect to see a thumbs up from you guys? This is the very least you can do. So breaker again, right? We saw the breaker here. Now I'm gonna hide the execution mark. I want to see my chart clean, and we know where price is going. See, I'm explaining every little thing that I am seeing on chart. Does any other streamer do that? What they do, like, I like them, but what they do is like they don't talk what they are thinking, and how price, like when price is forming a candle, it has a story behind this candle, like why price should go down, why price should go up. When you, the thing, why I'm doing the streaming side, because I'm teaching you, I'm showing you how to read price action. That's the thing that I'm doing, right? If you know how to read price action, trust me, you will never have the FOMO inside you. You will never like revenge trade. You will never blow an account, because you know, okay, I lost the trade, I missed the trade, or whatever. I have a skill that is gonna support me, that is gonna give me more trades in future. Make sense? Watching a streamer taking a trade doesn't help you other than just getting a signal, but what I'm doing here helps, really helps a lot, right? So we know where price is going. This is the equal low, and I already explained to you guys why we are expecting to see price coming down here. Now the question is, if price is still like trading towards buy side liquidity, suppose here, and it's 820, I'm gonna look for a trade here. Now see, the same scenario that happened here is also forming here, right? Makes sense? So what do we have here? We have a fair value gap, right? So should I take the trade? Let me see the risk parameter. If I'm putting my stop loss like up above here and targeting like down here, 1.85, okay, 1.85, or so. How many contracts? 2, 3 contracts. Okay, let me see. We just came inside the 820 period, so I was expecting to see a short from here. Now let's see if price gives me another chance from here. Now it's too late to take entry because price is so down, but we know where price is going. This is the DOL, folks. Now let's see what price is doing. We have an inversion here. Now, a lot of questions that I get from my students through email is that, HYDRA, how am I gonna know this inversion is gonna fail, or how am I gonna know that inversion is not gonna support price anymore? This, now you wanna see this inversion failing. Why? Because we have strong liquidities below here. So in a very nice trade, you guys saw me like telling, okay, I'm gonna push. Okay, we got our chance. Let's see. 2 contracts. Let's see, I'm gonna put a stop loss, suppose above here. I'm gonna take like 2 trades in front of you guys, so even if this one is turning out to be a losing trade, we'll go through another one. We formed more equal lows down here. What? Why is my entry down here? I believe I pushed the button here. So look here, what price is doing. Price respecting this fair value gap right here, right? Look at the candles body, how they are closing. I don't know if this trade is gonna be a winning trade, but I have a high probability of thinking that price will come down to these equal lows. And it's 8:30. At 8:30, what do we see? Volatility in delivery, like speed in price delivery. So do you guys see that how beautiful it is? Now still I'm not gonna minimize my stop loss, because look at the delivery of price. It's with speed, right? So price can just go up, clear out my stop loss, and go down if I'm moving it to here. Probably price is gonna go up and take orders from this equal order block. But again, look at the candles bodies, how they are closing. This fair value gap, price is respecting this fair value gap, right? So 1.86, not bad, right, for a small little scalp. I'm gonna put my buy limit here. Okay, price is now hitting this rejection block. Now I'm gonna minimize my stop loss. Why? So see the logic, folks, and try to understand the logic. This is a rejection block. Price should not get support from this rejection block. If it's getting support, it's gonna go for this swing high. Okay, because rejection block, put it down on your notes. When price gets support from a rejection block, price most of the time goes to a old swing high. This is the old swing high, right? So I don't want to see price rejecting from here. I want to see speed in delivery and hitting my TP in just couple of seconds. It's not stop loss, it's another adding to position. How? This is to sell limit, this is to buy limit. Okay, so wait, so see, I made a mistake here, so sorry. Thank you for pointing it out, brother Ether. See, I was so like into explaining the trade, I forgot like what's happening here. So a beautiful trade, folks. As soon as we started our session, we got I got like 2 winning trades already. This one I explained what happened here, and there's another thing, like the same scenario formed here. Do you guys see the pattern here? Price formed equal highs, price formed equal lows, and price is moving towards what? Relative equal lows, right? So yesterday I took a loss. Did you guys saw FOMO inside me or revenge trading, anything like that? No, because I know I have a skill that will serve me every single day. Probably yesterday it's not supporting me, but today or day after or like next week it will support me, because I know I have a ratio over this many trades. This many trade will turn out to be a profitable trade. Make sense? Because of that, this is confidence, folks. So you want to see that we are not forming, what you want to look for here is that we are not forming a SMT. If we are forming a SMT, probably this one will turn out to be a losing trade. So we don't want to see a SMT down here. Okay, folks? So if you guys are enjoying my stream so far, for learning from it, because I'm basically like explaining every single little stuff that I'm seeing here, right? I will expect to see a thumbs up from you. That's the least that you can do. We have 400 people watching. Can we go to like 200 likes? Can we do that? So this is gonna be my last line of defense, this inversion. I don't want to see like price closing a candle's body above it. Like the likes that I'm asking from you, if you are satisfied, I want to see like how many of you are satisfied with the commentary and the thing that I'm doing in front of you. So that means what? The many people like my stream. That means what? These many people are actually finding my stream informative, and that inspires me to do more of this kind of good stream. So see, as I told you guys, this rejection block is where you want to keep an eye on. This will give us the narrative. A question that all of you has, HYDRA, how do you know bias? How can I decide bias? It's so like complex to decide bias. No, it's not complex at all. Mark out the PDRAs that you believe price will get support or rejection from. Keep your focus at the present moment. What did I mark here? Did I mark like London session PDRA? Did I mark like yesterday's session PDRA? No, I'm only marking the PDRAs that price is showing to me at the present moment. Make sense? So this rejection block, why did I mark it here? This is gonna give me the narrative, folks. As I told you guys that if price is getting support from this rejection block, it will go up here. And what do I have here? My stop loss, right? So I'm gonna minimize my stop loss more. So less risk, less emotion, right? But now that price closed the candle's body below this rejection block, I'm pretty sure price is gonna come towards sell side liquidity. There's another thing, why price stopped delivering in speed, why price is delivering now in a choppiness. Look at the time, 8:30, exactly at 8:30 you guys will see a big candle. It's either gonna go up or down, and with our logic we believe it's gonna go down. This is what time distortion looks like. Price is waiting for time to deliver most of the liquidity towards a target. Make sense? So this is gonna be our last line of defense, folks. So see, I never believe like, okay, this trade is 100% and it's gonna hit my TP. That's how I manage my stop loss. You guys will always see I'm putting a very narrow stop loss, or if that stop loss is big, after price gives me like suppose some risk to reward, some ticks, I'm minimizing the stop loss to break even, because this is how I trade. I trade by looking at each PD arrays. This PD array should support price towards sell side liquidity, not towards buy side liquidity. Price is going towards buy side, I'm probably wrong. So why not minimize my stop when I believe that price is gonna go up? And how am I gonna know price is gonna go up? This PD arrays is gonna give me the narrative. Look at the time, folks. So TP hit. What did I told you guys? This is what? Time distortion. Do you guys see big candles now? When did big candles came here? 8:30. 8:30 is what? Can anyone tell me on chat like what is 8:30? And also let me know how many of you took the trade with me. Did anyone made money with me here? Let me know in the chat. So what I did here, I not only took the trade, I explained to you even with like single little details what I'm expecting to see price doing. Do you guys see my entry? What is this? I'm gonna consider it as a sniper entry, right? Isn't it beautiful? Why did I waited? I waited for price to see this breaker getting hit. 2 trades, folks. 2 trades with breaker. Close, entry at the logical level, close at a logical level. Explained every single thing. I walked you like basically like I spoon feeded you. And not only did I share the trade with you that made money, but also I explained like every single little thing. So what I'm gonna recommend to you that when the stream finishes, just record this part of the stream where I'm explaining like what's gonna happen here and whatnot, and just like put it into a journal, because these are very high probability condition, folks. So see, when I told you guys that how am I gonna know price is gonna go lower, I told you guys that if this fair value gaps midway is failing, right, then I'm gonna know the price is gonna go lower. This is a lot of gems I'm sharing, folks. Now look at here. We saw rejection towards buy side liquidity from 0.5%, right? So once price shows the rejection from 0.5%, it should not come towards sell side liquidity again. What happened here? So what are you gonna put on your notes? You're gonna put on your notes that when price is respecting a PDA's mean threshold or midway, and it's getting rejected or support from that, we don't want to see price coming back down to that PDA again. If price is coming back down to that PDA with speed, that's the time you know that this price will go lower. This PDA will fail. Make sense? Enjoying my stream? So price delivered even more, right? Like suppose this trade from here, oh my god, this is like more than 100 points. But again, folks, I'm not gonna get FOMO here. I'm not gonna be like, okay, why did I close so early? Because I know I have a skill, and I'm gonna keep repeating this skill, and it will provide me 2R, 2R, 2R every single day. I'm gonna get rich by 2R. I don't need 4R, okay? If I'm consistent with 2R, I'm good. So price formed equal lows down here. Where do you look for SMTs? Down here. When price is trading near to an all swing or all swing high or all swing low, this is the time where you look for SMTs. And I believe price will come down because we got equal lows down here. There's another thing, like how am I gonna know, Hydra? Put it down in your notes. The SMT will fail. That SMT will fail. The question is, how am I gonna know a SMT will fail? When you see this equal lows, if price is forming equal lows when it's generating SMT, that's the time you know that that SMT is gonna fail. Now watch the delivery, folks. If this one fails or not. Equal lows are like magnet for price. It doesn't matter if we have a SMT here. Price will come down to these liquidity levels. Make sense? Like, let me know in the chat if you guys are enjoying the stream so far. Give me a thumbs up on chat. If you guys have any question, let me know in the chat as well. I'm doing it all for you guys. Like, I believe no one in our industry streams like this the way I'm doing, sharing every single little detail, sharing so many gems. And this is the best learning, folks. This is the best learning. When you are learning on hindsight, it's not the best learning. When you are learning in live price action and someone is teaching you candle by candle what's gonna happen, this is the best learning. Trust me. This is how you will progress faster. So we had a SMT down here. Didn't I told you guys that this is gonna fail? And didn't I explain to you guys that why this is gonna fail? Make sense? Seems like Hydra knows what price is gonna do next, right? It's not enigma, folks. You guys can reach here the level where I am. You guys can also do that. You just have to be a little bit more patient, do more tape reading, open yourself to learning first, learning how to read price. If you do that and if you learn how to read price, trust me, you will never ever will have to go back to a job. Ever. You will never have to doubt like what this model is gonna do, or if tomorrow I'm gonna have a trade or not. Every single day you will have a trade like this. So many ICT traders are avoiding these kind of days, like no news days. But to me, I know that every single day I'm gonna get a trade. Because why? Because I have a model with time and I know what I should be looking for, right? We still have, I'm gonna take another trade at 9:20 to 9:40. Until then, we are gonna wait. It's 8:36, right? So I'm gonna take you guys on dollar and we're gonna see like what dollar is doing. We're gonna talk a little bit about dollar as well. So yesterday, the folks who were in my stream, what did we do here? Okay, I'm just gonna go and get some water, folks. My throat is like so okay, I'm talking a lot, so I'm just gonna go take like 1 minute break and I'm gonna come back ASAP. So on my stream, folks, okay, so I'm back. I hope you guys can hear me. Just confirm me that if you can hear me on chat loud and clear. Give me a 5x5. Okay, thank you, Nick. So yesterday, this is what we had as our target, and day before yesterday on weekend, this is what I shared with my people inside mentorship as a high probability target. Why? I'm gonna give you guys a little bit more gems. Look here, folks. This is the main strategy in any trading. If you don't know what the DOL is, none of your model, none of your PDA will work. If you know where price is going, every single PDA, it doesn't matter what PDA you are trading from, you will be profitable. So the main logic is to know, the main point of interest for you to be knowing where price is gonna know, mastering DOL. DOL is draw on liquidity. So this is what we had as our target this week. And why we had this as a target? Look at the relative equal lows. So I'm just gonna give you guys a little bit more jam on how to find out like where price is gonna go. When you see this kind of scenario, right, you should know that price is gonna go towards sell side liquidity, and this is what will give you the bias. We are not trading on dollar, right? So we don't care from where price is rejecting. If we know that DOL, we'll know that, okay, this is where price is coming, so I'm gonna build a narrative based on this dollar delivering towards sell side liquidity, and I'm gonna expect to see NASDAQ going up. See, when you align logics like this, you get a very clean narrative like what price is gonna do next, or when you should be looking for trade. So there's another thing to take into consideration, is that the time. This was happening at Asian session. We do not trade at Asian session, and I do not basically recommend to trade on Asian session, because this is the time. Yes, there are trades, but this is the time when price will deliver liquidity with high resistance, and this is the time when price will chop around. So you should be avoiding Asian session all the time. You can only do like demo trading or tape reading to get the experience how price is behaving or stuff like that. So what do we have here? When did price broke this consolidation phase? Here's another model that's repeating a turtle soup model. So I'm working on a turtle soup, A plus turtle soup lecture, folks. How many of you want to see me dropping a lecture on YouTube about A plus turtle soup model? It doesn't exist outside of our community. So this is the first time that you will be seeing that turtle soup model. Let me know in the chat if you guys are interested. Let's see how many of you are interested to see a plus turtle soup model lecture on YouTube for free. Trust me, it doesn't exist outside of our community. So let me know how many of you are interested. It's gonna depend on you, like if you are interested, and I'm already working on that video. So wow, so many people are interested. So probably I'm gonna drop it today, most probably. Okay, so look at the time here, folks. When did price? I'm gonna drop it today, folks. When I drop it, I hope you guys will show the support, like the video, share the video, or like comment like what you learned from there. And if you guys do that, I'm gonna drop like more and more educational videos like this. I want to do one video about like the daily bias, how to decide daily bias without getting FOMO, without getting like without thinking if this fails, I'm blown. I will blow an account. So when a bias of yours fails, like suppose you have a bullish bias on NASDAQ and that is failing, what do you feel inside? You feel like you lost, right? You are like you doubt your model and you get angry. You will never ever see that inside me. I was there, I was feeling the same as you, but I followed a couple of stuff that helped me to get out from the zone where I don't care about the bias anymore. It's the price itself that gives me the narrative, gives me the bias. If you guys watch me like when I'm streaming, you will see that how I trade. I do not trade based on one specific bias. If I see price is gonna go towards buy side liquidity on daily chart, I'm gonna drop down to the lower time frame, and if I see on lower time frame prices equal lows, then I'm gonna expect to see price dropping towards equal lows first and then moving towards buy side liquidity. So when price is going towards equal low, I have a trade. When price is clearing out the equal low and going towards buy side liquidity, I have another trade. So I'm not doubting my bias when price is going lower, because I know why it's going lower, to clear out liquidity levels from sell side liquidity, right? Look at here. So this is a turtle soup model. Let me talk a little bit about this, right? You guys will see a lecture on this today, folks. So I hope you guys gonna you guys are gonna like the video, you guys will show the support. So what's happening here? Price cleared out buy side liquidity and it left equal lows down here, right? So let me just hide some drawings. I want to see my chart clean, like very clean, and that's what I like. This is a plus turtle soup model. How you will trade it, you don't know where price is gonna go first, and you don't need to, right? You should not force price to see where it's gonna deliver first. You let price to do that, okay? Once price clears out one side of the liquidity, you will know that that's the time when price will deliver liquidity to the opposite direction. This is the A plus turtle soup model, folks, with a high degree of precision, like 60 to 70% of the time. You will see this model is giving you a winning trade and giving you a turtle soup entry. But there's still a chance of 30% of losing. So when the losing streak comes with this model, don't doubt it, like, okay, this model doesn't work. This model works. You will just have to be patient, follow the risk management, and this is the model. Price forming, price has equal highs and equal lows. That means what? Strong liquidity in both sides of the marketplace. You wait for price to clear out one direction and then you target the opposite direction. Make sense? Isn't it easy? And we are not trading on dollar because the same scenario repeats on NASDAQ as well. So I hope you guys understood what I'm telling you guys here, and the deep lecture about this model will come very soon. I'm not promising today. I am not done with the lecture today yet, but by today or tomorrow you guys will see that lecture. So again, see, if you know the DOL, where price is gonna go, you can have a good trade idea. So we had equal lows down here, right? So look at here, folks. What was this? Another thing that you should be looking when I'm streaming like this, like, how am I reading price? What points are giving me confidence to call market in a direction? If you don't understand it, don't hesitate to ask me a question. So we got equal lows down here, right? Price came down, cleared out the equal lows. So this is again the same turtle soup model that I explained to you guys here. See, it's repeating again and again. So now where do we have equal high, strong liquidity levels left? Right up here, right? So price, as long as price is trading off from these order blocks, I believe price will go higher. And how am I gonna know, HYDRA, these order blocks are gonna work? Again, the measurement tool. Same logic, folks, same logic again and again. Look how price is respecting the lower quadrant, right? So this is the lower quadrant. Do we have any closure of a candle's body below the lower quadrant? Do we have that? We don't, right? So that means what? Price is respecting this liquidity level down here, and price came all the way around to this discount level and cleared out the sell side liquidity, offered sell side liquidity, cleared out equal lows and got support from this lower quadrant. Now how am I gonna know, HYDRA, the price is gonna go lower? Nothing is 100% that price will come here. If price is closing a candle's body below the 0.5% now, okay, if this candle is closing below 0.5%, that's the time when you will know price will go towards this swing low. Make sense? See, these are small little things on chart that you have been avoiding so far, and this is what gives you the bias. You all are like always fighting about what's the bias, why is it so hard to decide the bias? It's not hard at all. It's just that you are not focusing on the right thing. You are not focusing on the present moment. What price is showing to you at the present moment, this is where you should be focusing at. So now price already offered sell side liquidity down here. We have buy side liquidity up here, but we do not force price to go up here. We always put two scenarios in our head. When we do that, that takes us out of the zone, like doubting our model, because I know, okay, if price is doing that, then I'm gonna do this. If price is not doing this, then I'm gonna do that. Price will either folks will deliver towards sell side or buy side, or it will just go into seek and destroy, like consolidate. So when price is consolidating, we have no strategy to do that, like trade that or get idea. We just wait for the consolidation to break. But I'm not expecting to see a consolidation here now, because look at the support here, beautiful support. There are more gems, folks. Like I can talk about gems like here, like this is the last down close candle, right? And we are expecting to see price going up. I'm keeping some stuff for my mentorship student. How do you know, how am I gonna know that which order block is gonna support price? Right here we have an order block. I'm not gonna answer the question here, but it's very simple. Once I I'm just gonna give you guys a tip. I don't care. How am I gonna know this order block will support price? From these PDRs, okay? Look here, price respected lower quadrant, right? 0.25. So now how am I gonna know this order block is gonna get respect? When price is showing to you that price is getting rejection, or sorry, support from these order blocks from the lower quadrant, that's the time you know that price should show bullish price action. Once price shows the bullish price action like it did here, this bullish candle, that's the time you know that this is our order block. This is how you find out high probability order block, and this is how you can trust a order block. Now how am I gonna know that price will go lower? Another gem, folks. Okay, see how each candle are giving me the bias. Look at here, I don't want to see price closing a candle's body below this mean threshold, because this is our ideal scenario for price to go towards buy side liquidity to get support. If price is closing a candle's body below 0.5%, I'm wrong. Make sense? And that's the time when I'm gonna know price will go lower. Now look here how price is respecting this PDA. Finding my stream informative so far, folks. Learning something. Yes sir, we are learning, right? So now you know which order block to look at. The PDA that we have here, if price is getting support from that PDA, the order block that forms afterwards is gonna be the high probability order block. So now you know how to find out a high probability order block. And what is HYDRA doing here? HYDRA is explaining from where price will get support before it's getting support. Isn't it the best learning? Trust me, it is the best learning, and this is how you progress faster than ever. Now let's go to our NASDAQ and let's see what price is doing here. We already got one trade. Basically, I got like 2 trades. So I mitigated the loss that I took yesterday, and I'm back in profit for like $700. So yesterday I took like $300 loss. Now I doubled my profit at this 100K account. Do you guys see the power of patience, power of not getting FOMO, power of a model that is aligned with time? So now let's go to 1 minute chart. Okay, before I go to 1 minute chart, I want to see why price is trading towards sell side liquidity, because we got an inversion here, right folks, from the 4-hour chart, and this inversion is failing. So where can price go? Our next target most probably is gonna be this inversion from the daily chart. Do you guys see that? Yesterday it was our DOL, and today we're gonna use this same PDA to get bias as well. So another trade that I'm gonna look for is at 920. To me, this is the highest probability macro, 920, and before that, now as we don't have news at 820, this is the time when price will do what? Accumulate orders for 930 delivery. Price will now build orders, build liquidity for 930 delivery, and I'm going to show you guys on lower time frame how price is doing that. So we got a fair value gap down here. This is what? This is a BC. Now let's go to the 1 minute chart. And so another thing, The same question again, HYDRA, how am I gonna know price is gonna reach down here? You will know when price is moving towards a buy side liquidity like it's doing here. If price is forming equal lows, trend line liquidity, that's the time when you will know that price is gonna go down. And what is price doing here? Look at here. What is this, folks? Let me know in the chat, what is this? Where is price going? Price is most probably going for this fair value gap and then order block. But what price is doing here? Yes, trend line liquidity, and that's what you want to see. When price is moving towards a PDRA, this is what you want to see price doing, okay? So we got our CB right here. And this is a high probability PDRA. So if price is coming up here at 850, we are still inside 850, right? This is the time when you can trust a model. A question always comes from my people, from my student, is that how am I gonna know HYDRA from which PDRA price will get rejection or support? You align that PDRA with time. If price is trading inside this PDRA, inside a macro, that's the time when you know price is gonna go lower. That's the time when you know price will respect a PDRA. Okay, I'm getting a lot of questions. Sorry for that, I didn't answer you. You done ICT private mentorship or charter content? I'm a free ICT YouTube student. I'm not his private mentorship student. But I did study his mentorship stuff as well back in 2022. Like, why do you guys know why I can read price like this? Because I was a student who was putting the work every single day. Every single day I was there in front of the chart. And I understood the fact that by watching videos, I'm not going to learn anything. I will have to dive deeper into the chart, and that's how I'm going to learn. That's the thing that I understood from my mentor. And this is what he always tells us, folks. Like, I don't know why you all look for a PDRA, a high probability model, stuff like that. No. If you master DOL, if you know where price is going, any PDRA, folks, it doesn't matter what PDRA you are trading from, any PDRA will give you the winning trade. Only if you have a general idea, like of premium discount and stuff like that, like strong liquidity. So price, what is price doing here? So this is what I didn't want it to see. I wanted to see like price hitting this BC, but price cleared out all the equal lows, right? So when do you know that price is gonna move higher? When price is forming trend line liquidity and equal lows like this, and then it's coming down, clearing those liquidities out, that's the time you know that price is gonna go up. No more, it's not going towards sell side liquidity anymore. So again, our A plus turtle soup model, again, why this fair value gap is high probability? Who can answer that to me? Let me know in the chat, folks, why this fair value gap is a high probability fair value gap. And I believe price will reach up here after it gets done delivering like sell side liquidity. Now tell me on the chat, engage with me, talk with me, why this fair value gap is a high probability fair value gap. It's not about the order block. Let me see who gets the right answer. Come on, folks, it's easy. I already explained this to you guys. Are you guys not listening? Yes, equal highs. Those who are saying equal highs are right, okay? Why this fair value gap is high probability? Not because of the order block. Yes, the order block is there, but we can trade by targeting this fair value gap. And what is making this fair value gap a high probability draw on liquidity? Let me zoom in a little bit more. What do you guys see here? This is what? This is equal highs. So when we have, put it down on your notes, put it down in your journal, how a high probability fair value gap dot, When does a fair value gap becomes high probability? When a CB has equal highs below it, when a BC has equal low below it, sorry, above it. Make sense? So suppose this is a BC, right? So with, if price formed like equal lows down here, like this, that's the time when you know that this fair value gap is high probability. When price, when we are expecting a short, or like suppose when it's a CB and price is forming like this scenario, that's the time when you know, okay, this is a high probability fair value gap. Now, let me know in the chat, did you ever heard from anyone else talking about this high probability fair value gap? Let me know in the chat. I want to see like who, like did any of you ever saw anyone talking about this concept? Like this is what makes a fair value gap high probability, right? So I want to know like if you heard anyone talking about it. I'm gonna take you guys back on dollar again. So see, you guys are learning so many things today. And what did I told you guys? These liquidity levels works like what? Magnet for price, right? Look at here. We had a probably we had a SMT up here, so that's why price like now on dollar. This is not a breaker. This is a mitigation block. When we don't have, when price is not going above an old swing high, that's the time when these down close candles becomes a mitigation block. Price came up, and there's another gem, okay? These small little things, folks, okay? Put it down in your notes. There's so many things that I'm sharing today. I don't usually do that. I'm feeling good today. That's why I'm sharing so many gems. How are you gonna know the price is gonna make this breaker of this mitigation block, or suppose there's an order block? High probability. Again, we go back to the liquidity stuff. Look here, where did price form this swing high? Just below this order block, right? Sorry, mitigation block. Did price hit the mitigation block when it formed this equal high? No, it didn't, right? So again, why this mitigation block is high probability? Because we have a swing high just below it, and what happened afterwards? Look at here, folks. The same scenario is repeating on NASDAQ. I'm telling you guys. So it doesn't matter if you're not trading on dollar, but the same concept will repeat again on indices. So this swing high is making this fair value gap, sorry, this mitigation block high probability. If we had a breaker here and price like did this, this is the time when you can take a turtle soup entry. There are so many models of taking turtle soup entry, but how many of you know that? How many of those people who preach that they know about turtle soup are talking about this kind of model? These are small little signature in price, and these are very easy to spot, folks. Very easy to spot. Like if you don't know what price is doing, you will be like, okay, I'm gonna take an entry here. Price is probably gonna get rejected, but it's not. It will come back to this mitigation block because the orders are not mitigated yet. And how do you know that? Because price came so close to this mitigation block, it formed this swing high, and then when price does that, that PD area becomes high probability. Makes sense? Now let's talk about where dollar is going next. I'm talking like non-stop today. I hope you guys are like appreciating what I'm doing here. So we got what? So there's another gem, folks. When we have a fair value gap like this, right? How will you look at this fair value gap? You are not gonna mark all the fair value gap. So how will you trade that? Because look at here, price already balanced this much of this fair value gap. Where price left it unbalanced? From this swing low to down here, right? So this is gonna be your point of interest. And now you will measure this part of the fair value gap. because this is the new fair value gap. Price already balanced this area by delivering sell side, buy side, sell side, buy side. So when price does that, that means what, this area of price is equally delivered with liquidity. So this is not going to be our point of interest. When price is like trading here, the order blocks are going to be our point of interest. When price is failing, or when these order blocks are failing, this part of the fair value gap is going to be our point of interest. Makes sense? This kind of scenario will repeat every single day, folks. It's so common scenario. Price came down, filled half of the fair value gap, and after that, where do you focus? The fair value gap that left unfilled. This is a mentorship level teaching, folks. This is a mentorship level stream. So there are two PDAs that we have. Is it a new day or new week opening gap? Okay, it's a new day opening gap down here. So again, see why this fair value gap is high probability. We have a new day opening gap right down here, right? So it's not, you do not just like look for one PDA to take a trade from. You build a logic based on liquidity with other concept. If like most of the concept are supporting your trade idea, that's the time you know that you have a great bias. You have a good precision of bias. Not good precision, like a good bias. Yeah. So this is our DOL on dollar. This is where we want to see price coming down. I hope you guys understood why I was telling you guys price will come down here. Again, don't force price to come down here. Okay? Because price probably will not do it, so you will always have to have two ideas in your head. Okay, if price is not doing that, then I'm going to expect to see this. But I still believe price will come down. It's just going back to the premium level. Why? The best rejection happens from a rejection block. Did price came down to hit this rejection block down here? And which rejection block? Put it down in your notes again, folks. Which rejection block is high probability? The candle that generates the swing, and that candle rejection block becomes high probability. So this candle's rejection block is high probability. If price was once, like suppose price came down trading inside this rejection block and then going higher, that's the time when you know that price is going towards high, price will go higher now. If price is not hitting this rejection block, that's the time you know that price will come down. It's just returning back to the premium PDA. We still got a target up here though. But what I wanted to see is like price coming down, hitting this new day opening gap, and then like going towards buy side. This would have been like so picture perfect. Now I'm gonna take you guys on, so price is delivering towards buy side. If price is clearing out these equal highs first, we still have a chance to go down. That means we still have room on indices to go higher. Again, the same scenario that I talked like a couple of minutes ago. Why this fair value gap is high probability? Now, who can tell me why this fair value gap is high probability? Why? What is making this fair value gap a high probability fair value gap? Let me know in the chat, folks. So why this fair value gap is high probability? Not because of time, but because of the liquidity level that price has. Look here, what is this? A swing low above a fair value gap makes that fair value gap high probability. Now this concept, this theory of price doesn't exist outside of our community, folks. No one, you will hear no one, they will be like, okay, I know everything about ICT, but you will never hear talking about these small little things on price that gives us confidence to know the DOL, that gives us a great deal of idea where price is gonna go next. When you see this kind of scenario and price is so near to it, price will come down to this level. And there's another thing, I'm gonna wait. So I'm just gonna hide these drawings first. I'm gonna put the execution mark away. And what do we have here? What is this? A fair value gap, and that means what? An inversion. So how am I gonna get bias from this inversion? If price is going up, right, closing a candle body above, that's the time when I know the price will go up. But there's more thing. If price is leaving equal lows down here, and even after that if price is going up, that's the time when I'm gonna know, okay, price is gonna come down to these relative equal lows. But because liquidity is greater than any PDRA, folks, always remember that. Put it down on your notes. Liquidity is greater than any PDRA. I'm gonna put it here so that you guys can see it. Where's the greater than? So where is price going right now? This is gonna be our last line of defense to expect lower prices, folks. If price is not respecting, like the suppose the lower quadrant and the mean threshold of these order blocks, we know where price is gonna go, above this trend line liquidity. But again, we do not force it. We see chart with every single PDRA with logic. Every single PDRA will give us our narrative. So I'm gonna mark this PDRA. See, I'm marking only the PDRAs that price is showing to me at the present moment. And why am I doing that? That does not make me confused of like analyzing analysis paralysis, right? Most of you have that. You like mark everything on chart and you get confused. Okay, which PDRA is gonna support? But look at my chart. I'm only marking what price is showing to me here at the present moment. That's the most important thing, folks. Live at the present moment. Forget about the past, what price did before. You are trading here, and that's the time where you should be looking at. So now I'm gonna take you guys on 5-minute chart, and we'll see like what we have here. And as I told you guys, that if price is leaving equal lows, when it's moving towards buy side liquidity, price will come down towards this liquidity level, and probably we will have a trade idea at 920. If price is hitting this fair value gap, I believe we will be able to go short from this PDRA. And there's another PDRA here. Muhammad mentioned that. So Muhammad here, folks, Nix NYXDOC. Nix Doc. He's a doctor and he's a millionaire trader. Okay. He's like the legit millionaire trader. So I'm proud to have Muhammad as my student, and I always appreciate your presence here. Like, this guy is literally trading with $1 million account, and like he showed to me by TradeZilla that how he's trading and stuff like that. So we have great students here, folks. We're trading with large funds, big funds. So Muhammad already made the money for his whole life. How? Because he was a doctor, right? And you know, surgeons earn most in this world. Like per hour, it's like $100-$200. So thank you, Muhammad, for being here. And we got a BPR right here. And how do you know that price will go lower? Again, folks, I'm telling you guys, when price is moving for a PDRA, suppose I'm expecting to see shorting from here. How am I gonna know that price will reject from these order blocks? I'm gonna know it before price goes up here. If price is forming equal lows like it's doing here, that's the time I know, okay, price is just going back to the premium level, and after that it will come down. Make sense, folks? So I want to see price coming up here. This is a PDRA, and we have a BPR right here, and this inversion is tricking the ICT traders. They will be like, okay, price is gonna go up. As long as price is not clearing out these liquidity levels, I believe with a high degree of confidence that price will come down after hitting this fair value gap and BPR most probably. So this BPR is gonna be our last line of defense to expect short. What do I mean by last line of defense? If this BPR is failing, we'll probably go higher. Why? Because we have strong liquidities up here as well. So now look at here, folks. This is what I'm telling you guys to look at when you are expecting a short from a PDA, and when price is going towards that PDA, look for this kind of signature in price. What is price doing here? Price forms so many equal lows. Look here. So now I'm gonna wait for time to match with our setup. The time is still not matching. It's 9:14. Time will match at 9:20 to 9:40. Equal low. So I had 2 winning trades. Now I'm willing to take 1 losing trade. I never think like, okay, this trade is gonna turn out to be a winning trade. I never do that, because when I'm doing it, it makes me sad, like when that trade is turning out to be a losing trade. But when I'm thinking about 10 trades, over 10 trades, I know that I'm gonna lose 4. So who cares? At the end of the day, my ratio will be 50 to 60% and I'm profitable. That's the mindset you should be aiming for, folks. Okay, that's the mindset I'm teaching you guys here. I'm showing you guys here. So this is where we want to see price coming down, and high probability rejection is expected from this CB. We still don't have a breaker here. We have this breaker, okay, but I'm not gonna trade from this one. I want to see price going up, hitting this PDRs, and that's gonna make this trade more high probability. And if price is doing that, I'm gonna take this trade. I know about liquidity, but I don't know about PDRs, daily bias, from where I start learning ICT. Please tell me. You will find everything in our mentors channel, folks. You'll have to be patient enough. Okay, there's no shortcut. You'll have to spend minimum 1 year in this chart, and that's the time. After that, you'll be profitable. And 1 year, I'm telling you guys that not to push any button on live funds. You can do challenge account, but not live funds. If you fail one challenge account, then take a break for 1 month. Only do tape reading that month. Then again next month, do another challenge. If you fail the challenge again, go back to tape reading and demo trading, because you are still not learning yet. Blowing an account is so hard, okay? And when you are blowing that account, know that you are not there yet where you want to be, where you want to see yourself. Drawdown is fine, it's logical, it's the reality. You will have drawdown, folks, but if you are blowing an account, that's not logical. That indicates that you still have so many things to learn. So this is how I used to do it. I used to like trade one funded account, like suppose I blow it, then I'm going back to doing demo trades, tape reading for a month. Then if I'm failing again the next month, then I'm going back to the demo trading like this. So it took like 1 year for me to like pass a funded account with the knowledge, because that time I didn't have my model that I have right now. So how did I know? How did I knew that this is my model? By tape reading. Damn, I wanted to see price coming up all the way up here, but price got rejected from this inversion, and but yet not getting any FOMO because we are not trading inside our macro yet, right? So I'm gonna take you guys on 1 minute chart because that's where most of you are trading, but the logic stays same, folks. If you know how to read price on higher time frame, you will know how to read price even on 30-second. Price is fractal, it doesn't make any difference. 920 to 940. So price for more liquidity levels right here. Now let's see if price comes back to this fair value gap inside our macro. What is our macro? 920 to 940. So I want to see price doing something like coming up, hitting this fair value gap, and then going down. So let's measure the risk. I'm gonna push the button exactly at 920. So if price is not giving me the entry now, I'm just not gonna take the trade. Where am I gonna put my stop loss? Above this inversion, sorry, above the breaker here. And where am I gonna put my TP? 2R from here. So I'm still gonna wait, folks. Okay, I want to see price trading inside here at 920. How much is gonna be our risk? If I'm taking 3 contracts, 4 contracts is gonna be okay. I'm gonna go for 4 contracts. Now let's see. One minute and we'll be inside our macro. Hydra, if I watch your videos, can I trade the macro? Yes, there's a video I already made about my model. And okay, so see, price is giving me entry again. So I'm gonna wait for price to hit this fair value gap. If it's doing that, I'm taking entry, folks, with a stop loss up here. So what I want to see, price returning back to this fair value gap again. If it's not doing that, I'm not taking it. So let me show you guys, the folks who are interested in my model, these are the 2 videos that you want to look at. One model paired with time, breaker block, cheat code in trading, and there's another deep into macro plus breaker block. You will have a good deal of idea like where prices will do. So see, another trade that we saw coming. Now, do I have FOMO that I'm missing this trade? I don't, folks. I don't. Literally, I'm honest with you guys. I don't have any FOMO here, because I know this is the same signature that price will repeat again. This is so clean. Look at here. Isn't it clean? It's very, very, very clean. Look at here. So probably price will give me another chance of entry from this inversion. Okay, order block got hit, took the entry, and I'm gonna put my stop loss above here, folks. So it's gonna be what I took buy, sorry, sell, right? So I'm gonna put my stop loss right here. So see, the stop loss is a little bit bigger, right? Anyway, I believe price will go even lower, so I can put my TP down here at this level, because I'm expecting price to go even lower at this PC. So now let's see what price does, folks. So I'm gonna take a partial here. Is 4 contracts. Okay, so that's a lot. I usually go for like 3. So I'm gonna put a partial here, and I'm gonna let the trade run afterwards. So price came back up at our ideal position again. This is from where I wanted to take the entry. But see, sometimes even me, I make the mistake identifying what price will do. Still, I'm expecting price to go lower. Still, I'm expecting price to respect the breaker. Why? We have so many liquidities towards sell side liquidity down here. So price did a stop hunt. You guys can take another entry right here. If you didn't already, then you can push the button here, pyramid in your entry. But I'm not gonna do it. It's gonna be like over leverage trade. But remember, I'm calling the market here as a turtle soup. So again, price respecting this fair value gap. This fair value gap is what I want to see turning into an inversion. Down here. And we are still respecting the fair value gap, folks. And I want to see price respecting the fair value gap here. I already had 2 winning trades, so if I'm losing this one, it doesn't mean anything to me. So what I did wrong here, I should have been a little bit more patient and like push the button here. But again, I'm human, folks, so you never, it takes a lot of time to master yourself, and I'm still doing that. So when this one turning into inversion, I'm gonna minimize my stop loss. Inversion activated, right? Price close the candle's body. Now I'm gonna minimize my stop loss to up here. I don't wanna see price coming up now. See how I'm doing my managing my stop loss. So first partial down here, coming like a speed, and we came back up again. So do you guys see that? If this one is failing, I don't want to see like I'm not interested in holding anymore if this one is failing. This inversion right here. Okay, let me put my stop loss up here. Why? Because I still believe price will go lower. Breaker again, go putting my stop loss back at the original point because I'm allowing price to take orders from the breaker and also the volume imbalance that we have here, and I still want to see price going lower. Is it a SMT? If it's a SMT, we're gonna fail. We are gonna fail if it's a SMT, folks, and this is gonna be our losing trade of today. Yeah, so these are like the uncertainty that price has. Okay, so the stop loss got hit. Damn, I believe we got a SMT down here, right? So it's okay. SMT most probably, and price went up towards the breaker, still respecting the breaker. So I'm probably gonna take another entry. Okay, I'm probably gonna take another entry. I'm just gonna wait if price wanna clear out this equal high that we have here. And I'm gonna take another entry. Just wait. I wanna see if these candles are respecting this breaker. The wicks can do the damage, and it already did the damage, right? It cleared me out, but it's okay. 927. Volatility is coming at 930. So we had a SMT down here. So these are the things that I don't like. Like price forms these kind of SMTs when it's just about to give me a partial. Right? Anyway. So these equal highs, let's see if price clears it out. DOL is right here, folks, okay? On 15-second chart, even on 1-minute chart, the DOL is down here. So again, I want to see price clearing this level out and then moving towards sell side because it came so up, right? So this is what I want to see. Are we trading inside a new day opening gap or something like this? Okay, we are not. We are not trading inside a equal new day opening gap or new week opening gap. So still expecting price to go lower at these liquidity levels. These are so clean levels like this most of the time gets jagged by price. So we formed more equal highs up here. I believe price will come up here first and then it will go lower. So equal high. Let's predict the 9:30 delivery, folks. Okay, let's do it. Let's do a poll, quick poll. So what do you guys think? How price will deliver? Bullish? Oh, come on. Come on. Do you guys see that? Price is delivering without me. Now it's going to clear out the liquidity and even probably it will go lower. But again, without me. Right? Uh, 69% bearish. Yes, that's what we are expecting because of the liquidity level that we saw here. We got a breaker down here as well. 9:30 delivery. Price clearing out these equal highs will means that price will move towards sell side liquidity afterwards. So I'm gonna take like 3 contracts once price clears out these equal highs. Okay, I'm in again, folks, and I want to see price moving lower. How am I going to manage my stop loss? I'm going to put my stop loss, like, suppose up here. Okay, so it's going even higher, so I'm going to close this trade. So 2 loss, right? Back in drawdown again. But again, this I'm still expecting price going lower. Yes, overtraded. Yes, it happens, folks. Not bullish. Price is respecting these order blocks here. So price came back to the original point from where I wanted to see a short, right? Blow up account? No. We are in drawdown but not blowing up the account. We still have chance to make back the profit. So I took like how many trades? 2 and then 4 trades today, right? So 4 trades and 2 turned out to be profitable, 2 turned out to be a losing trade. So again, what I was doing here wrong, let's acknowledge that I was doing wrong here, like forcing a trade, right? Forcing a trade towards sell side liquidity. But again, it happens, folks. Okay. So let's see what 950 now brings to us. So see, I should have waited for price to reject lower, right? And then engage. What I did wrong is that I engaged as soon as I saw like price clearing out these equal highs, and that's what I did wrong. Anyway, so we're gonna move on and we're gonna see what price is gonna do here now. We have equal highs above and we got liquidity levels right here as well. So this CB and price is respecting the order blocks here. Yeah, there was a model, folks. This was like the turtle soup model that I was talking about, like from here, right? Price cleared out the equal highs and I was expecting price to go lower as we had like equal lows. And as I told you guys that this model works, but it still fails 30% of the time. So when it fails 30% of the time, you will have to be a little bit more careful with this model. January isn't great, but best experience when January is done. We have gonna be like HYDRA snipers. Yes, but the thing is that I already know it. That's why I'm trading on a challenge account. I'm not touching my live funds when price action is like this. It's running to 4 a.m. equal highs. Let's see. Is it going for the London highs? Where do we have our London highs? We got liquidities up here, the equal highs. So price is probably coming up here. HYDRA, what do you think about the market structure shift apart from bearish inversion fair value gap? Bearish inversion fair value gap, what do you mean? What do you think about the market structure shift apart from the breaker and fair value gap? Like, what's your question? You're asking me about market structure shift? Anyway, folks, so 2 trades that I took here turned out to be a losing trade. We're gonna move on, okay, folks? We don't care that this trade or that trade turned out to be a losing trade. It's totally fine. It's okay. As I told you guys, that out of 10 trades, I will have 4 losing trades, right? So if I'm getting like doubting my model after 4 losses, I'm doing what? I'm doing it wrong. As long as I'm not like not in the zone of doubting my model, I'm okay. I'm good. So here's another thing that we should have like looked at is this relative equal low down here, what dollar formed. So we probably had a good idea. We would have had a good idea if like we were looking at these equal lows on dollar. So price coming down, our DOL still stays the same. This time we have a break. We don't have a breaker here because we don't have stop hunt down here, but we have a SMT, right? We have a SMT down here, yes. So we have a SMT with DOW and yes, and that's why our this trade idea got failed. No donation to Tanya. Tanya is trading. Is she streaming? Let's see. We're gonna do a collab with Tanya on 17th Jan. Trades. Okay, she's streaming. Is she looking for a trade? Okay, so she is looking for a bullish trade, right from this level right here, from these order blocks. Targeting the equal high. Yeah, it's good. It's a good scenario for price to move up here. We also got a SMT down here, right? But again, I'm gonna wait for next macro to start. I over traded here. I took like 2 entries at the same macro. That's what you guys and me should not do, like pushing the button 2 times in a single macro. If our trade is turning out to be a losing trade, just let it go and wait for the next macro. So we came down all the way down, hit the mitigation block down here. Should I take this entry? It seems like a good support. as we have the SMT down here. No, I'm not gonna do that, right? I have other accounts where I can take an entry, so but I see this trade coming, folks. Like, look at here, price came all the way down, hit the mitigation block down here, and we generated so many equal highs above, equal highs up here. So I'm gonna move to another account and let's see. I'm probably gonna push the button here, but again, we are getting done with our this macro, right? So I'm not gonna do that. Wait for opening range to form. It's okay. I'm gonna wait for 950. I'm gonna wait for 950 right here, and this is gonna be the zone where I'm gonna expect to see price doing something inside this level, 950 to 1010. So price is building more liquidities up here, right? This is what? This is sell side. This is the trend line liquidity that we want to see. Price doing. Price is forming that. So I'm still gonna wait, folks. Okay, wait with me. I'm probably gonna take one more trade, but not in the account where I took the loss. I have many accounts with top steps, so I'm gonna either trade on one of them, or right, but not that in that account. Getting support from a gold batch level. What's that? Take your time. Yes, yes. We are gonna take the time. Just gonna wait. Price is building so much liquidity towards buy side. Like, look at here, folks. On ES, do you guys see like the buy side liquidity that price formed up here? Then on DOW as well, we got buy side liquidity, but price action on DOW is not cleaner. As I told you guys that I'm not gonna look at DOW throughout the whole month of January. Just like the price action is not so favorable or so clean the way I expect it to see it. Okay, so on dollar, so for price to move higher on Nasdaq, we need dollar to go lower, right? So the dollar still has a possibility to go lower after it clears out these equal highs. So this probably is also a SMT. Yes, we also got SMT down here. SMT. So these are the things that we should be careful about. Like, I didn't check when I pushed the button here if it was a SMT or not. So that's the thing that I did wrong. I didn't do it, HYDRA. That is enough for today. Yes, I'm just gonna taper it. Just give me some time. So 950 to 1010 inside this macro. I want to see what happens. No, we are going up at this level, these equal highs. And then probably we'll see a down move. But for now, we are expecting to see price going higher. See, That's how I avoid like losing trades. Like here, it was totally my mistake to push button 2 times. Okay, my logic and my experience tells me not to push button if you are taking a loss in the same macro. But I got impulsive. See, these things are coming back to me, but still my risk management, the trade, the way I see my chart is saving me. The folks who are like, okay, Hydra, why are you doing that? It's like they don't do it. It's always there. Okay, the impulsiveness, the greediness is always there. You'll just have to control it. When you are failing to control it, let the risk management do its job. So let's see. So Tanya is probably gonna take a loss down here. She entered like here somewhere. Yeah, so she took a loss. Losing trades are inevitable. You cannot avoid it, folks. Okay, it's just that how better you are controlling yourself after taking the losing trade. So it cleared out most of the liquidity levels, and I waited for price to get inside this macro, and that's what gave me more confidence. Like, look at here. If I was pushing the button here, this price action that's happening is outside the macro, right? So this is the time when price will do the manipulation part. And when will the distribution come in? When we are inside this time zone 950 to 1010. We have a breaker here with fair value gap when we still have lower sell side liquidity left to fill up. Yeah, it's probably gonna be a nice short, but again, I'm not gonna do it as we are not inside our macro. If we were inside our macro, like I would have thought about taking a trade here. So this is how I do it, folks. When I'm trading on my funded account, if I'm taking 2 losses, then that funded account, I'm not touching it again. I move to another funded account and trade that. How do I trade my funded accounts? These are challenge accounts that I'm talking about. So my funded accounts, I have a target. Like suppose on 100K, my target is to make $1,000. That's my rent. Once I'm done making the $1,000, I move to another account. There I take out the groceries bills, like $500-600 per month. Once I'm done doing that, I'm done with that account. Then I move to another funded account. So that's how I do it. If I'm trading, if I'm aiming for like the sky on a trading account, I won't be able to make it because I'll get impulsive, just as you saw me here, right? So this is the main thing that I avoid, not getting impulsive. Do I regret pushing the button here when I took 2 losses? I don't. Do you guys know why? Because I know it happens, folks. After that, if I would have regretted, like after that, if I was like cursing myself. No, I know that I will always go there, but I can control myself. And that's what I'm learning, to control myself, right? That's a strategy. Controlling yourself takes a lot of time to master. There's another thing that I did wrong, is like I didn't follow the risk management plan here. That's why I took more losses, right? Again, the reflection of impulsiveness. I was impulsive here. See, I'm pointing out my mistakes. That's how you learn best. If I'm avoiding here what I did here, the next time the same scenario repeats, I'm gonna do the same thing. But the next time I should avoid what I did here, right? I was already in profits. 2 trades that I took today at the beginning turned out to be a winning trade. So what I should have did here, like stopping after taking 1 loss and moving to another account and doing that. I think doing it live in front of people makes you more impulsive. Yeah, there's always something that so many people are watching me, like 588 people. So there's always a like thing inside me, like I wanna show you guys what I can do. And there are some things that I don't do when I'm trading personally, like the things that I did here. If I'm taking the loss, I'm done. But I wanted to show you guys something, so I took another one, and that's the time I took a loss. Anyway, these are the things that I'm learning, okay? Because streaming is something new to me, and this is a whole new world. When so many people are watching you, you will feel something inside you, like, okay, I want to do something, I want to give them something. So that's the thing. I have the strategy that I mastered. I'm mastering how to control myself in front of so many people. So we'll get there, folks, okay? Don't worry, we'll get there. We are here to stay. So again, price respected the breaker here, and again it wasn't inside our macro. So I'm also watching like Tanya. So what she's doing is like she's still looking for a bullish trade. So bullish trade is okay, but we want to see price going lower first, right? We still have an equal low down here, and price formed trend line liquidity down here as well. So as long as these are not cleared, I'm not gonna push the button. Trend TRE and the trend line LIQIDITY liquidity. So I want to see these liquidity levels are getting cleared out before price moves higher. That means what? The short that someone took here, I'm expecting that short to become profitable. I think someone took it here. Who was there? Anthony. Yeah, so you're probably right, because we still have unfinished business towards sell side. And if I drop down to 30-second chart, you guys will see like how clean this level is, right? So expecting price to go lower. Anyone who is pushing button here for buy is gonna get wrecked. Who is Tanya? Tanya is another ICT streamer. Like, she's our classmate, that's what I will say. We learned from the same mentor, right? But we all use different strategies. That's the beauty of ICT concept. It's not like you will have to go on with a breaker. It's just that what fits your personality most. Trendline liquidity, see how price is coming down. Jules, yes, we are gonna have a collab, bro. So collab on let me see the date, on 17th January, next week, on Wednesday. We're basically gonna be like tape reading, sharing stuff like that. Not like trading in front. We're not gonna look for any trade, rather like teaching, more into teaching like how we are doing it. We will talk about our model, what price action is doing. That's the thing. These are the stuff that we are gonna do. So again, price cleared out all these equal lows. No, it just cleared out this short-term liquidity level, and it also hit this 930 opening price. So 930 opening price always gives a good confirmation. it works as a support and resistance, just like we use like 12 o'clock price, or like suppose 12 o'clock opening price. So there are three types of price level that is important to expect support or resistance: the midnight opening, and then 8:30 opening, and then 9:30 opening. Put it down in your notes, it's very important. So we got another rejection from the breaker here. Let me see if I can take that trade from the inversion down here. Anyway, I'm not gonna take it. Okay, I'm just gonna tape read, folks. Okay, because I already took like 2 losses. So I wanna see price going down from this level. This is what I'm expecting to see. We are now in a tape reading zone, but still we are gonna look for trade ideas, just like we will be trading inside our account. Stop loss is gonna be above here. Stop loss bottom 16. This is gonna be our stop loss. So this is the exact level where I told you guys that I'm looking for a short. I'm not gonna push the button. I'm done for today. So I want to see price going lower from this level. We have so many equal lows down here, and our last line of defense is gonna be this inversion as well. Yeah, I can demo trade it. That's a nice idea. Let me log out. I can demo trade it, right? So let's see if I'm getting a like sub entry here again. Let's see. Okay, price came back up to this inversion. Let's wait. Let's see price hits this breaker again. We formed equal highs up here. So should I take it? That risk management and the trade idea is gonna be something like this. Doing like 2R from here. So one contract, yeah. We're gonna take like 2 contracts. Let's see. Let bot do the trading. You stream whole day for us. Let bot do the trading. What bot? So we came back up above this inversion. That's what I didn't want it to see. But still, do you guys see the logic? I'm not gonna push the button, but price is still respecting our trade idea. The stop loss is gonna be up here, folks. HRLR live bots. What do you mean? What do you guys mean by bots? Yeah, it's such a choppy price action. That's why I'm tape reading this setup, folks. This is such a choppy price action. So like the trading bots, that's what you guys are talking about. Cannot complete machine, cannot compete machine. What do you mean? Like bot never works. Trading bots are a scam, because what they do is like they train that bot to see a pattern. And what do we do here? We know that, okay, so I'm glad that I didn't take it. See the delivery here? I would have pushed the button if I saw like price below this inversion, but price is not below the inversion. It came back up. So again, so what they do with the bot is like they teach it to look for a pattern, and we know that if we are looking for a pattern, we are not going to be profitable, because price is not following a pattern. It's respecting what? It's respecting liquidity levels, and that's what no bot can do. Because price will not generate same liquidity levels again. Price will generate the same one with same logic, but different types of liquidity levels, like it did here. See, trendline liquidity. How are you gonna train a bot to see this. It's so hard. That's why no bot works, right? So very tricky price action here, folks. Very tricky price action. Zenzone, I love it when you said enigma is within us. Yes, enigma is inside us, and we are the enigma. See, what do I mean by enigma? When I pushed about when I took 2 trades here, that's the enigma that I'm talking about. Right? But again, folks, see how I controlled myself here. There's always a possibility to make that money back. But if you are revenge trading, there's no way you are gonna get back into the emotional state again. Like the good emotional state. You will always doubt your model. And that's the thing that we don't want to do. So we have our 830 opening price here. Price already showed a rejection from the 830 opening. Like, do you guys see here? I told you guys that 3 types of price action are, 3 types of opening price are gonna be important. So take it as a screenshot, and here you can see the example live. 3 types of opening is high probability for support / resistance. What are these? Number 1, midnight opening price, 830 opening price. The third one is 930 opening price. So what do we see here? What is this? This is our 830 opening price, right? The breaker formed here. Breaker got activated, right? Price confirmed that this is a breaker after it did a stop hunt. Then it formed a fair value gap here. And price came all the way up to which level? Exactly at the 830 opening. And it then got rejected towards sell side liquidity, and it offered sell side liquidity down here. Make sense? Oh, thank you for the donation, Omar. How do you do it when you draw horizontal line and the line just goes perfectly horizontal on its own? I don't know how to do it, and I don't overtrade again, master. And don't overtrade. Yes. Yes, that was so silly of me, like pushing 2 buttons here, folks. It's okay. I don't care about this. It's so silly. So as per your question, go on your keyboard. I don't know if you can see mine. Put the shift, hold the shift button. So first put the line here, right? And then hold the shift button, and that shift button will make the line straight. And if you want to put if you like, look at when I'm putting the lines, like look at here, it's like the lines are like attracted to the swing highs. How do I do it? You have to turn on this magnet here that you see. Put it on weak magnet. If you are putting it on strong magnet, you won't be able to like customize it. It's just gonna be so strong. So weak magnet here, and when you are drawing the line, hold the shift button. So what am I doing here? I'm waiting to see another nice trade idea, okay? All that price is doing is just building more and more liquidity levels. Right, so many liquidity to our sell side right here. And we were right identifying the drawn liquidity here, right? But what happened is like we were not right to identify from where price will reject. So that's another skill that you need to build in yourself, like to identify from where price will reject. But again, losing is inevitable, folks. Okay, 920 to 940 is the highest macro, like the most high probability macro that I use, but it doesn't mean that I'm not gonna lose. So it took a long time for me to understand. So we have a breaker here. We got a swing low inside the breaker. We got equal highs up here. So let's see if price is clearing out these equal highs now. So so much liquidity to our sell side. This is the reason that I'm not gonna take it. I see the setup from the breaker here. Do you guys see it? We're just gonna tape read this setup, okay, folks? It's just a low probability setup. Should I take it on my demo account just to test it out? Right, let's take it on demo. Just gonna wait. Let's see if price is going below this swing low. My entry is gonna be here, because what is this? These are relative equal lows, and we have a fair value gap. Makes sense why I'm looking for an entry here. So let's see another trade that we're gonna take here. Fair value gap got hit. Anyway, I'm just gonna tape read this. So I want to see price going up from here. The trade idea is gonna be this. I don't believe this will work out. That's why I'm not gonna take it, because again, we have so many liquidity to our sell side, right? And this is the reason why I'm avoiding this trade. If this is not holding price, and most probably it won't, like, see how many PDRAs failed. That's why I didn't took it. Even though I saw this high probability fair value gap, I didn't took it, because price failed this in fair value gap to get support towards buy side. Makes sense? So now we can expect to see price going lower, and even the breaker that we have here, it failed. The mean threshold of this it failed. So yes, price not respecting any PDRAs. Yes, it's just like randomly delivering by respecting the retail theory. But it's okay, as long as I told you guys, this is gonna be the last line of defense. These order blocks, are sending price higher, right? So the trade idea that I talked about, it will be like something like this: putting a stop loss below the order blocks, targeting like 2R from here, targeting this swing high. So again, we still have chance to enter if price is returning back to this inversion or somewhere. So 830 price again. See from where price is showing weakness. What is this line? It's not about these order blocks or anything here. It's about the 830 opening price. So it came down to the fair value gap here. I want to see speed in delivery now, and I want to see price moving towards buy side now, as we took orders from this fair value gap here. So a delivery, something like this. Our last line of defense is gonna be these order blocks again. So beautiful support, right, folks? So see how price is showing weakness at 830 price level, right? Do you guys see that? And I told you guys that there are 3 types of opening price that is gonna be important. This was one of it. So are you guys learning from today's stream? There are so many things you learned. Like even when I lost that trade, that's another time when you learned. When I'm dropping the jam, you are learning, right? So let me know in the chat if you are learning or not. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you. That's what I like, that you guys are learning. So another, it would have been like a good trade, right? But again, we don't care. On 1 minute chart, we had a fair value gap here. On 1 minute chart, we had yeah, same, the fair value gap here, the same fair value gap. So again, do you guys see why this fair value gap was high probability? So I'm gonna take this trade into a winning trade consideration, right? We are learning here. That's what we are doing. We're learning how to read price. So another nice little trade into our winning zone. Some of you are gonna be telling me like, okay, Hydra, you didn't push the button, so how is it a winning trade? But I did exactly the same if I'm taking like a winning trade. My entry was here, right? I told you guys that even when price was coming down, I told you guys, okay, this is a high probability fair value gap. Then when price traded inside this order block, I told you guys that this is gonna be a high probability, sorry, this is gonna be our last line of defense. Then again, 2R, beautiful 2R. So we are done delivering towards buy side. We cleared out major liquidity levels, right? Equal highs. We still have some left at this one. As I told you guys when I started my stream, the folks who are watching me since the beginning, I told you guys that this level is gonna be a point of interest to keep an eye on. We have an inversion right here. We also have a CB, and I explained to you guys like why we are expecting price to reach here, because 0.5 is aligning perfectly with this CB. If I take you guys on the 4-hour chart, and if I measured this fair value gap, this inversion, you'll see that 0.5 is here. Thank you, mentor. Just hit new day opening gap. Yeah, we're gonna see what price is doing here. We cleared out like the most of the liquidities, but for me to short or to look for a short is gonna be from price coming up and hitting this. So folks, I'm gonna tape read till like PM session today. So are you guys with me? If you guys are with me, I'm gonna continue the stream till PM session. Good. So let me know how many of you are gonna be here. So let's do a poll again. If majority are saying they're gonna be here, I'm gonna continue the stream. Wait for poll, guys. So push no if you are like if you have work to do, or if you're not gonna be in the stream. And if you are gonna be in the stream, push yes. So we got support from the fair value gap again. BC right here. We formed equal high, so I believe price will continue going higher. Again, another signal here. So how am I gonna look at this trade idea? Entry here, right? With a stop loss like suppose below here. Where can I put my stop loss? Yes. and targeting like 2 hour. So see, price is giving us multiple chance to enter. So many chance that it gave us here to enter. And what is the target? This fair value gap, this inversion, and this small unfilled fair value gap on hourly chart, this CB. So see, I'm only tape reading, folks, okay? These are not my high probability model, and this is not inside what? My macro. Look at the time now, 10:13. That's why I'm not gonna take it. I'm only gonna look for a trade when price is trading inside my macros, and that's when I believe that we'll have a good trade idea with high probability of winning. Until then, we are just gonna do things like this. Once we get into our next macro is starting at 10:20, okay? If I see a setup, I'm gonna take it on demo. I'm gonna do the demo trade. And again, you are here to learn the logic, how to read the price. So that's what you should be focusing here. We already called the market higher beautifully from this order block. So suppose if I took a loss here, right? So suppose I didn't push the button here again, I would have pushed the button here. So that's what I did wrong. Now, again, are you learning? Like, you should not push button 2 times in a single macro. Going higher. Please make sure you have something to eat. Most of the time I don't eat at the morning. So either I'm like taking a cereal or something like that, like very like small, not so hard food. It's just like the normal ones, and that's it. I take the lunch like at 2 o'clock. I don't trade 30-second chart, but believe me, you can learn most from it and apply it even weekly charts. Remember, price is fractal. I learned so much from HYDRA just watching him. Thank you, master. You're welcome, Mohammed. Such a beautiful comment. So 84% of the people want to see me continuing it, so I'm gonna continue, folks. Okay, I'm gonna continue, and I'm glad to see that so many of you are learning from here. So this is my aim, to spread as much value as possible. So again, another nice trade idea, right? So it's gonna hit our TP at 2 hours. So if I would have taken one trade here and one trade another one, I would have mitigated my loss. But do I feel regret that I didn't push the button? No, because the same thing I'm gonna repeat tomorrow again. It's as simple as this, folks. Did anyone took this trade? Let me know, folks. When I called the market here at 9:50, did anyone took this trade here, targeting like buy side liquidity? Anyone? Or when you took the trade, did you make the money? So only Michelle took the trade. Ahmed, yes. Sam, yes. VP, yeah. Ahmed Mustafa, done way before. Took it because SMT minute 1. Yes, I took that long. Took. Yes. Okay, so many people took it. I'm glad to help this many people. Now, did anyone push the button here? How many of you push the button here? Okay, not my trade. Okay, but a lot of you took it, right? After I gave you guys the signal and I explained to you why we want to see price going higher. Make sense? What's the difference between CB? BC is a bullish fair value gap. CB is a bearish fair value gap. There's no other difference. It's just the name. You can do like plus fair value gap, or you can do like minus fair value gap. But BC and CB has another meaning, like we expect to see if a fair value gap is failing. Okay, this is where a good time to take a partial, because we hit a higher time frame level, right? And this is the good time to minimize your stop loss to break even. Why? I'm gonna explain to you guys why. Why should you put your stop loss to break even? Look here, what do you guys see? This is what? This is a BC, right? And just below this BC, what do we have? We have these order blocks. So that means what? This order block is gonna be our last line of defense. And if you are putting your stop loss at the break even, you are safe. Because if price is failing this order block, you're probably wrong. Price will go lower. We still have so many liquidity to our sell side liquidity. To our sell side, right? Okay, what was I talking about? Yeah, so BC, BC full meaning is buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So that means what? If buy side is, if price is respecting this fair value gap, suppose it's a bullish fair value gap, that's what I'm talking about. BC, buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So if price is respecting this BC, price will go higher. If price is not respecting that BC, that means what? We can use it as an inversion. So that name has this meaning. So how many trades on stream today we outlined and turned out to be a winning trade? 2 in the morning, 2 here, 2 losses, right? So we outlined like 2, 4, 5, 6, 6 trades, and 2 turned out to be a losing trade. So isn't it a good ratio, folks? Isn't it a good ratio? Losing 2 and making money in 4. So that means what? I'm gaining back all the profit, all the money that I lost, and I'm making even more. And the best thing about this stream is that you not only look for a trade idea, you are learning as well. You are learning how to read price. So price forms so many equal highs. So again, if price is coming out, okay, there's another thing, folks. How do I trade this kind of scenario? If price is coming down before clearing out this equal high, hitting this BC, price will go higher. So another trade idea that I see from this BC with a stop loss below this order block, targeting like 2R, and we are trading inside our macro 10-20. So I'm done for today, but if you are not done, it depends on you if you are taking the trade or not. But again, why this BC is high probability? Who can tell me why this BC is high probability? Okay, see that price is coming up and clearing out this equal high. So that means what? This trade idea is not valid that I was talking about, like taking a trade from this BC. Why? Because price is coming up and it's clearing out strong liquidities that we wanted to see as a target. If the only time I would have taken this setup, if suppose the equal highs are still intact, price is coming down, and that's the time when I will know, okay, price is just coming down to a discount level to move higher. But if price is clearing out these equal highs and hitting this CB, that means what? Price is done delivering buy side liquidity. It will go down as we have so many unfilled fair value gaps and targets lower. So many jams today, folks. So many jams. Like if you're just taking notes, I believe it will be like 2 pages of notes. Yeah, so price is coming down. It's better not be SMT. Can anyone confirm me if it's SMT or not up here? I'm gonna check as well. Okay, it's not a SMT, so that means what? This is a high probability target. So how many of you took this trade? Let me know. This is hitting our TP and we are sure about it. How many of you are making money in this trade? Let me know in the chat. Put yes, okay? Put W, not yes. W, W, W. Spam the chat with W. This is another trade, another great trade idea. And I didn't took it, but I believe most of you took it. Now, where's my part? You guys are making money from my calling, so do some donation, folks, okay? Do some donations. But anyway, I'm happy that you guys are making money. You guys are understanding why we are doing the things that we are doing here. We are learning how to read price. And see, when you learn how to read price, it becomes so much clear to you what price is gonna do afterwards, right? So again, this fair value gap is again high probability. If price is coming down inside this fair value gap, I'm gonna, yes, you can tip me, JT. The donation button is always open. What's your live schedule? This week I'm gonna go live every single day. Every single day. Watch dollar and see the breaker. Okay, dollar. Let's take a look on dollar. Okay. So we got a breaker on dollar. But again, there are a couple of things like price already did a stop hunt here. So this fair value gap is gonna be our last line of defense. What do I mean by last line of defense? Mean that this is where our stop loss is gonna be. This is where we will expect price to short from. If price is going above it, we are probably gonna be wrong. So again, dollar is supporting our trade idea on NASDAQ. Equal lows down here. We wanna see price coming down at this level. Makes sense, folks? Are you guys understanding the way I'm teaching you how to read price? We had more winning trades than we lost. Isn't it what we aim for? Winning more than we lose. When we lose, we don't care about our losing trade. So I'm gonna put again, folks, look carefully. From where did price showed rejection? 830 opening price, right? From where did price got support here? 930 opening price. So another gem, folks. The opening price that I mentioned to you guys is also applicable on dollar, forex, Bitcoin as well. On Bitcoin, we don't see the volatility at 930 because that's not how they control it. But again, the logic is same. Price still respects these opening lines on crypto, on dollar, on any other pair, folks. Like if you go on your EU, if you go on EU chart, okay, I'm gonna take you guys. Let's see what NASDAQ is doing. Okay, I believe we'll have another trade idea. As long as this is not a SMT, I'm open to buy another contract. So see, we don't have a SMT up here. That means what? This is a strong target. And if I show you guys the other two charts that I'm watching together, look here, folks. This fair value gap is at discount, right? So I'm allowing price to come down to this fair value gap. And on DOW form what? Every single candle will give you the narrative. Every single candle will tell you where price wanna go next. Equal lows down here, right? So what I wanna see on DOW, price coming down, then going up. If it's coming down, what it will do? It will hit this fair value gap that it didn't already. So again, do you guys see that? The model that I shared with you all, how high probability it is? How many times we spotted this model already? Swing low. Why this fair value gap is important? Why this fair value gap is high probability? Because we have equal lows above it, right? So when you see a scenario like this, we saw the same scenario. Okay, so this one went lower and it hit the break even. So from this level, right, it hit the break even trade. So again, no loss. As I told you guys, if you were following my the way I was like telling you guys to put the stop loss at break even, I believe you didn't take a loss here. We'll be still looking for another trade, folks. Okay, we are trading, we are live streaming. So how many trades now? We had 3 win, 3 losses, and 1 with like break even. So I'm gonna be considering like 4 win and 2 losses, because this one is not a loss. Again, as I was talking about dollar, folks, okay, DOW, let's focus here. Order block, right? So I want to see price respecting these order blocks on dollar, on US30, and this breaker failed on dollar as well. So as long as price is going up, okay, now that I'm looking at dollar, I believe price will continue going lower. Why? Because do you guys see a bullish breaker here? But again, look here, folks. Look here close, that we have the order blocks here, and I'm gonna measure these order blocks. As long as price is not closing a candle's body below the mean threshold of these order blocks, we are safe. We are still gonna go higher. Makes sense? And we have so much liquidity towards buy side up here. So I'm probably gonna take this trade on my demo account. I wanna see price going up above this fair value gap. If it's going up above this fair value gap, that means what? Price is confirming to me where it wanna go. But again, not a good correlation with dollar. Like dollar moving up, DOW is also moving up. So this is why I'm not gonna push button from here, this level. I'm gonna wait for price to show me the sign that it wanna move higher. Okay, I'm gonna put the alert here. Price came down. Look at the levels, folks, from where price is getting support. The upper quadrant, right? So this is how we will see the gun box. We will use this gun box like this. Again, I'm not pushing button because look at dollar. Dollar is not behaving the way we want to see. Dollar still has equal highs up here. Right, do you guys see it? So it's logical for dollar to reach for these equal highs. And we also got a breaker, nice beautiful support from the breaker. So I believe dollar will reach for these blue lines that you guys see. And again, this is another trade idea that we're gonna be tape reading. Not taking it as an entry. Stop loss gonna be below here, and targeting like 2R. But again, not a great trade idea. That's why I'm not pushing the button here. Look at the delivery, folks. Look at the delivery. It's too, like, it's not as precise there as we wanna see, right? It's just chopping around. So once price gets cleaner, I'm expecting to take another trade in front of you guys. Until now, we're just gonna be tape reading. So we're gonna tape read this setup. We wanna see price moving higher. We have equal highs up here, and this is not a SMT. Now I'm gonna take you guys on Forex, and we'll see like how Forex is behaving. We got our breaker down here. Why this candle is a breaker? All of these candles are breaker because we got a swing low down here. If I drop down to like 15-second or 10-second chart, you will see a swing low. It's not visible here, but this is a swing low on lower time frame. So we got order block with fair value gap. If dollar, we are expecting dollar to move higher, right? So if dollar is moving higher, now let me show you guys the dollar chart. What do we have here? We have order block with the fair value gap, same scenario on dollar as well. The algorithm is just repeating the same structure. So order block, I want to see dollar going higher from this PDA, order block with fair value gap, and that's what making this PDA a high probability PDA. Now let's see Nasdaq. If dollar is going higher, Nasdaq from here will probably go lower. What we are doing here, we are not trading, folks, so keep that in mind. We are tape reading. We are reading price, what it's gonna do or not. We have equal highs above here right? So this fair value gap turned into inversion. We have so many equal highs up here as well. So we got a bullish breaker, folks. Okay, it's not, the breaker is not activated yet. So again, another trade idea is gonna be here. If you want to be like more precise, then push the button when I'm pushing the button, because I'm only gonna push the button when I have a higher probability over losing. That's a skill that you probably don't have, but that's a skill that I have. Like, see, I'm avoiding so many losses because why? Because I believe that trade is gonna be turning out to be a losing trade because of the price behavior and things like that. So I'm watching this little part here as well as the inversion that we have. So open yourself to learning, folks. Okay, take the mind out from where you always want to take a trade. Breaker again inside our macro, getting support. Beautiful. This is gonna be our DOL. Now you can ask me a question like, Hydra, how am I gonna know that a BC or inversion will fail and turn out to be another inversion? This is how you know, based on the liquidities. Where do we have a strong liquidity level? Up here. So this CB right here, we will expect to see it getting filled, right? So that's how you know which fair value gap is gonna fail, which fair value gap is gonna support price. So again, expecting higher prices. Price hit the breaker again. I want to see price expecting going higher. So what's gonna be the trade idea here? I already told you guys that what's gonna be the trade idea with a stop loss below here. I believe I already talked about it, right? Like, we wanna see price getting support, and it's so like visible to our from here. Like, did you guys understood? Okay, let me know in the chat if you guys understood why I was expecting a long from here. Engage with me, talk with me, tell me why. Did you understood the logic me calling a long from this level? So see, this is how you know that these fair value gaps are gonna get failed. So another gem for you guys, and you are spotting it live here, that how am I gonna know, Hydra, that this fair value gap or that fair value gap is gonna fail? When we have strong liquidity levels like this, that fair value gap is gonna fail. If that fair value gap is opposing the trade idea. Our trade idea is price reaching all the way up here. Now that price moved in my favor and came so close to these equal highs, I'm gonna minimize my stop loss. I'm gonna tell you guys why. Because these are rejection block, right? Price already rejected by forming equal highs up here. Price can repeat the same behavior again, so you'll have to be cautious that price can still do the same thing, like coming up, forming a SMT most probably, and then going down. No breaker in it. What do you mean? This is a breaker. Don't you see? Stop hunt. So what do we had here? We had these equal lows, price came down, cleared out the equal lows, then we had a inversion right here, beautiful support from this inversion as well, and the breaker right here. So now do you see the breaker here? So again, look at the delivery, folks. It's so choppy. Right? So that's what I told you guys, that when you see this kind of scenario, like price moving towards these equal highs and it's so near to clear it out, that's when you move your stop loss. If price wanna clear these equal highs out, it will do so with speed when it's near to these liquidity levels. That's when you know, that's how you know when price will become speedy, when price will deliver liquidity with speed, with more volatility, right? See, another jam here. When do you expect volatility? When do you trail your stop loss? When price is near to equal highs, that's when you move your stop loss. See, now I'm gonna move my stop loss more and I'm gonna put it below this inversion. I see you use 30 seconds. Do you like that better than 1 minute? Also, price is delivering from the 4-hour fair value gap. So another good trade idea, folks. So as per your question, JT, to me, if you know how to read price action on higher time frame, you will be able to do that on lower time frame as well. It doesn't matter. Why am I looking at 30 seconds? But because 30 seconds will give me more trade ideas compared to 1 or 3 minute and stuff like that, and that will be very beneficial for me to differentiate between which trade is low probability and which trade is high probability, because I'm spotting more trades here, right, on 30 seconds. On 1 minute, yes, there are trades, but if I take you guys on 30 seconds, see how clean it is. So again, price formed what? Equal highs. That means what? A signature from price that it will come back to this level. See, price formed equal highs, it went down, hit the order blocks that it formed here, and then it went up. See the logic, folks? That's what I'm teaching you, showing you guys here. Not giving you signal, not focusing on there, but focusing on how to read price. So do you guys think, like, if you spend 6 months with me, like daily I'm doing this, will you guys improve in reading price action? Like, suppose straight 6 months every day I'm streaming like this, telling you what price is gonna do candle by candle. Will you learn? Do you think like you will progress better than before? Now let's go to, folks, Euro USD. And why am I here? Because to show you guys how the price lines 830, 930 price lines are still effective and gives a great deal of precision knowing where price is gonna go next. So what do you guys see here? We have 930 opening price. Do you guys see that after price went up, close the candle body below it? This is the exact level from where it got rejection. 830 opening price, price closed the candle body below it. That's when you know that price will go lower. What's the name of this indicator? Is free. This is the name, ICT everything, by Cold Brew Roche. Cold Brew Roche. I don't know him, but he made a very good indicator. And again, folks, like, how do you know that price will respect this 830 opening price? When you see equal lows like this, that's when you know where price is going. So respect of the inversion again. How many of you took the trade? Let me know in the chat how many of you took the trade. Making some money. How much money you made here already? So you should have taken a partial as soon as we cleared out these equal highs. I believe this is something that I don't have to tell you guys anymore, because I always preach about that. When you see price clearing out equal highs, you take a partial up here. So see, we had a break-even trade. Did we get inside the revenge trading zone? No. We saw a chart with logic. So TP hit from the breaker here with a stop loss below the inversion, targeting 2R. I'm up 1.8k. Where's my percentage, John? Donate some, okay? Oh, okay. So do you guys see that? How price formed equal highs, and when price does that, that's the time when you know price will move towards this liquidity level. You will only have to find out from which PD area price is gonna do that. So we got order blocks here again. I believe you are done with the trade, but if you are not, then you are gonna put your stop loss below the breaker. Sorry, these order blocks, these are not breaker yet. So what's the logic? Me telling you that you should put the stop loss below here, because price already offered so much buy side liquidity, right? It cleared out most of the buy side liquidity from towards here by clearing by offering liquidity towards these equal highs. So we don't have any other strong target towards buy side liquidity other than this unfilled fair value gap. So price does not need to hit this fair value gap to go down. Make sense? This is why I told you guys that put your stop loss below here. Now, what did we form here, folks? Again, equal lows. Do you guys see that how beautiful it is to read price? It just like everything here is predetermined. You will just have to learn where to focus. Equal low got taken out. We have a fair value gap. I want to see support from here. So how many times you saw that the high probability model that I shared with you all today, how many times you saw it repeating? So many times. We had the same logic here, equal lows above the fair value gap, price respected it. Then again here, folks, it's so small. The signature here is so small, but it was visible. Look here. Equal lows, fair value gap. So as I told you guys, the stop loss is gonna be right here. If you are, see, this is the logic. Like, if price is going below this, I hope you guys understood like what logic I was talking about. Then this is gonna be turning into an inversion. Sorry, breaker. So price did a stop hunt down here, and we already got our profit, right? The folks who took that trade from here, we already got our 2R. So today we had 5 winning trades, and 5 winning trades, 2 losses, 1 break even. Are you guys enjoying my stream? That's a good risk to reward ratio. Tanya had over 1700 viewers. No promotion of any mentorship. It depends on the person, folks. Okay, if they want to launch, every single one of them will launch mentorship. Every single one of them, because it just like we are doing this for money, right? This is why are you trading? Because you want to earn more money, right? So that's another income stream that opens another point for you to earn more money. So why not? I believe like if you have the skill and people want to learn from you, then why not? It depends on the person who want to buy it. It's at the end of the day, it's your decision if you want to take it or not, right? And trust me, every one of them will launch mentorship. It's just that they're not gonna do it now, but they will do it, because that's a lot of money, folks. So no one wanna miss the chance to earn money. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. So that's like our launching mentorship. That's like easy money, and that also like another income stream. So I'm also gonna recommend you guys to do that. Like now you are building your experience, right? So what I did when I was learning ICT, I used to post my chart on Twitter. That's how I got the clout. That's how people knew me. So build a fan base of yours, right? When you are learning, post your chart there, post the jams on Twitter. That's how people will know you. And when you become a pro, when you become a professional and elite in this game, more and more people will come for you. And trust me, folks, if you have the skill, that's the same exact word our mentor always tells us. No, you don't need to clout. It's just like you are open. You want to build a future in trading, right? So why not like think about another income stream? So our mentor always tells us, folks, if you don't have the money but have the skill, and if you are able to show it to the people live, people will throw money at you. Okay, there's one Twitter space that I'm gonna recommend to you guys from our mentor. I'm just being honest with you guys, okay? It's not like I'm promoting anything. It's just me being honest with the follower, the people who are watching me. This is the...
should be hearing me. That day when I asked you, when you got millions of dollars in the bank, who did stuff and getting out there and getting dirty and doing it wrong and learning from it? That's the part that I thought was the prevention for me to, like, I looked at it like I'm never gonna get this.
Man is like dropping jams on psychology in this stream, in this Twitter space.
Are you okay? Yeah, I'm just frustrated. What's wrong? You won't understand. And she wouldn't have, even my uncle wouldn't have understood, because I was trading live money, doing trades that I could not really realistically afford. And when they went bad, they were bad. But when they were good, I contained that, and I kept telling myself this.
Do you guys see that? When they were bad, it was bad, but when it was good, I contained that. Now this is someone like who has 30 years of experience behind him speaking. He's sharing his beginning stages of journey. This man is our mentor, right? This Twitter space is what I'm gonna recommend to all of you. Just listen to it, okay? Give it some time. It's like 1 hour, 30 minutes. Every single moment when he speaks here, you will enjoy it to the tick.
How you keep going. When they look at you and they look down at you and they think that you're a friggin' bum, that you're never gonna amount to anything because you live below your mean. Guess what? They don't know the real you. They can't see the real you. The real you is that person that knows that you don't have it yet right now. You know it right now. You don't have it.
Do you guys see that? What he's doing here? He's telling us that the people who think you are a bum don't care about that. You keep pushing. You know right now you don't have the skill, but in future you will have it.
Power to do it yet, but you know you're getting, and you're not gonna take no for an answer. You're not gonna be like, no one's gonna convince you that you can't do it. No one's gonna sell you an idea that's gonna distract you and prolong the process.
Anyway, that's the best. I probably listened to it like more than 20 times. When I was working, I used to listen to it like every single day when I felt like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to make it on trading. Then this man comes in, drops so much psychology. So just take the title and search it on YouTube. You will find it. ICT Stream of Consciousness Thoughts. It was his like second Twitter space. So it's very old. So price cleared out, equal highs again, right? And it's yet to hit the CB right here, folks. So we are trading inside another macro. I wanna look for a bearish trade, and the bearish trade will be visible to me once price is hitting the CB up here. So again on dollar we had another nice call. Okay, so on dollar, let's talk about dollar, folks. What do you guys saw here? Order block, fair value gap, and we call the market where? Higher to what level? These equal highs. Price delivered this equal high and even more. Then what can you learn from here? You are learning that when price generates these equal highs, price most of the time will not clear that liquidity level at the same time. It will just go towards like sell side liquidity or like the discount range. Once it takes order from the discount range, it will push higher. Makes sense? Now where is dollar going next? This is the PDA. We'll keep an eye on this last up close candle working here as an order block. And what are we expecting on Nasdaq? We are expecting to see a short. Now it's going opposite direction with the dollar, right? So let's see what dollar is showing to us. We need more clean views. If dollar is reaching up here at this swing high, we'll probably have a 2-hour trade on Nasdaq. So makes sense. And I believe like price will just return back to a discount level, and I'm going to identify the last line of defense for us to expect higher prices on dollar. This PDA right here, my friends, is going to be our point of interest, this breaker right here. Why? What do you guys see here? This is what? This is fair value gap. So if price is coming down, we are expecting to see price getting support from it. If this one is getting broken, we will expect to see price going lower as we have lower liquidity levels. So Nasdaq again, I told you guys that I want to see price going short from this level right here, from this CB that we have on hourly chart. Do you guys see that? And this CB is inside this 4-hour inversion. We got hourly fair value gap right here, which failed, turned into inversion. So I'm gonna, why am I keeping an eye on 4-hour inversion rather than keeping an eye on hourly inversion? Because 4-hour is always, higher time frame is always greater than lower time frame. See, so many people left from stream. Like there was 700 people that they left once I took a loss. So it's glad that like they left, because they are the people who only want to take the signal, not to learn. Those who stayed here, didn't you learn a lot of stuff? And we even had a couple of winning trades, right? We are tape reading and we are gaining our experience, and at the same time we are making money. In trading, we want to win more than we lose, and that's what we are doing here. We took 2 losses, 1 break even, but didn't we have like more winning trades? Yes, that's the aim, to win more. When we win more, we don't care about losing trade. So price did another thing here, folks. Like, see, price is leaving signatures. Do you guys see what it is? It's a equal high, right? More like a trend line liquidity. So that means what? So the main point of interest here is not the liquidity level. Liquidity is just working as these equal highs are just working as a confirmation. But the point of interest is this fair value gap on hourly chart that is unfilled. It's not a breakaway gap, okay? Was it a breakaway gap? No, this one didn't got filled. So we are gonna expect to see when a breakaway gap gets filled, folks, we expect to see that breakaway gap turning into a inversion, like price not respecting it. If that fair value gap is not a breakaway gap, like this one is not a breakaway gap, we'll expect to see price respecting fair value gap. Make sense? So now we'll have to find out from where price can go higher. This level right here looks good to me. So I'm gonna share another trade idea, folks. From this inversion with a stop loss below this candle here, targeting like 2R. Or even like higher, like this swing high up here. So do you guys see the logic why I told you guys that I see another trade idea here? Because we had this swing low where? Inside this breaker, and that's what making this breaker again high probability. How will you know that price will retrace, come back to a breaker, and then like it will move towards buy side liquidity or towards your DOL? That's how you know. When price is coming towards your PDA, you want to see price forming equal highs. When price is doing that, that's when you will know, okay, your trade idea is gonna work. So again, very small stop loss. We are expecting like price going even higher, like suppose up here, because we have this PDA up here. So another confirmation, this fair value gap failed. Okay, I want to see this one getting filled. Okay, I want to see price closing a candle's body above this CB. If price is doing that, then that's what? That's a confirmation from price that it wanna go higher. Makes sense, folks? Can I expect to see thumbs up from you? Like if this don't make you to thumbs up, I don't know like what you were expecting. So see, partial coming up here. So what's the number of this winning trade? Oh, I forgot the counting. How much was it? 5 winning trades. Now this is the 6th one. Isn't it the 6th one? Or am I wrong? Is it 5 or 6 winning trade? Let me know in the chat, folks. Is it the number 5 or number 6 winning trade? Oh, it's the 6th. Yeah, I know. This is the 6th winning trade. We had 2 losses because we got impulsive, right? And 1 break even. And now I'm going to trail my stop loss at break even. So suppose you took entry here. That's okay. We are targeting higher, folks. This fair value gap is our target. So either way, if you were like if you took entry here, or suppose here, you are making 2R. Now tell me, can you fake this skill that I'm showing you guys here? You cannot fake it. This is the really real stuff, folks. What you are seeing here, you want to reach at this level. So spam the chat with W. Let me know how many of you took this trade. How many of you took this trade, folks? I want to see how many of you made money, how much you made, how much percentage you made. And don't forget to give my share, okay? I don't see you guys donating anything. You guys are making money, and share my part, folks. Now let's take a look at anyway, how many of you took this trade? Let me know in the chat. We are losing, but we are winning more and more, and we are learning. We are not just winning, we are learning. So we got fair value gap here. Did price do this? Okay, so the fair value gap model that I shared with you all, it's here. Do you guys see that? What is making this fair value gap a high probability fair value gap? I know you already have the answer. How many of you took it? W1, 2, 3, 4. W2 are on my evolution account. That's great, Tom. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 people took it. So from this stream, are you guys profitable for today? Are you guys green or red? Let me know. Okay, I'm gonna do a poll. Let me know, are you green or red? Are you green or red for the day? So the folks who are in a loss, that will not show you your red, green. Green means you are in profit, red means you are in drawdown. I believe like the folks who took the trades that I gave as a signal, they're already in green, right? And we are still gonna continue streaming, folks. If you guys are here supporting my stream, I'm gonna continue streaming it. So I don't want to see you guys leaving. If you guys leave, if the view gets lower than 350, I'm gonna close the stream. As long as it's above 350, we will do like the whole day today, and we stream, and we'll see how many trades we can take in a day. Are you guys with me? So I was talking about this fair value gap, right? How this fair value gap became a high probability fair value gap. How? Because we had this swing low down here, right? So when we have swing low above or inside a fair value gap, that fair value gap becomes high probability. And trust me, no one else shared this model, this high probability model with you all, ever. They all will preach, okay, I know how to read price, I know blah blah blah, that stuff, but they never shared gems like this. These are the real gems. This is what gives you confidence in a trade. And Q again. So look here, folks, okay, another great call. We wanted to see short from here. Okay, let's go back to dollar. Let's build a narrative here on dollar. So we are not just gonna trade blindly. Dollar came so up and it cleared out the swing high from here, and we had an order block, I believe, here. Yeah, so this is now our breaker. That means what? We are gonna expect to see dollar moving even higher. What can be our target? This PD area right here. This breaker is gonna be our target. So see, this is a small move, but on our indices chart, this will give us minimum 2 hour. What is this? This is our breaker. We want to see price supporting, going up, and this is going to be our target on dollar. And let's take a look on NASDAQ. Let's see if we can spot another. Let me hide all the drawings that I did here. These are not necessary now. We'll look for new trade ideas. So what I'm going to do here, I'm going to look for a breaker inside 1120 macro. Look at the time, folks. It's 10:50 to 11:10 is a macro, and 11:20 to 11:40 is our another macro. I'm watching from my laptop and phone. Okay, thank you. Hi Anas, will you be doing streaming every day from now? I used to see your streaming, but you stopped coming again. Yeah, it's not, but this week I'm gonna do stream every single day. I'm not sure about like what I'm gonna do afterwards, but this week I'm gonna do stream every single day. Price reading, no trade. Yes, Jay, that's the best thing that you are doing. You are gaining experience, so never feel sad when you are tape reading. A little bit of red. So how many people are green? 61%. 39% are red on day. How? We had so many winning trades here. How come you are still red? Red. If we're like taking every single trade that I'm telling you guys to as a signal with risk management, I believe that you will be in profitability. You will be in winning side. Direct red, I don't know how. A little in red, but only because of my last bad decision. Your trades have been great, learning so much. Yes, that's what we aim for. I'm only trying out a small challenge account, bruv. Hopefully I get this down by you. Don't depend on me, okay? The aim of our stream is to make you independent, not make you like dependent on me. So we got our breaker here, we got another stop hunt. So now I'm gonna drop down to the 30-second chart, and this will give us our trade idea that we were looking for. The 30-second chart, do you guys see the breaker here? So how am I gonna know that this breaker will support price going lower even before price activates the breaker? What do you guys see here? What is this? This is inversion, and if I put the measurement tool, I don't need to, my subconscious mind is doing that, but for you to understand, I'm gonna put it. The mean threshold of this, the midway of this inversion got broken. So we can expect to see price continuing the trend lower, okay? Why? Because we still have so much liquidity down here, but the safe entry will be price closing a candle body below the breaker, and then we are taking a trade. So that's what I'm gonna wait for, and we are not inside a macro yet. Look at the time, 10:50 to 11:10. Our macro is gonna start at what time? 11:20 to 11:40. So let me just mark the time here, and this is the period when we'll be looking for a trade. Why inside specific time windows we look for a trade? Because that's when we know price will become volatile. That's when we know with a high degree of certainty that that trade will become a high probability trade. So we got so many order blocks here, as well as the breaker. Do you guys see that? Look, Dixie, yeah, let's take a look on dollar. So dollar is still pushing higher, and as I told you guys, the dollar will push higher. That means what? We can expect to see a short on NASDAQ, but that's not how price moves every single time. Price will not just move opposite to dollar every single. If it was like doing that, everyone would have been profitable, right? Just identify where dollar is gonna go and do the opposite thing on NASDAQ, but that's not what happens 100%. You'll have to have a good idea of liquidity levels and stuff like that. So this is what we are targeting. This is our breaker, bearish breaker on dollar. I already told you guys that this is what we are looking as a target. Oh, my chart is looking so choppy. Oh, now it's good. Now it's good. This is gonna be our last line of defense, folks, to expect higher prices on dollar. NASDAQ again. We are not looking for a trade yet. We are gonna look for it when we are trading inside 11:20 to 11:40 period. We don't have 30-second chart. It doesn't matter if you have 30-second or not, because where did I give you guys the signal to buy? Here, right? So I'm gonna take you guys on 1 minute chart, and I'm gonna show you how, if you don't have the 30-second, how can you trade the trades that I'm calling on 30-second. So let's go. We're gonna use the replay mode here, and this is the level where I gave you guys a signal, right? As soon as price cleared it out. Now if you are watching it on 1 minute chart, same scenario. See, you will just have to show the breaker gets smaller on 1 minute, right? So on 30-second, it's just a little bit more dense. So what you will do, you will put your stop loss a little bit lower, and you will take the entry from where I'm calling the price, exactly at this level. You are watching 30-second with me. So once this fair value gap turned into inversion, right? I told you guys that this is what you should be looking for, and this is what's giving us confidence. So now I'm gonna take you guys back on 1 minute chart and see. As soon as you saw that I told you that inversion got activated, you could have push button here. So don't give me an excuse like you don't have 30 seconds, that's why you couldn't push the button. You can always be able to push the button on 1 minute chart, even if I'm giving you signal from 30 seconds. It doesn't matter. So now you know how to take that trade on 1 minute, right? You can still manage. The Kaishar is still saying we don't have 30-second chart, so we can't manage the risk like you. You can. See, I just shared the logic with you. This is the same price. This is the same logic. We have the breaker here. You put your stop loss below the breaker and you let the trade go. See? The thing is that you are scared of taking the trade. You are doubting that it's gonna turn into a loss. Yes, there's always a chance of losing, but don't go there when you where you doubt the trade. So we have so many equal lows down here, and we had this equal high. We cleared it out, and we are still trading inside what? Our this CB from the hourly chart. Can you please explain breaker and inversion? So I already did it multiple times. Just go on my YouTube channel, and here you will see me making a video about inversion and then macro with breaker. These two are the model that I use, about the model that I'm using most of the time, breaker inside macro. So I talked in details inside these two videos how I do it, and there you have the inversion as well. So this is free. Just go on my channel and you will see it. So we formed so many equal lows down here. That means what? It's a signature from price that price wanna come lower. Now all we have to do is find out from what PDA price will reject lower. Make sense, folks? So we have a breaker up here. So even if price is like coming up towards this liquidity level, we are still bearish. And when price is coming up from for this breaker, we want to see like price forming equal lows. And that's what it's doing. So I'm just gonna go and take 1 minute break. I'm gonna make a coffee and I'm gonna come back, folks. Okay, don't leave, because if the views are getting below 350, I'm closing. So I'm back, and what do I see here now? We are pushing higher, right? We probably won't have a trade, but still I want to see like giving you guys another trade idea. I gave already like 6 winning trades, so I want to make it 7. So let's see. Let's see, folks. And if you guys are interested, we can also tape read the PM session, like the after 1 o'clock, 1:30, 120 to 140 macro, and the macros that we have at PM session. Only if you guys are interested. So it's gonna depend on you. If I'm not getting the viewers, I'm not gonna do it. So see, that's what I told you guys as a bearish PDA inversion 4-hour chart. I'm just gonna minimize it and see here. Do you guys see that breaker? This is our bearish breaker, and price is respecting this 50-minute breaker right here. Why is it a breaker? Do you guys see a swing high up here? Price went above this swing high, so this down close candle becomes what? Our breaker. So how am I gonna know, HYDRA, the price is gonna respect this breaker? And to know that, you measure it. You measure it like how? Like this. And you don't want to see price closing a candle's body above 0.5 and the upper quadrant. The wicks can go there, okay? These wicks that you guys see, it can go there. It's okay, but we don't want to see the candle's body closing, or like suppose even price is closing candle's body at the mean threshold of this breaker. This 0.25 is going to be our last line of defense. We want to see price respecting this 0.25. If 0.25, the upper quadrant is also getting broken. Anyway, okay, sorry, I was putting it wrong. The upper quadrant is 0.75. So if 0.75 is getting broken, that's when you know, okay, price will go higher. Now we're going to be looking for a short, and we have equal highs up here, and we are still not inside our macro. So do you guys see that how I'm aligning my model with time? And you thought it's hard all along. It's not hard at all. It's not hard at all, folks. Seems like price is reaching for London high. We have London high here. Let me check. We have a new day opening gap up here. And we have the midnight opening price, right? Look at the midnight opening price here. It just coming exactly at the upper quadrant, right? So as I told you guys that these two levels are gonna be our point of interest to see what price is gonna do. For price to reach for London high, the 2 o'clock okay, there's no London high. What do you mean London high? Price already cleared out this London high, balance this area here. So this is gonna be the inversion. This is gonna be the breaker. And now let's drop down to the 30-second chart. And how are we gonna look for a trade on 30 seconds? See, price is showing its path even on lower time frame. We have equal highs up here. Now let's see like if price activates a breaker here or gives us a breaker. We have a breaker here, but I want to see these down close candles turning into a breaker. This one's. It's not a breaker yet. These are order blocks, but I'm expecting these down close candle. Okay, we got it. We got a stop hunt above. Price rejecting. Now let's see if price activates this breaker. Now let's take a look at dollar quickly. On dollar, we want to see price moving higher because we are gonna be looking for short on indices. So we got order block here, and this is what I was teaching you guys, that when price is moving towards a PDA, and as I'm expecting to see a long from here on dollar, if you are expecting the same thing, when price is coming down to this PDA, you want to see price forming trend line liquidity or equal highs. So did price formed it here? So that's this is what? This is a signature from price that price will move higher. But again, we'll get our final confirmation from this break, from these order blocks. Again, the same logic here, folks. If the mean threshold and the lower quadrant is getting broken, 0.25, 0.5 already got broken. So see, now the last line of defense is 0.25. If this is where price is closing a candle's body, we're gonna go lower, and this is gonna be our target. Again, the same fair value gap that I taught you guys today as high probability. Do you guys see it here? What is making this fair value gap a high probability? You already know the answer, because we have equal lows above it, right? You saw so many times price respecting this fair value gap. Yes, just like other PDRAs, other concept, this one will fail, but this is a high probability PDRA. It gives a good idea knowing like where price is gonna go next. So see, once price closed a candle body below 0.5, it just retested the order blocks again, right, at the 0.5, and it's continuing the sell side delivery. So this is our BC. We are still waiting, folks. Okay, I'm not gonna give you guys a trade signal that I believe is low probability. I'm gonna take into consideration every little things, and after that, if I see a trade idea, I'm gonna tell you guys. So equal lows down here, we're gonna see price moving up from this level towards buy side liquidity. Now let's go to NASDAQ, and this inversion failed, this breaker failed, so we're not gonna be looking at the breaker anymore. But still, we generated so much equal lows down here. So these down close candles here working as our order block. This one, order block. So we got order block with fair value gap. Now let's see, this PDA will give us our narrative, like we want to see a short, right? So how am I going to confirm that price really shifted its trend from delivering buy side to sell side? This will give me the narrative. If this is failing, this fair value gap and this order block, then I know the price will go lower. But there's a high probability that this is not gonna fail, because look at the equal lows. Again, the same model that I taught you guys today is repeating here again. London high is just taken. So let's see if this one fails. How many times you guys saw this model today repeating itself? So how do you know that you found your model? You tape read and you check like how many times that trade is giving, this concept is giving you a winning trade. If it's more than losing, then you got it there. If it's 50%, it's also a high probability model. With 50%, you can do wonders, folks. The main thing is that you can quit your job with 50% win rate. What's wrong with us is that we all want 70, 80, 90% win rate. That is unrealistic when you have so less experience. Once you go for like 5-10 years, only after that you can expect to see like a higher win rate, like 90%. Until then, aim for 60%. 60% is good. So see how price is respecting this fair value gap, and I wanted to see this one turning into inversion. It did, so we'll probably have a trade idea here. So I'm just gonna share the trade idea. It's not activated yet, it's not valid yet. I'm gonna put my stop loss above this breaker right here, and we are gonna target like 2R. We'll take a partial as soon as price offers sell side liquidity below here. This trade idea is going to be valid when price closes a candle's body below the breaker. As long as price is not doing that, we still have a possibility of going up. Now, because look at here, price closing candle's body inside this fair value gap. And this is where you take the entry, wait for this candle to close. How are you going to take the entry on 1 minute? Same logic, same narrative. If you want to be a little bit more cautious, put your stop loss like here, but that's what I don't see. I want to see like, this is where I'm going to put my stop loss. Now, what did I told you guys? That wait for this candle to close its body. As long as price is not closing a candle's body below a breaker, that breaker has still some chance to fail, just like you see here. Make sense? So if you are taking trades from me, wait for me to confirm that yes, that's the time you are gonna take the trade. Until then, you wait with me, okay? Don't like go there where you see a FOMO inside yourself. Still, the trade idea is here, and stop loss is also at this logical level. I want to see a candle's body closure. See a candle's body closure here, folks. So why am I telling you guys to take a partial here? Now let's talk about the logic. We're gonna share everything, and every single stream that we do is gonna be mentorship level, folks. Because of this, price came down at this fair value gap. The fair value gap originally got generated here. This whole thing is the fair value gap. But what do we have here this week? And this week did what? Price opened here, delivered sell side liquidity, then buy side liquidity, right? And when you see a stuff like this, like a big wick inside a fair value gap, that area of fair value gap is balanced. Makes sense? This is balanced area. So where do we have imbalance? Here. So this is gonna be our point of interest, and this is where we'll take a partial, because we don't know if price is gonna get support from here, right? So that's why I'm gonna put a alert here, and I believe price will come down, folks. Look at here, it's so clean. Let's go to dollar. Okay, on dollar, we came down to this fair value gap. We didn't respected the fair value gap that we thought is gonna be high probability. We respected this one right here, and we still have possibility to go up, folks, because we offered sell side liquidity down here. The same logic, if you see a swing low inside a fair value gap, that fair value gap also becomes a high probability fair value gap. Yes, this stream is gonna be recorded. We got our trend line liquidity up here. So when I see trend line liquidity like this, how do I target? I'm gonna measure this whole price lag, and where is the premium zone? So this swing high is gonna be my high probability target. So that means what? We are expecting dollar to go higher, and if dollar is doing that, Nasdaq will continue dropping lower. Now we wait, okay? We wait for price to show its hand, and it's already doing that. Look here, folks. This kind of signature in price is giving you confidence. I'm showing this to you on 30 seconds. Don't think like you won't be able to use it. The same thing repeats on Nasdaq. The same thing repeats on 50-minute chart, 4-hour chart. So we are gonna wait now. I don't see a PDA from where I can tell you guys that this is gonna be a long. Okay, I see an inversion right here. Let's see. Price delivery is not as clean as we wanna see it. Right? It's just like a little bit choppy, but it's okay. We still have a volume imbalance down here. Here. Let's go to Nasdaq, and Nasdaq formed so much liquidity down here. So our trade idea is gonna be different now, folks. We got a new breaker right here. So this is our breaker. It's not activated yet. Okay, we do not take entry unless price closes a candle's body below the breaker. That's the safe entry. There are ways to take early entries, but not in this scenario. This scenario is not favorable to take early entries. Market has not been symmetric since yesterday. Do we care about this? We don't. We still had 6 winning trades on stream. 6 good market calling. Equal high on 1-hour check. HYDRA. Equal high on Nasdaq. Yes, I already have it marked. Yeah, lots of manipulation. That's why we wait. We wait for the confirmation. Price is showing to you that this is the time you need to be patient now. How do you know when to become patient? when you see price delivery like this, what is price doing here? It's delivering liquidity in high resistance. So when you see a high resistance delivery, that's when you know, okay, you should be waiting for price to become low resistance. And when will price become low resistance? That's another question. When this breaker gets activated. Now put it down in your notes. When the breaker gets activated here, finally, we will see if price is becoming getting into low resistance or not. Now price is delivering with high resistance, and that's when we avoid trading. Make sense, folks? How many gems I shared today? Oh my god, like I should charge you guys for for this. But again, I'm happy like you guys are learning, and that's the point. To show you, to teach you how to learn price action, how to read price action. How to read price action. So we got equal lows down here. So what I told you guys about high resistance and low resistance liquidity, does it make sense? If you guys have any question about what I just told you guys here, you can ask me questions. So we have a breaker on 30-second. Do you guys see that? We are still trading inside our macro. I want to see price closing a candlestick body below this breaker. As long as price is not closing a candlestick body below this breaker, we are gonna go higher. That means what? This breaker is not activated. And why? There's another logic that why I tell you guys that wait for a candlestick body closure. Because what is this? This is a swing low, and below it, what do we have? We have sell side liquidity, right? So when price activates a breaker, before price activates a breaker, if it's doing something like this, it's just coming down to take orders from here. So be careful about this stuff, folks. That's how you avoid taking a trade from a fake breaker. Your breaker will get high probability with high probability targets. We have it down here. We just need a candle to close its body below it. Make sense? And I am hello, I'm a beginner here. What kind of real-time data package do I need for what we are doing here? Okay, you need the CME data. You'll have to buy like TradingView premium subscription, and then you will have to buy. Okay, so we got our trade idea here, candlestick body closure, and stop loss. Okay, wait. See, I'm missing the point here. We still have equal highs up here. So this is what I don't want to see when price activating a breaker. That's another way to avoid the fake breakers, folks. Okay, I apologize, I forgot to say it. So that's the reason. Like when price is activating a bearish breaker, you don't want to see price leaving any equal highs. Make sense? And that's when that breaker will get high probability. Now let's take a look on dollar. Dollar is doing another stop hunt. Yeah, we are just waiting for a clean signal, folks. Okay, that's what we are doing. And we also hit our 1 minute volume imbalance that we had here. So we came down to dip discount. Let me measure the price lag. So I'm gonna do it from this one. And are we trading inside the OT or something like this? Okay, we are not yet at the OT. So why am I measuring from here? Because this price lag was the last price lag that delivered sell side liquidity, and after that we had bullish delivery, and at the same time this price lag has this price lag also did a stop hunt. So that's what making this all delivery a high probability delivery, and that's how I'm gonna use my Fibonacci from this low to this high. I hope you guys understood the logic, like why am I not putting below here and below here? Yes, you can do it. Yes, you can put it below here, but to me this is the high probability because this was the last sell side delivery prior to a move up, and this was the last stop hunt that we got as a major stop hunt to shift the trend. Here we don't have any major stop hunt. Makes sense? So we have our midway, our discount right here. So we just hit the discount. We also took orders from the volume imbalance. Now let's see if price wanna go higher. What will confirm us that price will go higher? I'm looking at 30-second on dollar, folks. This fair value gap, if this one's turning into an inversion, this will confirm us that price wanna go higher. So this is the first time I'm doing like such a long stream. It's already been 4 hours and I've been like talking throughout the whole 4 hours. I didn't stop. So it's all to help you guys to see the chart better, to make you guys like a predator in this chart. I know I have reached here. I have nothing to prove. My bank account tells me that I reached here. And I want to do the same for you guys. And I'm showing the skill that I have real time by explaining every single stuff that's happening on these charts. And that's how you do it, folks. You do it with patience. You do it by differentiating between a low probability model with a high probability model. You do it inside specific times. So see, nonetheless, I'm enjoying as well. So no complaint. I can go on for like the whole day. I love teaching. That's what I really love. I love teaching. And NASDAQ 30-second. Is it a SMT? Let me. Okay, it's not a SMT, folks. Is it a SMT? It's not. It's not a SMT. I'm looking at ES. And as you guys can see, okay, is it SMT? DOW did a stop hunt up here. Okay, NQ crossing. NQ cleared out the equal highs from here and then it went lower, right? I was talking about dollar. Oh my god, I missed this trade. Anyway, we have another macro that is incoming. Nix. Oh, Muhammad. Muhammad donated $100. So thank you, Muhammad, for the support. Thank you, Muhammad. So appreciate it, Muhammad. Just your presence makes me happy here. And now you're supporting it like this. Thank you so much. And we had a breaker here, but price never gave us an entry, right? Price never retraced back to the breaker. All that I see here is just an aggressive entry that we could have taken. But again, we activated another breaker down here. So it's gonna depend on dollar now. So let's just go back to dollar. Yes, if dollar is pushing higher, then we know this is the high probability target that we have. So see guys how I'm giving you guys signal. Didn't I, when dollar was here, didn't I told you guys that this inversion will confirm if price wanna go lower? Sorry, if price wanna go higher. Now do you guys see the logic? The logic was price hit the discount and put it down on your notes. When inversion becomes high probability? When price is taking order from discount and you are expecting long, the new inversion that price forms is gonna be the high probability inversion, and that will give you the path where the price is going. Make sense? When you are looking for a short, when price is hitting like premium level, you want to see a fair value gap forming there, and after that you want to see that fair value gap turning into an inversion, and that's what will give you more confidence and the narrative where price is going. So we got a breaker here as well. We still have unfinished business towards buy side liquidity on dollar. So now let's go to NASDAQ as well. So our next macro, this macro didn't give us the chance of entry, and I'm glad that I didn't got a chance of entry, because look here, our partial was here, so price didn't even give partial. So we are still gonna wait, folks. This price action is just like getting choppier. So we are trading inside this consolidation range. This is the range. We cannot put a dollar value on what you teach us. Every sentence you say can be a strategy on its own. Think about it, folks. Yes, Muhammad. Yes. Like, these are individual strategy. You just find out what strategy goes with your character, what strategy makes sense to you. That's a very nice advice, Muhammad. Like for me, breaker is my model, right? Why? Because I can spot breaker easily. I feel confident taking trades from the breaker. So that means what? It's going with my character. It's going with my personality. So that's what you will have to find. Dollar again. Dollar is like so clean right now. And we are having continuous good calls again and again and again. So we call the market from this inversion, again from the breaker. I told you guys that we have unfinished business, and this is the target, folks. Okay, after price hits it, only then we'll expect to see a short. Until price is not here, we are not going to be shorting. There's another thing that price did on dollar. It formed this equal low. Right, so we also got order block. Now let's see, the confusing thing here is that we have strong liquidity here. We also have a high probability PDA here. So see, price is opening so much to us today to learn, right? So now what are you learning here and in this price behavior? You are learning to differentiate between which PDA or what liquidity is gonna be more high probability, more important. When we have equal low like this order block and breaker will, order block and fair value gap will fail. Put it down on your notes. When can I expect to see a order block with fair value gap failing, or when can I expect to see a high probability order block failing? This is a high probability order block, right? Answer is when we have relative equal lows below that order block. Make sense? This is jam number what, folks? I lost count. I lost count. So much knowledge today. It's just the price is showing to me like what I want to talk about. So we had equal low down here. Price offered sell side liquidity. Now we have a last line of defense here. We have this as our last line of defense. These up close candles, this is our last breaker from where we will expect to see price getting support towards buy side liquidity. We are not trading on dollar, so we don't need to be like as precise as we want to be on NASDAQ, right? So we can be nimble with our expectation on dollar, and we'll allow room for price to come and give us the precision. The precision is here, right here. This is our last line of defense, folks. Last line of defense means what? If price is going below it, we are gonna go lower. Now let's go back to NASDAQ. Our narrative on dollar is still seeing price going higher. And NASDAQ, look at the consolidation zone. The price just went into consolidation out of nowhere, right? And I think price will probably do that until PM session, right? I believe this one will get broken at 120, or like suppose at 110. We are possibly seeing a consolidation that will like take 1 hour to break. We still have so much equal lows. NQ, so many equal highs. Yeah, on higher time frame, yes, we have it here, this equal high. So as I told you guys, that how will you know a order block will fail? Now don't you guys, let me know in the chat, how will you know a order block will fail? Let's see, what are you guys learning or not, or are you only looking for a signal? Let's engage with me on chat, folks. When are you gonna expect to see a order block failing, like we are seeing here? Why this order block is failing? Just in front of you on chart, say it. Yes, if it's a bearish order block and it has equal highs above, that order block will fail. If it's a bullish order block and has equal lows below, that order block will fail. Make sense? That's another tip that you never heard anywhere before. Now tell me on the chat as well. There's 374 people watching. Did you ever heard about this jam? I didn't. So see, that's the reason I believe in teaching live. In hindsight, you will never learn this, folks. There are a couple of things that I shared with you for the first time, and that's the time you heard about it. And you got the proof here. I'm identifying these order blocks and telling you guys, okay, this is gonna fail. And then you are seeing this failing. Man, this is the best learning. And things like this, I will share more and more inside my mentorship. If you are getting this for free, I have so much more to share inside the mentorship. Like, I'm doing a 6-month mentorship, so I'm not promising them profitability. I'm promising them that they will read chart better than they started before they started with me. That's the confidence that I'm gonna put inside them by doing live sessions like this, long live sessions, and there I'm gonna show them how a candle behaves, calling market candle by candle. If this concept is failing, why it's failing. If we are taking a loss, we will also analyze the loss. When you are trading alone, that's the part you don't do, right? Be honest with me. Do you ever analyze your loss? No, it hurts so much. But if you are doing it with me, I'm gonna force you to look at that stop, that failed trade, the trade that hit the stop loss. I'm gonna force you, okay, let's talk about this. And that's how you learn, folks, okay? You'll have to get out of the zone where you are comfortable, and you'll have to be uncomfortable to learn this stuff. So we got equal, buy side liquidity up here. So see, now you guys, some of you guys can tell me, okay, HYDRA, didn't you saw this coming? I saw it coming, but I wanted to see these equal lows getting taken out. Why? Because this is my model. If I don't see price clearing out equal lows, I'm not gonna buy. So I'm gonna wait. Okay, we have breakers here as well. We got support from the breaker as well. Has your mentorship started yet? Not yet. It's gonna be starting on 20th January. So the DOL is greater than equal high equal low than the, no, DOL is greater than any PDRA. Equal high equal low is DOL. I can't wait for when you show us the seasonality. Yeah, it's very simple, Zen Zone. It's very simple, and trust me, like it will only take for you guys one lecture to understand. It's the simplest strategy that is out there. It's just based on data, previous price data. It's not even based on chart. It's based on how much price returned over a month, and that's what we are going to be using for seasonality. If suppose January over 10 years is bullish, then we have a great deal of expectation that January is gonna continue with bullish delivery. Even if January is not continuing bullish, will still be profitable, because 50% of the time price will deliver bullish delivery. And this is what I'm gonna teach you guys inside seasonality. It's so easy. We'll just put the data of the percentage of return, how much Nasdaq, suppose Nasdaq for example has a return on February. So if it's like suppose 5% positive return, we will see it over 10 periods. Over 10 periods inside February, what price did. If there's more return than losing, right, that negativity, then we'll expect to see February turning into a bullish month. That's what seasonality is. And after that, we are gonna align it with what we see on chart. Make sense? We are not just gonna rely on one strategy blindly. We'll mix a lot of strategy, and that's how we'll have a high probability idea where price is gonna go next. So we cleared out the buy side liquidity from here as well. See, dollar went lower. So the last sign of defense that I told you guys, so let's learn. Our analysis on dollar failed, but we are not gonna avoid this, okay? Because we are learning here. Do you guys see that? This was our last sign of defense. Now, do you guys understand why I marked it as last sign of defense? Every single time you see me calling the market, every single time you will see me marking out a last line of defense. Why? Because there's no 100% guarantee that your calling is gonna be winning calling. So there's always, this is the level that I put, and this is I worked on this a lot, folks, like identifying which PDA is gonna be the last line of defense. Like here, QQQ bottom tail, maybe. Let's see. QQQ 30-second chart, Nasdaq. So the folks who don't know, this is the same chart as Nasdaq. It just like gives a little bit more precision. Okay, so much liquidity towards sell side, folks. Do you guys see that? So if you guys are with me, I also want to tape read PM session. Okay, so I know a lot of you want to see me trading the PM session, so I'm gonna continue live streaming the PM. Okay, I just want you guys to be here. If the viewers are not here, I'm not gonna do it. And I want to see like how price is delivering at PM, if price is coming down and clearing out the PM session liquidity as well. And that way you will have a good idea of what we expect at AM session and then the PM session as well. So let's go back to Nasdaq. And how is your vision now? It's 2020. It's perfect. Trading changed my life forever, Zenzoned. If I was working, I would have never thought going into such an expensive surgery like 8K for like just 5 minutes. Nah, I would have never did that. I was only able to do that because of trading. So I'm blessed with the knowledge that I have here, and I'm just trying to share the blessing with you all. You want to learn from someone who is living on fire. And look at me, I'm not feeling tired even after such a long stream. It's gonna be 5 hours. I can still go on more and more. And that's with a person like this, you want to be a person with like this, because you are learning. The more you learn from an experienced trader, the more the progress you will have is going to be faster, right? Did you do the LASIK surgery? Yes, I did the LASIK surgery. So again, I don't see any trade idea, folks. So we're just gonna wait and we'll look at higher time frame. Right now we had, so AM session so far we had very nice calling. We got like 6 winning trades. We were tape reading couple of trades. We took like 2 trades we took live, and then 2 trades got lost because we got impulsive, right? But again, I outlined 4 more trades, 3 more trades that turned out to be profitable in a consistent basis in the same day. So where can we expect to see NASDAQ coming up now? Okay, so what do you guys see on 4-hour chart? A big beefy fair value gap, right? This is also a daily fair value gap. Now I'm gonna measure it like this, and when you see a big fair value gap like this on higher time frame, why you are not trading in futures contract? I'm not trading because I'm done for today. All I'm doing right now is sharing with you guys that what I'm watching on chart, what price is gonna do next, and I'm teaching you guys how to read price action. That's it. That's the whole point of streaming. And you guys can, I'm not saying like you cannot be profitable. When I'm giving you guys a signal, you guys can take that trade with risk management, by following risk management, not like putting everything down there. Because you saw me losing, okay? We will lose, but we will win more than what we lose. Thank you for the donation, Omar, again. Can't wait for the mentorship and the next mentorship afterwards. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Now let's go to the hourly chart. And okay, I didn't told you guys that why I'm expecting price to go higher. Now what we did here, okay, focus here, folks, okay? Forget about the chat. Focus here what I'm showing you here. We saw this fair value gap, right? And we know that from a fair value gap, price will be sensitive from 0.5. That means what? From the midway of a fair value gap, price will become sensitive. Now, that's not enough. We need more confirmation. And how will we get confirmation that this is where price is gonna reach and this is from where price is gonna get rejection? For that, you will have to drop down to 1-hour chart. And now that I'm on hourly chart, what do you guys see here? Our 0.5 level here, and high probability fair value gap. The model that I shared with you all today is here still. What is this? This is an unfilled fair value gap. And what making this fair value gap a high probability for price to reach for? This equal high up here. Do you guys see that? The thing that I'm teaching you on 30 second, 1 minute, the same thing you can spot on hourly chart, on 4-hour, on daily chart. So as I always tell you guys, if you know how to read price action on higher time frame, it doesn't matter what time frame you are using, you will be able to take winning trades. I gave all the signal on 30 second. Every one of the signal was on 30 seconds. So, and 7 out of 10 turned out to be profitable trade. So equal highs above, and this equal high is making this PDA a high probability. So I'm gonna do you guys a favor and I'm gonna put it down here. So high probability fair value gaps. Once I'm done writing it, just take a screenshot. High probability fair value gap. If you are expecting a bullish, okay, let me know. What makes a bullish fair value gap high probability? Let's see if you guys remember. Engage with me on chat, folks. Talk with me. That's how you will remember stuff more. In a bullish scenario, what do we want to see? Okay, how to know a fair value gap will fail. Okay, that's the thing. Now, first I'm going to give you guys the high probability fair value gap. When we have a bullish scenario, we want to see price having, like, this is what? This is a bearish scenario, right? So in a bullish scenario, we want to see price having equal lows above. Bullish scenario, equal low above or inside fair value gap. It can be just a swing low, okay? It does not necessarily need a equal low. If it's just a swing low, it's okay. The second one is if you are looking for a bearish trade, then you want to see equal high below. Okay, on a bullish scenario you want to see it above. On a bearish scenario you want to see it below, because price is reaching from sell side towards that bearish PD area, right? So price is delivering buy side, so we want to see equal high below or inside the fair value gap. Make sense? This is a very important gem, folks. Okay, you will see it repeating every single day, every single time, every single session. And trust me, if you are not like remembering this stuff, it will hurt you in the long term, because you will be like, why this fair value gap is failing? Because of this reason it is failing. Make sense? Now I'm gonna give you guys another note, and I'm gonna post it on Twitter as well. High probability fair value gap, how to know a order block, a PD array will fail. How to know a PD array will fail? We still have time, folks. That's why I'm writing this. Like, for price to reach up here, we got so much time, and we are gonna be trading the PM session as well. So we are putting some time on learning, and after that we'll come back to the chart. In a bullish scenario, if, like, suppose you are looking for a trade from an order block, just for an example, okay? Suppose there's a bullish order block with fair value gap, and you are expecting to see a long from there. It will not take that long if price is having equal lows below that order block. So bullish scenario, how to know if we have equal low below that PD array. Now this is gonna be bearish. So in a bearish scenario, if we have, so suppose we have a bearish fair value gap or order block. If it has equal high above it, that fair value gap or order block or that PD area will fail. If we have equal high above that PD area. Now this is like $1,000 worth of gem, folks, okay? Because this is something that you will see every single day. You cannot put a price tag, as Muhammad told us, in these kind of gems, because these are the real things, folks. You can see it happening on chart. You don't need me to prove that this works. You already saw many times on stream today what happened, and these are the exact thing that happened, folks. I'm gonna post this on Twitter as well. Now let's go back to our chart. I know you guys are like, always wanna take a trade, right? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. That's the aim, to share more winning trades than compared to the losing trades. So not expecting anything. I'm not gonna look at 30-second now. I'm gonna take you guys on 5-minute. Why? Or even like 15-minute, because we got breaker here. On our hourly chart is more clean. Do you guys see that? And I'm expecting price to reach up here again. How am I gonna know this order block will fail? If that order block has equal highs above it. What kind of order block is this? This is a bearish order block, right? So if bearish order blocks or bearish PDA has equal highs above it, then we are probably gonna fail that PDA. It's not 100%. Another thing, folks, I'm not gonna make this session public, because once I'm done streaming, this is gonna be a private stream, so you won't be able to rewatch it. So if you're leaving now, there's no chance for you to get the gems that you're gonna miss. And I'm doing this because this is something that I do, like this much gem I share inside the mentorship, and I'm doing it for free. The folks who are not here, I don't want them to be beneficial from it, okay? You guys are here, you guys are putting in the work. So let's go back to dollar and see what dollar is doing. Okay, on higher time frame, on hourly chart, dollar just hit this breaker. So new day opening gap is gonna be closing here. Okay, so do we have equal lows below this PDA? Yeah, so there's another thing to take a note, that if you are like identifying a PDA that has equal low on higher time frame, okay, this is for higher time frame. There are certain rules that goes for lower time frame, there are certain that goes for higher time frame, and this is something that I'm gonna share here is gonna go for higher time frame. Like here we are looking at hourly chart, right? We are not trading at this time frame, and we have equal lows down here. Now on hourly chart, price takes a lot of time to deliver liquidity, right? So how will you know, how can you confirm that this is where price will reach for? There will always be a fair value gap, suppose at this price leg or at this price leg. Why does algorithm leaves this kind of signature? For us to make money, for us to get confident in our trade. Make sense? So if price is going below this fair value gap, that's the time you know that price will reach for these liquidity levels. Until then, we are not gonna expect to see a short. We're gonna expect to see a long again. Make sense? If the same scenario is repeating on lower time frame, because it takes less time to form a candle on lower time frame, you will not even think about taking a trade. You will not see chart like this. You will expect to see price going lower. If price is not going lower, you don't have a trade. Make sense? So it's only applicable to higher time frame to see chart like this by PDA like this. So if this one is failing, this PDA will tell us where price is going next. I paid for mentorship and emailed you receipt since Jan 6. When I expect you to reply to my email by this week. Okay, I'm not looking at my email right now, and we didn't start our mentorship yet. It's gonna start from 20 Jan, but so by this week I will be like taking you guys inside the mentorship content. You are not missing anything, okay? Whatever you missed, everything is recorded, so you guys will be able to watch the recordings as well. So don't hesitate, don't be like frustrated. If you paid, you are in. As simple as that. So on NASDAQ, I'm gonna take you guys on NASDAQ as well, and we are still looking for a trade, folks. So many, this is what I don't like so many fair value gaps. When I see a scenario like that makes me confused. That takes me into a confusing zone, like which fair value gap price will get support from. So at the beginning I used to get like this kind of confusion, but now I don't. if I see so many fair value gap like this, I'm gonna measure this fair value gap. Sorry, I'm gonna measure the price lag, and I'm gonna aim for price to reach for the discount fair value gap that we have. So this is another note, folks. This is what you can also write down. When you have like more than 2 fair value gaps in a price lag, how will you know that which fair value gap price will hit for? This is the question. When we have fair value gaps on higher time frame, sorry, when we have more than 2-3 fair value gaps on any time frame, how am I gonna know which fair value gap price will use to get support from? The answer is you measure the price lag, and when you are measuring it, you will also have to be careful, because I see a lot of you measure from the wrong price lag. The right swing is where price did a stop hunt. So price did a stop hunt right here, right? So that makes what? That makes this a high probability price lag for us to use Fibonacci on. Okay, why is this? Why are we using Fibonacci from here? Because this is the last delivery towards sell side that cleared out a swing low that offered sell side liquidity. After that, price just moved aggressively towards buy side. So now from here, we're gonna measure it like this. We will let price go as much as it's wanna go. Like if you wanna go towards buy side liquidity up here, it doesn't matter, as long as this unfilled fair value gap are here, we can still expect to see a short coming. Make sense? And the answer for the question is, you will measure the price lag, then you will expect to see the fair value gap that is on discount. That one is gonna be your high probability target. And in this scenario, what's gonna be our last line of defense? This order block, as well as this breaker right here. This is gonna be our last line of defense. Make sense, folks? See, I'm teaching you live. What price is showing to me live at the moment, that's what I'm teaching you. And this is the best teaching, that what I believe. That's why I wanted to do my mentorship live, because I can show it to you folks on hindsight. But trust me, hindsight delivery takes a long time to master. If you are watching me with me like on live like this, you will progress faster, you'll learn faster, you'll be able to quit your job faster. So there's another gem. Now this is what we are expecting to see as working as a breaker, right? Now why did price didn't came up and fill this fair value gap? Can anyone tell me? I'm just gonna give you guys a chance to answer, and after that I'm gonna tell you guys what I saw here. So just tell me like why this fair value gap never got filled. Let's see where is your learning level. There is a weak, yes. Breakaway gap, yes, breakaway gap, but why? Breakaway gap is just a name, but it has logic behind why it becomes a breakaway gap. That's a week with immediate rebalance before it. Yes, Nick. So I believe Nick will be like a great trader by using our strategy, like because he's so attentive every single time. So thank you, Nick, for being a good student. Now I'm gonna tell you guys why this failed. This is a breakaway gap. There are two types of breakaway gap, okay folks? This one is one of it. Now you can ask me like, HYDRA, you told us the fair value gap that has equal low below, so equal high below, that fair value gap is gonna be high probability, right? So why price didn't came up to fill this? Now for that, you to understand, you will have to look at this level. What do you see here? Now this is something that I taught inside my mentorship people, folks, okay? I'm gonna teach you here this one for free. When you see wicks like this right next to a fair value gap, that fair value gap with high probability will turn to be a breakaway gap. Why? Because what price did here, look at the I'm gonna tell you guys the logic now. Price opened, this candle opened here. After that, this candle dropped, offered sell side liquidity, then it came back up, offered buy side liquidity, and this is where the candle closed. That means what? It delivered buy side and sell side liquidity at the same time, and when you see something like this, that area in price is balanced. This can also, we can also use this theory to confirm a market structure shift. How? The fair value gap that forms right next to a wick like this, a balanced area like this, we don't want to see that fair value gap that forms near to it getting filled. Now, does it make sense? I had to do a lot of research to understand this breakaway gap theory. Like, everyone who explains it is so hard. Look for that, then that, go on higher time frame, blah blah blah. It's easy, folks. It's easy. I hope you guys understood the logic. I'm gonna put it into a graphics. We still have so much time. Okay, I can see a trade idea here. Wait. So let's see, price goes above this fair value gap, and this is the part of fair value gap that I'm gonna look into, because this area is not balanced. Above it we had a balanced delivery, right? Price delivered sell side, then buy side. So now let's see if this one gets this is not a breakaway gap, as we don't have any wick here, right? Why this fair value gap got filled, and why not this one? Because right next to this fair value gap we had wicks. Do we have wicks here like this? No. So we know this is the fair value gap that is gonna get filled, and you can put your stop loss above this fair value gap if you are taking this trade. I'm gonna put what I told you guys into perspective. So suppose this is our candle, just to give you guys a little bit more idea like what I'm talking about, like how to identify a breakaway gap. So when I'm done, to just take a screenshot, okay? Because this live stream is not gonna be available afterwards. So we got our candle here, and if we see a fair value gap forming here, that fair value gap is gonna be what? A breakaway gap. Why? Because in this area price balanced the delivery. Yeah, I'm basically waiting for lunch macro to start, like, folks. Just as we see 920 macro, that's the same way we see 120 to 140 macro. Makes sense? These are like two high probability macros for me in a day. 920 to 940, I will most of the time with great deal of precision will find a trade there at 920 to 940. If I'm missing the trade, I'm gonna wait for the PM session to start, and 120 to 140 most of the time delivers with like most of the time change the market structure. Like it shifts from delivering buy side to sell side like this. So this is our breakaway gap. So fair value gap did what? Turned into a breakaway gap. Why? What's the logic? Because of this balanced delivery here. Why HYDRA? Why this boy is feeling sleepy? It's 2 a.m. What do you mean? It's okay, you are talking about your country. Just give me a second, folks. Okay, so price hit the fair value gap here. I want to see price going lower from here. This is not a trade idea, okay? Do not take it. Even on your demo, just tape read this setup. We'll have more trade ideas in future, folks, okay? Just let's tape read this because this is a low probability setup. Okay, so we got a very nice rejection from the breaker here with the fair value gap, right? This is our breaker, and as I told you guys, do not take it, okay? Even if it's like turning into a profitable trade, don't go where your mind thinks, okay, you are getting FOMO. There's a logic behind me telling you why not to take it. Because of this, folks, okay? It's a breakaway gap, but this gap is becoming low probability because of these equal highs. It just to test, okay? That's how I test. I do not demonstrate the setup that I doubt. I do it like this by tape reading. I'm doubting this setup. Why? Because we have equal highs here. Makes sense? That's why I told you guys that do not take it, just tape read it with me. Tape reading means not pushing any button even on demo. So this is a level where we will take a partial if price is like coming down. So this is the breakaway gap that I shared, folks, okay? And the trade idea is we want to see price going lower with a stop loss up here. But there will be a high probability trade idea, and I'm waiting for that high probability trade idea. The high probability trade idea is that price coming up, hitting this breakaway gap, and then going lower, okay, because we have equal highs up here. So if you guys have any questions so far, you can ask me here on stream. So everyone go check out. You guys are leaving. We are not done. We are not done for today's stream, folks, okay? Bear with me. We will have more trades to tape read. Just go on my Twitter. I shared the post and hit the thumbs up there because these are like very important gems. So many of you are leaving. Why? Does it have to be a candle with a small body or no? I know you were asking about the breakaway gap. It does not require a small body. As long as we have wick next to that fair value gap, we are gonna go, that fair value gap is gonna become a breakaway gap. Makes sense? It's not dependent on the size of the candle, but it depends on the wick that has next to the candle, next to the fair value gap. Makes sense, folks? These are very simple stuff, folks. Like some people, you will see them teaching like in a hard way, but I don't do that. I'm gonna tell you the easiest way to read price action. How can I review this session? You guys want to review? You guys, do you guys want a recording of this live stream? Let's do a poll, okay? I'm glad that so many people left. Like half of the people left after they saw me taking one loss. Oh my god, I'm so glad that they left, because that's what like showing me the real students here who really want to learn. And the folks who left, they only was here for the signal. So I'm glad that they left, and I'm glad that you guys are staying here. And trust me folks, every single one of the gems that I'm sharing with you here is gonna be worthful for your whole trading journey, because these are the things that you are seeing on chart, right? How do you know this order block will fail? That's why I told you guys not to take it. How do you know that this one will fail, this order block? This is a bearish order block, right? So how am I gonna know, Hydra, that this one will fail? I just shared the tip with you all. I even posted it on Twitter, that in a bullish, if you are expecting bearish trade like we are expecting here, this is what, a bearish order block. So if we are expecting price to go lower, then we don't want to see equal highs above that PD area. Now the proof, you want proof that this concept work, look here what's happening. It's not 100% again, bro. So it's gonna be, this concept is gonna fail, but with a high degree of precision, this will give you a good idea which model to avoid, which PD area to avoid. Like here, these order blocks, we are expecting to see it fail. Why? We have equal highs above it. Isn't it simple? It's simple as fuck, bro. So just focus, and I'm gonna teach you guys how to read price action in just a couple of months. It's so easy, and once you know how to read price action, you will be able to distinguish between the losing trades and take more winning trades than losing trades. That's the aim, to have a skill that wins more than what we lose. And every single day I'm proving it here. RDRB, yes. So again, I told you guys that it's not gonna be 100%. Price came up, respected this order block, and it's just going down right now. So where was our stop loss? I believe we had another good calling, right? But this is just to tape read. So we're gonna put it into our journal, but we are not gonna consider it as our win. We had an entry here with a stop loss, I believe above here, right? And we were targeting like 2R, and I told you guys that this is a low probability model, low probability scenario, don't take it. We're gonna be trading PM session as well. So at PM session, we'll see if we can find high probability trades there, and that's the time when we will take it. Until then, we're just tape reading, folks. It's so simple to understand. Again, price is respecting our breaker here. So this is the benefit of tape reading. The setup that you doubt, you tape read those setup, and you do it like this. And that's how you find your model, folks, okay? That's how you find the model that will go with your character. So why did price rejected from this fair value gap? And look, where did it stop? Dead on its track. Where did it stop? We have, like, look at here, folks. This is another example to understand weeks, and this is another way to like aim for high degree of precision like a bot. Do we have week at this part of the fair value gap? Listen to me carefully. Do we have any week? No, not 50%, not 50%, Patrick. Yes, you are right, that's one logic, but here we are gonna see the chart with another logic. We have what? Unfilled fair value. This part we don't have any week. This part of the fair value gap we have a week. So that means what? This part of the fair value gap we don't want to see getting filled. That is what? Our breakaway gap. And below it, as long as we don't have a week, that's a normal fair value gap, and it will work like a normal fair value gap. So now this is another way to identify the breakaway gap. Makes sense? See, it's so easy. It's always been there, but you never understood it, right? Now you do. Do you guys understand how to watch chart with breakaway gap? Redelivered, rebalanced. Yes, Muhammad. So do you guys understand the breakaway gap? Let me know in the chat. Give me a yes. Let me see like how many of you totally understood the breakaway gap concept. It's so simple, folks. I already explained multiple times, even here. I just want to confirm that if you guys understood or not. Yes, thank you, I appreciate it. Not really, just go back and listen to my stream again. Bro, 5-hour stream, HYDRA, how? What you had in the morning? But no, nowadays I'm exercising like I always get up at 6 o'clock. And what I'm doing right now is like I'm just exercising, running in this cold weather for 1 hour, one straight hour. And trust me, that gives like a dopamine rush inside me. My day goes so well, I feel like, okay, I can do more. I don't feel tired. If I'm waking up and going to do exercise right away, that day like goes away like a blessing. So try to do that, folks, okay? It's so hard to do that, like when you wake up and going to exercise in such a cold weather, but it's worth it. It's worth it. That's what I'm gonna say. Consider giveaway 2-hour mentorship for us. Yes, at the end of our stream, I probably will close the stream at 2 o'clock. So at the end of our stream, we will have a I will do that giveaway at that time. The folks who don't know what we are doing here, we are waiting for a high probability macro. And the high probability macro is 120 to 140. Until then, we're just going to watch the delivery, how price is delivering liquidity. Like, look here, folks. If we were like taking a trade from here, we would have like only got a partial. And the delivery is so choppy. We avoid this kind of delivery. We want to see chart delivering in low resistance liquidity run. Here it's doing it with high resistance. So again, there's another gem that I'm going to share with you all that you can confirm market structure shift. And I'm sharing more gems now because I have less viewers. That means what? There's less possibility of like people spreading it because it only exists inside my community. They are the people who know it, and now you are becoming the people who knows it too. So how can you confirm market structure shift with breakaway gap? This is something that you never heard before anywhere else, and I'm gonna share it to you guys now, and you will see it price respecting the theory. So this part of the fair value gap is a breakaway gap, right? So if price is coming back up to this part, that's the time when you will expect to see a market structure shift happening, because this PD area should not fail, and this is something, a breakaway gap will not turn into an inversion. Okay, put it down in your notes. A breakaway gap is never turning into inversion. A breakaway gap is there not to get filled. If it's getting filled, market will deliver price in the opposite direction. That means what? The direction of this fair value gap is towards sell side. Opposite direction is towards buy side. So how will you confirm the market structure shift? As soon as price trades inside this breakaway gap, the safe zone is price closing a candle's body above it. And now we'll see it live, folks, okay, if it works or not. Me, if I'm teaching you something, I'm gonna do it live. So do you guys see any trading inside this breakaway gap, this part of the fair value gap? No. We don't have any trading inside there. That means what? We still don't have a market structure shift toward buy side. System display blurs. What do you mean? Can you guys clearly see me? Like the chart? Someone is telling like it's blurry. Guys, please confirm if you can hear me and see my chart clearly. Bro, my laptop battery is almost died. I do not have electricity. What do you mean? It is usual in our country. Where do you live? Pakistan? Oh man, like here in Canada, once in a year the electricity goes off, like once or twice max, and they will take it for like suppose 10 minutes or suppose 30 minutes, and they do the announcement 1 week prior. Okay, so we have our concept here. Do you guys see that price closed the candle's body above it? And that's the time when you can trust this breaker, because breakaway gap failed, right? I'm teaching you guys live, folks, okay? Just listen to the words that I'm telling you guys here carefully. So this is what? Our breaker. Bullish breaker. Now let's see if price gives us any chance of entry. As long as price is not clearing out these equal highs, we will have a chance of entry from this fair value gap. Oh, there's another thing to consider. We are not trading inside macro, so we are not going to be taking this trade, folks. Even if it's like giving us entry, we are not going to do that, because time is the most important factor of our trading. Okay, so do you guys see the breakaway gap here? We don't have wick, right? Then why did this fair value gap never got filled? This is another type of breakaway gap. That is, I'm not gonna teach you guys it here, but my mentorship student will see it. That's another type of breakaway gap. It has signature but no wick. Now this time we don't have any wick here, but still price didn't fill the fair value gap. Another type of fair value gap. Sorry, breakaway gap. Okay, so for how long we were streaming? Since 8. Right, since 8 o'clock. Damn, it's 5 hours. And I've been talking like continuously without a single break for 5 hours straight. I never did like such a long live stream before. The max that I was going is like 2 hours, but today I felt different. I'm feeling blessed, so I thought like why not bless others. So this one also is getting this breakaway gap is also getting filled, right? So that means what? This breakaway gap will confirm to us if price wanna go higher at this level. But price at the same time did two things, folks. Equal high, delivering liquidity to equal high, and taking orders from this fair value gap. So it's just better to wait for the high probability macro. Hydra, please don't get married or else she won't let you do this. My girlfriend already is angry. Like, she already texted me a couple of times. We live in different countries, so this is the time like I'll have to give her some time, and she needs it. Today I told her no, not gonna be happening. I'm doing stream, and she got angry. Anyway, this happened, folks. Okay, I chose a profession where the main part is helping people, and I feel pleasure here. And I'm glad that my soulmate, my life partner, understands it. Like she's just getting angry just to show off, but inside she will never tell me no. Okay, you cannot do it or anything like this. She still supports the work. So Muhammad, I'm gonna get married soon. This year, probably in May. I'm 24 this year. Sorry, I'm 23. So I'm gonna get married in 23 years old. Yeah, that's feeling like a blessing, because I saw for my whole life people getting married at 30, 35, because it takes that long to be like, to have a good bank balance. And me, I already like, these are the moments where I feel blessed. Like, I'm 23, I have so much money. Like, if I want to spend it in a day, I won't be able to. I already bought every single stuff that I ever dreamed about. Like, even I got like all pairs of Jordan, all pairs of like most of the pairs of Nike, stuff like that. The jackets. I have a good attraction on clothing, and like I also had the good intention to buy like Apple Watch. I bought the Ultra 2, so it's not to show you off. Okay, I'm telling you because these are the moments that I'm living right now. And you, my friend, will also get there if you put in the work. There will be a time that will come when you will feel blessed, just like me today. Just like the way I'm feeling blessed. What car you drive? Ford Mustang GT 2022. It's my dream car. How long have you been trading now, bro? 3 years. So this is not a breakaway gap, folks, okay? Sorry, this is a breakaway gap. And look here. Price is respecting this fair value gap, right? By not closing a candle's body above it. Yes, my mentorship is still open. So as I was telling you guys, that try to do like another like, try to aim for another income stream when you are learning to trade. Okay, most of you I see here are not active on social media. Be active, go there, be active there. Okay, just post your chart, just post your trade idea, or like what you were thinking there, what you did as a mistake, and slowly you will get a good follower. Okay, and what's the beneficial of follower? The people who watched your journey from becoming like, from a student to like a mentor, to get to a pro level. The same people who watched it are the same people who will ask you to learn, right? I'm just being honest with you, folks. These are some talks that other people will not do. There's nothing wrong with teaching people. It's just another income stream that you can generate, because if you have the skill, do it. We all are here for money. Okay, it doesn't make sense why some people just like complain about mentorship. The thing that I realize is that this is the thing that they can't do, so they get jealous. So this is something that I will tell you guys to do as well, because you are aiming for a long future here, right? So post it, and that will give you another income stream, not today, not like in 1 year, but after 2 years when you become profitable, you will also have another income stream to make, right? Isn't it a good idea? I'm just being like an honest brother, giving advice to, like, suppose you were at my home, we were alone, and this is the same thing that I'm gonna tell you. You can hate me for that, but it is how it is. We are here for money, folks. And what do we have here? We got this fair value gap, right? Now again, we want to see price going higher. This is what something I told you guys, that this is a breakaway gap, but it's not as high probability as when we have wick next to the fair value gap. That becomes a high probability breakaway gap, and that breakaway gap confirms market structure shift. The breakaway gap that we have here never confirms the market structure shift. Okay, just gives like an idea where price will deliver. When price has wick next to the fair value gap, that's when it becomes a high probability PDA and like delivers liquidity with such degree of precision. It opens, price shows you where it wanna deliver next. So price came down, got liquidity from the breaker, and now the time is 12:50. So 12:50 to 110 is a low probability macro, folks. Just like I teach you guys 8:50 to 9:10. Now who can tell me, can I get a refund for my mentorship payment? I have not received a response from you in 3 days. Okay, I'm gonna give you guys a response today. Okay, I was busy. Just hold on for a little bit, okay? So what was I talking about? I forgot. Okay, 850 macro. Why don't we use 850 macro? Because that's the time when market accumulates order for 9:30 delivery most of the time. Okay, the same logic here. 12:50 to 110 is also a macro, but it's a low probability macro. Why? This is the time when price will generate orders for 120 to 140. Makes sense? I'm not gonna write it down, but if you are like taking notes, this is another important thing for you to take notes. And as I told you guys, that breakaway gap, if that gap is getting filled, will confirm the market structure shift. So see what happened here. I did not understand. You said breakaway gap can't be traded to and can't get filled, but the first breakaway gap you said got filled. Thanks for. Okay, it's not like when. Okay, I got your question. What you're asking me, when the fair value gap formed, right here, the present moment. I'm gonna take you guys on the replay mode, and I got the question. Like, he's asking, you told us that the breakaway gap should not get filled. Then when can we expect to see it getting filled? That's the answer. Okay, so this is a breakaway gap. Why? Because next to this gap we have wicks, and after that price has generated equal highs, never came back up. Now once price clears out a swing low like it did here, right, this is the time when we will expect to see this breakaway gap failing. And this is the time when we can use this breakaway gap as market structure shift. If price is coming up, going above this liquidity level, or like even tapping inside it, price will continue going higher, because this is a fair value gap that is not supposed to get filled. Now look here, folks. Price came back up, right, hit this breakaway gap. After it went down, tricking ICT traders. Okay, it's gonna go short from this fair value gap. But this is not what I'm teaching you guys. I'm teaching you guys that if the breakaway gap is getting hit, market will continue to go higher in that direction, in the opposite direction. The opposite direction is buy side, and that's what we saw. We are gonna be looking for a trade inside 120. You guys have been so patient, like I am. So we're gonna be looking for a trade at 120 inside that time zone, folks. $120 to $140. I wish like when I was learning, I had someone who was telling me what price is gonna do candle by candle. I didn't got a person like this. Yes, we had our mentor, but everything that he did was on hindsight, right? It took a long time for me to make it with ICT concept, but it would have been easier if our mentor was showing us the way I'm showing you guys. Like I believe I would have progressed like in 6 months, where it took me like more than 1.5 years, right? This is the best learning, folks. Okay, I'm telling you guys again and again, this is what I love to do, teaching in live price action. Hindsight, I don't believe it. Price side liquidity got filled. Now we're gonna go on higher time frame. We'll see where price is going. As I told you guys that this order block is gonna fail, right? So how do you know? How can I know Hydra this order block or any order block will fail? I'm telling you guys again, and when I'm proving that this concept that I'm talking, the concept that is coming out of my mouth, it works, and proving how with live price action. See, when this order block, when price was here, I told you guys that this is gonna be failing. Why? Because we have equal highs above it and an unfilled fair value gap. Two important factors up here. But even when you see a scenario like this, don't be like 100%. Don't force price to go up here. If price wanna go up here, it will show you on lower time frame. Make sense? If price don't wanna go there, it's okay. We will still have trade ideas. So what I'm telling you guys that don't marry a bias or like suppose an idea. You'll have to be flexible with chart. So we got our breaker here as well with a fair value gap. So I see a trade idea, and I also see equal lows down here. So do you guys see that here I pointed out this breaker? Now I'm pointing out another breaker, and we have logic why price should go up. Like when I'm doing it, look closely. Like I'm always gonna find out a target before I find out the model, right? I'm not looking for a model. I'm looking for what to target, and after that, that target is making my model high probability. It's not the model itself that becomes high probability. The model mixed with time and high probability target is making that model high probability. Make sense? Makes sense, folks, right? Oh my god, my stream name it's 2000. What the hell? No one even saw it. The title, I put the year 2023. Come on. So probably this equal low is like a SMT. Let me confirm. The equal low down here. Okay, it's not a SMT. They all formed this relative equal low. That means what? Here's another gem. How do you know that equal high or equal low is high probability and will get taken out by price? When we don't have a SMT at that equal low. If we have a SMT at the equal low, that equal low is gonna fail. So again, another example of what, folks? We have order block with what? With a fair value gap. And what are we expecting here? Let me know in the chat, folks. I already told you guys so many times. Now let's see what you guys learned. What are we expecting here? We are expecting to see this order block getting failed. Why? Let me know in the chat, why are we expecting that? Again, this is not 100%, okay? This is not a 100% strategy. Even though we have equal lows, sometimes you will see price still respecting that order block. But with a great deal of precision, like suppose 70 to 80% of the time, you will see these PDRs are failing when they have equal lows below it. Yeah, so many of you are attentive student, and yeah, that you guys are making me happy. Like look at you guys. You guys are understanding like each and every concept and remembering it at the same time. So we already saw multiple times this scenario getting failed, right? Like price has order block, and then below it we have an equal low. And as I told you guys that this kind of order block will fail as long as they have these equal lows remaining. If it's not a SMT, always check for SMT, because otherwise you'll just be like will get tricked by market. So that's where you don't want to be. So as soon as I saw this equal low, I looked for SMT on other pairs, and it is not a SMT. Look at DOW. You're telling me it's a SMT. How? It's not a SMT. Equal lows on DOW as well, and trend line liquidity on ES as well. There's no swing low that ES cleared out. It's so simple to find. It is not a SMT. So again, see, not every single time you will see like this happening. But what's the benefit of it? It gives you a good good opportunity or good idea which trade to take and which one not to take. Our ratio tells us that this model will fail. This order block will fail more than it wins, right? So if this one is failing more than it wins, should we consider taking a trade from here? No. By chance, if price respecting this order block with fair value gap and it's turning out to be a good trade, do we care? Do we get FOMO? Do we curse ourselves? No, because we believe in the ratio. The ratio tells us that most of the time this one will fail as long as we have equal lows below it. So I hope it makes sense to you guys. And we got another fair value gap with order block. And we know where price is going, okay? Right here. HYDRA, who you gonna give the mentorship to? What's the criteria? There's no criteria. I'm just gonna choose one person from here, from the chat, who the folks who have been like active, asking me questions and stuff like that. I'm gonna choose them. So we're gonna look for a trade, folks, at 120. We are just 20 minutes away from that. Damn, look at the delivery. Wow. Again, see here, this order block, price respected this order block even though we had equal lows down here. Now I'm gonna take you guys on hourly chart. What do we have here? You heard me many times telling you that this order block will fail. This order block will fail. Now do you guys see how beneficial it will be for you if you just master this theory to identifying which PDRA is gonna fail? And I'm making it easier for you folks, okay? The PDRA that has equal high above it, the bearish PDRA that has equal high above it, that PDRA will fail. And you need proof. It's here, see? This one failed. And I called it before it failed. So that's how we avoid a losing trade. If you don't know what's gonna happen here, you're gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna short from here. That's so silly to short from here. We go back to our ratio, and our ratio tells us this order block will fail as long as it has these equal highs. Make sense? This kind of theory will give you bias. You guys always fight about bias, teach me bias. That's what I'm doing here. See? It's just that you find it hard to believe because it's so easy, right? It's so easy to decide the bias all along. Like you have been having headache deciding bias. That's the easiest part. The folks who are interested in the mentorship, you guys can go on my description and check the link there. You will find all the info there. I can already feel changes just from this stream. Thank you, Hydra. You're welcome. Why did you not look for a long trade? That's another good question, because time is not matching with my trade. And I told you guys many times that 120 to 140 is gonna be the high probability macro that I'm gonna take. 1250 to 110 is gonna be the low probability macro, because it just as the 850 macro. At 850 we expect to see price accumulate order for 930 delivery. That's the same thing here. We'll expect to see price accumulate order for 130 delivery at this time. This is the reason Piat I didn't took this trade. Make sense? Time is the most important part of our trading. If time is not matching, we are not looking for a trade. We are only gonna be looking for a trade when time is matching with our theory. Review your target on dollar. Yes, we're gonna do that. So dollar chart here. Now, I'm not gonna look at dollar, folks. I have a clean analysis on NASDAQ, and I always tell you guys that if I have a clean analysis on the pair where I'm trading, I'm not gonna look at a dollar. Like dollar is like, look at here, it's doing too much manipulation. It's just like coming down and not even clearing out the equal highs that is forming. We hit the weekly open price right now, so this is the time when I will expect to see dollar going up, and this fair value gap will give us our net bias, like if dollar wanna continue towards buy side liquidity or not. And as I told you guys that with what inversion becomes high probability, what kind of inversion becomes high probability? The inversion that price forms after clearing out an old swing high or low, the inversion the price forms like before clearing out the swing high or low, before clearing out equal high or equal low, those inversions are gonna be high probability. Okay, there's another point. When price is hitting like the opening prices, the inversion that forms before price hits that opening price is gonna be the high probability. So I'm just gonna give you guys a visual example. Like look here, this inversion, when did it got generated? Before price hit our weekly open. This gray line that you see, this is our weekly open price. This is where the weekly candle opened. So the inversion that formed here is gonna be important, and this will help you to confirm if price wanna get support from this weekly line or not. So what do we have here? This is our inversion, right? So I hope you guys understood. There's a lot of ways to use inversion. This is one of it. So expecting price to go higher on dollar. So if that's what happening, then we will expect to see NASDAQ going lower. Okay, seems like I missed a trade. Another good calling. So we had equal lows below here, right? So price cleared out the equal lows. It's so simple, folks. When I have a clean analysis on my own chart, the pair that I'm trading, I'm not gonna look at dollar. I'm only looking at dollar when my chart is chopping. And why am I gonna look at dollar? To identify when price is gonna go breaking from that consolidation, when price will deliver, like get clean. That's what dollar does for me. So we got another breaker down here. So overall, see, now that I looked into dollar, it's just making it more confusing. I have a great bias here. I know what price is gonna do, but dollar is not doing the opposite thing of this, right? It's not symmetric. When it's not symmetric, you avoid just looking at dollar. You don't need to look at dollar. Yes, we're gonna be looking for trade, folks, inside the 120. Until then, we're just gonna taper it, okay? And that's what we are doing. Just hang on a little bit more. I believe we will have a good trade idea at 120 inside that period. So even from the breaker here, we didn't got an entry. Even from the inversion that we saw on 1 minute chart, we don't have an entry. So this is what my experience is speaking, because I know the high probability entry is gonna be at 120. Before that, price will just do choppiness and stuff like that. The folks who are leaving, let them leave, okay? They're gonna miss another great calling from our stream today at 120. But if you already took like 3 winning trades, I'm gonna highly recommend you not to push the button at 120. And that's what I'm not doing. Even though I see winning trades, I'm not pushing button after I'm taking 2 losses, folks. That's the rule. If I'm taking 2 losses in that day, I'm getting done. I'm not trading anymore. Either I'm doing like tape reading or like demo trades. Do you stream every day? Dylan, from now on you will see me, you guys will see me streaming every single day this week. And the streams are gonna be this long every single day. Like until 12 o'clock I'll be here with you guys. Till 12 or like 11. HYDRA, you have taught us, the YouTube community, how to identify the breakaway gap. One way, what other way is it only for those who are, yeah, the other way is only for the people who are inside the mentorship. But I already shared the most important part. So let's see what price does here. Okay, at this inversion, price formed equal lows down here. Again, if dollar is going up, we are gonna go lower on indices, right? So I believe dollar is just retracing back to a discount PDRA. So we're just gonna have to find it out. On 5-minute chart is so choppy. So we have a fair value gap here. That is not a breakaway gap. Do you guys see any wick next to this gap? We don't have any wick. So that means what? It just is a normal fair value gap, and we expect to see price feeling this fair value gap, tapping inside this fair value gap. So this is where dollar is going, and after that we are expecting a bullish price action. Now look carefully, folks, how I aligned this logic here with on NASDAQ. What do we have here? On 30-second chart, we have an inversion, right? Dollar dropping towards a discount PDRA, NASDAQ going towards a premium PDRA. 5-minute looks bullish. Yes, we still have this equal high. That's why I'm waiting for price to get inside this 120 macro. That's when I will know, okay, that this or that trade is gonna be, will have a high probability over losing to win. We still have higher time frame liquidity to deliver. This order block already failed. Okay, so we got equal highs up here, and we also got the 0.5% of 4-hour inversion. Love from India. It's 12 a.m. Yeah, good night, bro. How would you go about trading a funded? Would you only take high probability setups, or would you still take multiple trades but with low risk? No, I'm only gonna take 2 trades with 0.5% risk. Minimum target is 2R. If I'm losing 2 trades in a row, I'm getting done. If I'm winning 2 trades in a row, I'm good. That's how I do it. 0.5% risk, so I'm losing 2 trades in a row. That's like 1%, and that will not affect my mindset. That's why I keep the risk so low, and the trades that I take, I put a limit there. I'm not gonna do it more than 2 trades. So only 2 trades per day. Yes, 2 trades per day, and after that I'm just tape reading like I'm doing here. But still we had like 7 winning trades, right, in a row. We had 2 losing and then 1 breakaway, and then 6 trade. We got it, like we had the winning trade. So this inversion again down here, we got another inversion. Price formed equal highs above, so I believe price will go higher, folks. I'm just waiting for time to match. As soon as time matches, I will probably look for a long because these are the targets. Higher time frame buy side liquidity. Do you size according to those trades? Yes, but the risk still stays same, 0.5%. HYDRA, are you looking for another trade? Yes, that's what I'm telling you guys. 120, once price gets inside 120 period, we'll look for a trade. So again, if this was happening inside 120, I would have taken it because this is high probability. What is making this scenario high probability? So simple to understand, folks. Look here, what do we have? Equal high, right? So this works like what? Magnet for price. And price, I'm expecting price to go even further. And there is logic behind me expecting a buy now, because the order block that I showed you guys on hourly chart has failed, right? So we already like balanced the sell side liquidity. Now we're gonna be looking for a trade that will deliver towards buy side. Do you guys see that? Yes, the equal highs makes any PDA powerful. A high probability target, put it down in your notes, folks. That's the most important thing. Your high probability target will make your model high probability. If you don't have the high probability target, your model is not going to be high probability. It's just like you are trading based on luck and you are gambling. So let's see if price is still hovering inside this inversion till 120, I'm probably gonna give you guys another signal. There's a very close weekly inversion. Weekly inversion where? Oh, this one. Okay, so yeah, I already talked about this when I started my stream. I believe we still have the lines up here. It became so choppy. Okay, these are the lines. These blue shaded lines is our weekly fair value gap, and that's what, when I started my stream at 8 o'clock today, I gave you guys a whole bias from the weekly chart to the daily, all the way down to the 5-minute to 1-minute chart. So now we are gonna be waiting. We have so many high probability targets towards buy side, so we're gonna be looking for a bullish trade. If you guys are appreciating my commentary so far, can I expect to see a thumbs up from you? Like, I'm not only showing you how to read price, I'm also showing you how to be patient, when to be patient. Every single logic, folks, I'm sharing it here for free. So we did another stop hunt. We are trading inside our 120 macro. Still gonna wait a little bit more. Let's go to 30-second. We have volume imbalance. Like right now, I wanna see this volume imbalance getting hit. And this volume imbalance right here, folks, is gonna be our last line of defense to expect higher prices. Okay, so again, see, every single time I'm pointing out a trade, I'm also pointing out the stop loss, where I'm gonna put the stop loss before I push the button, before I hop inside the trade. Do you do that, or as soon as you see the pattern you just hop on without thinking twice? Look at me, you are learning from me, so look how I do it. We hit the volume balance, like the trade idea, I see it coming here with a stop loss below here, targeting 2R, and it is inside our 120 to 140 macro, folks. And now I want to see price going above this inversion. Okay, price is rejecting from this inversion. We're probably wrong identifying this trade, and it's okay, we'll still tape read and we'll still find out more trades. Now the price went above this inversion. That is giving me what? Confidence in this trade, that it will, I'm in the right side of the marketplace. So when, ask yourself the question, when did price become volatile? Look at the time. As soon as price came inside 120 to 140 macro. Until then, look at the delivery. It was choppy, high resistance. Price went into low resistance as soon as price hit the as soon as price came inside 120 macro. So now we are gonna be putting our stop loss below here, because we have 3 PDRs here. So if 3 PDRs are failing, our stop loss is next. We have this volume imbalance, we have this inversion, okay, and we also got this fair value gap as well. So we don't want to see 3 PDRs failing. If 3 PDRs are failing, we have no logic behind holding that trade. So again, small little signature from price. It formed equal lows down here. So I see it. I'm gonna minimize my risk, folks. Okay, if you are in this trade, put your stop loss at break even, because we formed equal lows down here. Okay, so break even trade. Yes, so you're probably gonna be getting out, and as I'm telling you guys, that if 3 PDRs are failing, your stop loss is next. And see how I managed it. I didn't took it, but I even shared the logic behind when you should be trailing the stop loss. So this is not a loss, it's just like a break-even trade. So we had 2 break-even, 2 loss, and 7 winning trades. So far we are going well. Now let's see what price does here. So I hope you guys understood why switch bias now. Who is switching bias? Day. Is like told ya. We have been calling down all day. Really? Didn't I tell you guys that this order block is gonna fail? That means what? A bullish bias. Didn't I give you guys this as a target? I think Day just joined us now. So what did you learn from here? You learned like how I manage my TP. Sorry, how I manage my stop loss. Do you guys see the logic? That's how I restrict myself from taking like more losses. So I'm just gonna talk about this loss a little bit more. Entry was here, right? At the volume balance, stop loss was here, and we were targeting like 2R. When price moved in my favor, when did I trail the stop loss? As soon as price went up and closed the candle's body above the inversion. That means what? Price activated this inversion in a bullish way. If price is returning back to this inversion again, I'm probably wrong. So what's the point of holding that trade? And that's the time I told you guys, okay, I see this equal low, so I'm gonna trail my stop loss at break even. See, isn't it the way you wanna learn how to manage your trade? You will have losing trade, folks, okay? It's just that how you are managing yourself, how you are like managing your losses, and that's what I'm teaching you here. I'm not only gonna show you winning trades, I'm also gonna show you how price will navigate on when a trade is failing, how you should be managing your stop loss. See, there's a lot of things to learn. Now let's go to the higher time frame and let's see what's happening here. As long as, folks, okay, keep in mind, as long as, is it a SMT? Okay, it's not a SMT. As long as these equal highs are intact here, I'm not bearish. I'm not gonna look for a short as long as these equal highs are above here. And that's how I teach you guys. The bias itself will get revealed by price like this. Let's go on dollar and let's see what's happening here. So dollar moved from this BC, right, towards buy side liquidity. So another signal that turned out to be a profitable one. Another good signal on dollar. So far we are winning like more than we are losing, right? And we are not losing our mind when we are taking a losing trade. We are just like staying the same before we took a trade. So what was the logic behind me expecting to see price going up from this BC? Simple, we had equal highs up here. And now how can I decide that where price is gonna go? Now I'm gonna use the Fibonacci here on dollar, and this is what, the 0.5%. so I'm gonna expect this is gonna be our high probability target on dollar. And what do I mean by high probability target? This swing high has a high degree of possibility for price to come, and it also has a chance like for price to reject after it delivers order here. PROBA BILI TOI, high probability target. And our next high probability target, okay, we are trading inside a breaker now. So this is what, this is our bullish breaker. We also have fair value gap, couple of fair value gaps here, and in this scenario the last line of defense is gonna be right here, this breaker. So last line of defense, what? If price is going below this PD area, we are gonna be expecting price to go lower. Until then, This is our high probability target 1 and this is our high probability target 2. This OTE level. Now let's go to NASDAQ. We have a bullish bias on dollar, so let's see how NASDAQ is behaving. So again, this is not a breaker, this is a mitigation block, as we don't have a swing high. Here on 1 minute chart, it's a mitigation block. So the long idea here is gonna be high probability when dollar stops delivering buy side liquidity. And we identified two possible places from where dollar can reject lower, from where dollar can retrace lower. And until then, we're just gonna be nimble, because this is not our model. This is probably Dre's model, right? This is not our model, folks. This is not how I teach it. As long as we have equal highs up here, we're not gonna be looking for a short. Our model tells us that we will look for a trade once price clears out this kind of liquidity, and that's what we require to see. Again, you guys will have to remember nothing is 100%, so that's the reason why I always mark out last line of defense and stuff like that. So we got a breaker here on the Dow. So this is what the bullish breaker. Just took a 90 tick short with 2 minute on your call. You're welcome, but I never called for a short though. So Dow is looking good as well. Why? Because we have target up here, and we also, this is not a SMT, and also we are in a heavy discount range, and we have a swing low from the breaker as well. Now let's see if price gives me an entry on Dow. Nasdaq is not as clean as Dow, right? So Dow is like way cleaner compared to Nasdaq. Still waiting for what? Waiting for dollar to stop. As long as dollar is moving towards buy side, we are not going to be looking for a long, because price on Nasdaq will go lower, right? So we delivered our high probability target 1. Now we can expect to see a rejection towards sell side. And what's the logic behind looking for a delivery towards sell side? Because we have so many unfilled fair value gaps, right? So are you looking to sell or buy on NAS? I'm looking for a buy, and I'm aligning the logic with dollar. How am I gonna expect that trade? I want to see dollar dumping. If this is what's happening, then the Nasdaq will go higher. Okay, so this is our OTE level. We are trading inside the OTE. OST call means when you call the dollar higher. I took the short on NQ, that worked out very good. Oh, okay, I got it. So see, these are like my advanced student. Either way, they're making a winning trade, right? I lost that trade, but he owned that trade by building his own logic, by building his own narrative, right? I was calling market higher on dollar. He saw it. He shorted on NASDAQ. Good thing, bro. Keep it up. Keep it up. So we have not got a winning trade on PM session. We had like so many on AM. So we'll see like if we can at least make one winning trade. So again, we got multiple fair value gaps, and what did I told you guys, that when we see multiple fair value gaps like this, we're gonna measure the price lag, and we are trading inside the optimal trade entry level. There's another gem for you guys. When price is trading inside the optimal OTE level and you are expecting to go long, you don't want to see price leaving equal lows. Like here, what did it form? It formed equal lows. So our trade idea is not going to be high probability as long as this stays. We want to see it price clearing it out and then giving us our direction. On NASDAQ, we also have a breaker here. So taking a trade from the breaker, in my eyes, is going to be more safe than doing it from the optimal trade entry level. And still keeping an eye on dollar. Okay, that's what you guys should do. We're expecting price to reject, and from this level we are going to expect to see the rejection. Now let's see. If this OT level is failing, we are going up here. We still have buy side liquidity as target. So this is not a breaker yet. Once price goes above it, closes a candle's body above this up close candle, that's the time when it will become a breaker, and that's the time when we'll be able to target this mitigation block we have here, taking a partial here, and then letting the trade run for this target up here. So again, price is leaving signature. These small little things, folks, this is what you should look for. What is this? When price hit this order block, that's when you know that this order block will not get respected by price, because it formed equal high just inside it in the new price lag. So that's another way to know how this order block will fail. This is a bearish order block, right? And you will get confused. Okay, I see a bearish order block with a fair value gap, so that's a high probability PDA, but it's not. It's gonna fail. Why? Because price closed the candle's body above the fair value gap. This fair value gap is now turning into an inversion. So on its way up, this inversion is confirming us that we have a good analysis. Like we are expecting to buy, and this is what giving us more confidence in our trade. Make sense? PDHX as support. I expect negative NQ on PM session, trying to find ICT reasons. HYDRA on Dixie accumulation manipulation. Please check it out. Right now? What do you mean? We were expecting to see short from here, from this OT. We have been calling the market for 1 hour towards buy side liquidity. I don't see, like, I still have to confirm if it's a market maker sell model. And I believe it is, because on NASDAQ we have so much liquidity towards buy side, and even here we have so many unfilled fair value gaps. It probably is not clear to you, but look here. Now that I'm on 5-minute chart, see, do you guys see a fair value gap here that is unfilled? It's not a breakaway gap. Do you guys see a fair value gap here? Yes, this part of the fair value gap is breakaway gap. Like right here, because this is our fair value gap, right? And this part of this fair value gap we don't want to see getting balanced, or any price delivering liquidity inside this level. We don't want to see it. Price is allowed to trade inside here or like above at this fair value gap. So I believe we'll have a trade idea on NASDAQ. Did I just missed it? No, don't tell me I just missed it. 140, right? We are ending our macro. So something like this, folks. But again, I'm looking at the time. See, we are ending our macro. Our macro runs from 120 to 140. After that, we do not look for a trade. We look for another trade at a 150 to 210. Makes sense? So this trading, folks, is just a game of patience. And we are aiming to become professional, right? So that's what the professionals do. If everything is not aligning with them, they're not gonna take that trade. We're just trying to be like them. So if you are getting bored, like you can just like take a leave, and I'll catch you. You can catch me tomorrow as well on AM session. But I'm still gonna go. I'm still gonna do the commentary here. On this breaker price respecting this volume imbalance down here. So you guys will understand why I didn't push the button here. Okay, good confirmation from price. As long as price is not closing a candle's body below this inversion, we are most probably gonna go higher. So another price action to tape read, folks. So we closed the candle's body below this inversion, and now do you guys see why I avoided it? Because we were done with our macro. See, 1320 to 1340 is what we have as our macro. Once the macro gets finished, that's the time when you will expect to see price manipulating. Like what the thing that price did here, that's what you will expect to see from price. When can we trust our model? When price is trading inside the macro, that's the time when you can expect to see price like respecting your model. You can trust that model. Until then, no. So we have an unfilled fair value gap here. We still have a possibility to reach for this PDA. You also got a breaker here, so not as high probability as I was thinking. So we're still gonna wait, folks. And I can see the support of you also. I'm probably gonna do the whole session today, right? Either way, if it doesn't matter if we're taking a trade or not, either way we're learning. We already took so many winning trades, so we are on profit. Even if we don't take any trade today, we are not gonna be like getting a headache. So price came back up to this inversion, sorry, the volume imbalance. We formed more equal highs here, so a signal from price that it wanna move higher. So now I will have to find out a PD area that will support price going higher, and the PD area that I can see is here, the inversion. On 1 minute chart, do we have anything? We don't. So let's see price respect this inversion. We also got a swing low inside it. So let's see if it's as high probability as we are thinking it is. There are a couple of other things to keep in mind, folks. Okay, I avoided this trade. There's another logic is this one on Dow, because they are symmetrical charts, right? They will move together, and that's how you confirm what trade you should be taking or what trade uh, you should be avoiding, right? Look at here, so many equal lows, no SMT below the swing lows. That means what? This is a strong target. Dollar is still pushing higher. Dollar broke from this inversion. That's what you should not do. Now we are not going to be using this OTE anymore on dollar. We can expect to see price going higher on dollar, probably that above this swing high that we have here. Now why? These down close candles is now working as our bullish order block. And do we have an equal low below it? We don't. That means what? It's just gonna work as a normal order block. Makes sense? This is our target 1. This is our target 2 on dollar. So expecting bullish price action. And if that is what's happening, we can expect to see price going even lower on NASDAQ. So price did a stop hunt. Now let's see if it goes higher, folks. I'm not gonna I highly recommend you not to take this trade because we are trading outside of macro, but just to see what price is doing here, I'm gonna put it like this, or even like, I'm not gonna do that. I know if I'm doing it, some of you will take that trade, and that's what I don't want. Like me, I know which trade I'm gonna avoid, which trade I'm gonna take, but you are not there yet. But anyway, this is something to tape read, folks. We want to see if price goes higher from these PDRAs. And what's the logic behind expecting price going higher? Equal highs here. Do you guys see that? Equal highs, and we have a 15-minute. Sorry, not 15-minute, 5-minute. Yeah, 5-minute unfilled fair value gap up here. So CB, 5-minute. Make sense? How to find macro and macro times. Macro times are always there. It's 20, 40, or 50, 10. That's it. So see, another learning session, folks, with correct logic and by building a good narrative. We did not took this trade. Now you can ask me, HYDRA, if you saw this trade, why didn't you took it? Look at the time. I told you guys that this game is a game of patience, and that's how you should be doing it, by following your rules. My rule said not to take any entries outside of macro. But does that mean there won't be a setup? No, there will be setup, but I don't believe in those setup as I believe when price is trading inside a macro. See, it's easy to follow rules. So let's see if this fair value gap gets hit. Do you pay attention to the 50-minute fair value gap? It is now in. I'm putting my attention on 5-minute fair value gap, where we have an unfilled one here. And if price is coming down to this fair value gap before it taps inside this CB, we'll be able to pyramid our entry here. But now, okay, there's another thing. Now if price is dropping towards this fair value gap, we will not pyramid, because price is rejecting from what? A bearish PDRA. So it would have been a good trade, like suppose if it was inside the macro. And you guys also heard me calling the market higher from this. So this was the logic that I wanted to see. It painted out pretty nicely, right? So another trade idea, we didn't took it, so we are not going to consider it as a win, but we saw it coming, right? 30-second bullish breaker activated. This is a mitigation block, and we still have equal highs up here. So does it make sense why I called market higher from this level? Now if you go on dollar, you will get more confused. So that's what I was telling you guys, that it's not 100% dollar will move opposite to indices, or indices will move opposite. If you have a clean analysis on your own pair, then keep your focus on that pair where you are going to be trading. You don't need to look at dollar. Dollar just works as an extra confluence. That's it. So now this CB on 5-minute chart turned into an inversion. We are getting inside 150 to 210 macro, folks. So now we can look for another trade idea, and we have target up here. If you are getting an entry, this is where we can take a partial and let the trade run to go all the way up here. Partial. So let's see what we do here. For this trade, can you explain the stop loss? Yes, for this one that I just showed you guys, yes. You saw this inversion here. This was our last line of defense. If price was closing a candle's body below it, we are probably wrong. So in a scenario like this, when you are taking a trade from an inversion, you should be putting your stop loss below the swing low. Make sense? If you are taking a trade from an inversion, stop loss goes below the swing low. So again, see, we were right in the calling the DOL, the drawn liquidity. Someone was here who told us that it's the major market structure shift. Price will not return back here. Oh God, like I saw so many people like them. They believe in retail theory, and here I'm proving every single day that the retails are the one who gets react most of the time. But you said if there's equal lows, then it's not high probability. There were more things that I was telling you guys to look at. Like when price was going for this inversion, it formed equal highs up here, right? If it didn't form, like suppose equal highs, I would have expected price to go below here. This is not, there are difference in equal highs and equal lows. There's a lot more things that you don't know about liquidity levels. You want me to take you a little bit deeper? High probability equal low is this, sorry, equal high is this, when we have separated candles making different swing highs relatively equal to each other. This one happened inside the same price lag, right? So this is not as high probability as these ones are, and that's what gave me confidence to call market higher, because we got a breaker here, we got an inversion here, so two bullish PDAs that from where price can get support, and at the same time price confirmed to us that why it wanna move towards buy side liquidity, because of the equal high. OST is killing it, like OST just got 171 ticks. Damn, so OST took this trade, like we didn't took it, but he took it and he held it for all the way up here, and he bagged like 171 ticks. That's amazing. OST. Now where's my part? Where's my part? Give me my part, okay? Donate some. I trust your call with closed eye. I have witnessed so many good traits with you. Thank you, OST. That's the aim. That's what we are targeting for, to make each and every one of you better in reading price action. We know where price is going, folks, okay? We'll still look for a bullish trade because this is gonna be our target, and this weekly inversion is gonna be our target as well. I don't know if you guys remember this. Do you guys see it here? Let me hide the drawings. What is this? A failed fair value gap, right? That means what? An inversion. An inversion will confirm us where market wanna go. An inversion will also work as a target, and right here is working as a target. So we got breaker here as well. Why is it a breaker? We got swing low down here, and we got fair value gap that price is respecting from here. But what I want to see is like price hitting this fair value gap, and we are trading inside one of our macros again. Target lunch session high. Target is gonna be like yes, this is the lunch session high, and again the weekly fair value gap. Let's see if price gives us an entry here. And there's another thing that I'm also watching is we have equal lows here, right? And the breakaway gap starts from this part. We have a week right next to this fair value gap. That's what making this part of the fair value gap a breakaway gap. And we also have a breaker here. So me personally, I will like take a trade from here. That's what I see coming, because we have equal lows here, and pretty nice so far, pretty good. Breaker. Did you drink a lot of coffee today? You are no, I'm just not feeling tired. I'm only surviving on water. But I shared the secret. When I wake up, I've been running for 1 hour every single day. So that's what gives me like a good energy for throughout the whole day. As soon as I wake up, I'm going for that 1 hour running session. And after that, the energy that I feel, guys, it's like it's so amazing. So we formed more equal lows down here. So I believe, okay, there's another thing. When price is coming down towards this fair value gap, I want to see price forming equal highs. This is an equal low. This is our fair value gap, BC. And we want to, why am I marking only this part of the fair value gap? Why not all of it? This part of the fair value gap is a breakaway gap. Makes sense? It's so easy to understand. So we want to see price stopping at this level of price. Sorry for that. So again, price is confirming to us that it wanna move higher. If you guys just go on dollar, Like dollar is having the opposite view. Dollar, we have targets on dollar towards buy side, and we want to see a long on Nasdaq. So we're gonna stick with the view that we have on Nasdaq. Okay, we're just gonna avoid looking at dollar, and let's see, folks. We're trading inside our macro. We have a couple of targets here. We still have this lunch session high, and we also got this hourly equal high up here. You guys see that if you drop down to the lower time frame, there are ways to identify a equal high as high probability, and this is like one of the high probability scenario. Now let's go back to Nasdaq. Okay, so another trade idea. Do you guys know what to do here? Before I point it out, I already gave you guys the level from where we can expect to see a trade, right? But if you want to be a little bit more cautious, as the dollar is like opposing our view here, I believe you guys already know what to do here. But the safe entry will be from this up close candle. This is gonna be the safe entry with like more confirmation that price will go higher. Now I'm gonna explain to you guys why. This is a breaker as well. So I believe I didn't had to like put the RR tool here for you guys to guess the trade. I already marked the breaker, already marked the BC. I already told you guys that this is where I'm expecting price to come down. And see, it only needs the part from you to push the button here. Did anyone took the entry here? Like before I even outlined it. Sorry, you already heard me giving the signal. So did anyone took it? And we know where price is going above here. Like, let me know if anyone took it. I want to see the students of mine who are already improving, who don't need my help. And this is how you get out of the zone where you require my help. Like, you are able to identify the setup. We're able to identify where price is gonna go and stuff like that. So we got our fair value gap here inside the breaker. And now if we are in this trade, you will put your stop loss below the swing low, folks. Okay, how I would have did it as soon as price hit the BC. So now you cannot tell me like this was a hindsight call. It wasn't. I was literally explaining everything from here. So this is where I would have put my stop loss below the breaker and targeting like 2R. 2R is very near. See that 2R is so easy to get. Now that price moved in my favor, I'm gonna put my stop loss here. That means what? Break even. Price should not come down after it went above this breaker, and that's why I marked it as a safe entry. And this is something that I learned from on my own. Like, I was missing out a lot of trades, so I was trying to find out a way, even if I'm missing a trade, how can I enter the same trade by like identifying a good PDA. And that's what I have as a safe entry. This, suppose I miss the entry here, this safe entry will give me another chance to enter or to pyramid on my trade. So this is gonna be our 7th. We already had how many winning trades? 6 and 3 losing trades. Sorry, 2 losing trades, 2 break even. And if this is hitting our TP, this is gonna be the number 8, right? What's the number of this one? I forgot. I forgot to count. What's the number of this trade of the winning serial? So see, this is another thing that you will learn from my stream, folks, how I manage my stop loss. And every single time I'm trailing the stop loss, I'm telling you guys why I'm doing that. It's not I'm doing it like on luck on my side. No, there's always a logic behind it. Now, do you guys understand? So this is the eighth winning trade here for today's session. Equal highs up here. And are you guys still interested to see me closing the session today, like streaming till 4 o'clock? Like, let me know how many of you are interested to see me tape reading like this, pointing out trades throughout the whole session. It's gonna depend on you. If you guys are interested, if I have the viewer, I'm gonna do it. Yes, I enjoy it. I love everything about trading. I'm an addict in this chart, folks, okay? You probably will feel boring, but me, because I'm doing it for such a long time, it just became a habit to me that I don't feel tired when I'm looking at chart. I can study for like the whole session without being like tired or like, see, I'm talking since 8 o'clock. Do you guys see me like getting tired or anything? No. Can you do that? 6 hours now. 6 hours of non-stop pointing out winning trades, non-stop calling the market towards the DOL with great deal of precision, with the logic behind it as well. Because why don't I feel tired? Because this is something I love. This is something that I love to do. If you are doing it for money, trust me, it will never become your passion. If you are doing it to make it your life's dream, it will become your passion, and you will not like get tired of it anymore. So I'm gonna suggest you guys to trail the stop loss below this breaker. So even if you are like getting stopped out, even like below here, it's logical if you are like putting the stop loss below here, below this fair value gap. Make sense? Can I move with you as a permanent mentor? Muhammad, oh my god. Yes, Muhammad. It's always a pleasure to teach students like you. So yeah, we're just helping each other, not like into teaching. I'm telling you something, you are getting benefited from it, you are giving me something as well. And why did we expect a price to go higher? These are the higher time frames that indicating to us that price will go higher. Make sense? But even though we know what price is gonna do, we still minimize our risk like that. Now what price did here? It formed so much equal lows. So that's the indication from price that price can potentially, probably will move lower after it delivers liquidity up here, because we also got a breaker here. This is a bearish breaker. Are these ICT concept can be used in BTC? Okay, as soon as this trade hits our TP, I'm gonna take you guys on Bitcoin, and I'm gonna show you guys how. I'll try to find out a trade on Bitcoin chart and or like Ethereum. That's where I trade on Ethereum chart, and we'll see like if ICT concept works there or not. It works with a great deal of precision, folks. So another winning trade. Spam the chat with W, folks. I know a lot of you took it. Seems like 80% of you took it, and I'm happy that you guys understood the logic, because that's what I'm teaching here. I'm not doing a signal service, but along the way I'm telling you how to look for a trade idea. Did I look for a trade idea from this breaker? No, 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 no. Why did I look for a trade idea from this BC? Because this BC has equal lows. That's what I taught you guys for the first time here publicly, that if a fair value gap has equal high above it, sorry, equal lows above it, that fair value gap will become high probability. So see, along the way you are winning, making money, plus learning, and everything is for free. Isn't it a blessing? Yes, I'm happy about it because I'm feeling grateful that I'm the person from who you guys are getting the blessing. So that's a great thing to have, right? That's a great skill to have. So again, we closed our trade at a logical level to our. Now I'm gonna take you guys. Now we don't care what price is gonna do. Our next macro will start at 220 to 240. Right, 220 to 240 is gonna be the period where we'll look for a trade. Until then, we don't care what price is gonna do. So the 220 is gonna be here until it runs. Did we have losing trades? Yes, we had losing trade. No, we are not closing. We are not doing a giveaway yet. We had losing trade, but the thing that you guys should be focusing on, did I felt anything when I had the losing trade? No. Because why? I always preach about that I have a skill that will deliver more winning trades over losing trades. And see, I'm proving it today. 8 winning trades, folks. 8 winning call. So we're gonna look for a trade idea on Ethereum as well. We still have 10 minutes. So don't be like, okay, I don't trade Ethereum. Why HYDRA is doing that? The same price action will repeat on Ethereum on Nasdaq as well, on dollar as well. The price action is same, folks. On weekend, what do when we are not trading? I tape read, I demo trade how price is behaving on crypto. Trust me, the same way price will deliver liquidity even on Nasdaq. The way it's delivering here, this is the same way. So I believe we have a trade idea already. Like crypto is clean to me like this. So do you guys see a breaker here? And now when I taught you guys about the breaker, it was months ago, right? So what did I told you guys? That your breaker will not become high probability if you don't have high probability target. Same logic that we applied on Nasdaq, we are looking for the same logic here. So I'm teaching you guys one model that you can apply any pair, folks. Oil, stocks, gold, Bitcoin, crypto, then what? Forex, indices, everywhere. Everywhere. Okay, so we got a couple of targets here. So we're watching this on hourly chart. And on hourly chart, we also have this up close candle, which is also a breaker. Now, to you as a beginner, it won't make sense. Like, HYDRA, why are you marking this candle as a breaker? HYDRA does not know how to mark breaker. No, there's logic behind it. If you drop down to the lower time frame, do you see the breaker here now? And what price is doing here? This is what I taught inside my mentorship to my student as a surgical breaker. This is a high degree of like, it's a very powerful model, folks. No giveaway for everyone, the folks who are active here. So the trade idea on Ethereum, we are bullish on Ethereum, okay? Oh my god, I've been speaking for so long. I believe my I'm not feeling tired, but my throat is like, I can't do it anymore. But I'm enjoying it, so let's go. We got our mitigation block here, and this is not a breakout. Let me confirm if it's a SMT. This low formed at 10 o'clock, and this one formed at 11:30. 10 o'clock, okay, it's not a SMT. That means what? This is a high probability target. And Bitcoin, I always trade on Ethereum, and I align the chart with Bitcoin. This is like the dollar chart for me. and I actually trade on Ethereum. What do you guys see here? So much equal highs, right? Don't I teach you guys that when you see equal highs, you are not gonna go short, because as long as you have these equal highs, your short is low probability. So we got equal highs up here. We got equal highs up here. So from where do I see the trade coming? I'm gonna explain it. I see the trade coming from this swing low, because this is not ASMT. Look here, this low got generated at 10. This low right here on Ethereum got generated at 9-10 as well. So it's not, they didn't made a higher low, sorry, lower low, they made a lower high. And the same thing here on Bitcoin, but Bitcoin seems like giving a little bit more confirmation. So this is what I'm expecting here on folks on Bitcoin. And do you guys understand the logic? Look at here. Are you willing to short when you see things like this? If you are shorting in a scenario like this, you should not be following me, because I don't teach that. I teach you guys to target this. I teach you guys to short after price gets done delivering liquidity up here, after price clears out equal high. It's so easy, folks. So this is what we are expecting on Bitcoin and Ethereum. Now to you, it's gonna be a choppy chart, right? You're gonna be like, HYDRA, you are telling me that you find precision here, but it's so choppy. You just don't know how to look at crypto. It's not choppy, it's the usual price behavior on crypto. I'm just gonna give you guys a little bit of idea how crypto behaves and how to confirm the order flow. Do you guys see the swing low here? Price did a stop hunt. Price went up, offered buy side liquidity up here. Then price formed another swing low, went below it. Then price came up, right? Cleared out buy side liquidity from here. Then we got another swing low. So price is doing the same repetitive thing again and again and again. Do you guys see how many winning trades we would have had if we just followed one simple logic? Like trading on crypto is a little bit different than trading on indices. It has like different strategies. So suppose here we are targeting like this swing high. Then as soon as price cleared out this swing low, we're gonna do the same thing here, folks, again. So I'm just telling you guys the logic so that you guys understand it. Again, putting the stop loss below the swing low, near to it, and targeting this swing high like this. Price cleared out this swing low, so entry here. Where am I gonna put my stop loss? Below this swing low, targeting this swing high. See? Now tell me crypto don't have precision. Crypto delivers by following the same algorithm that runs NASDAQ chart, the same algorithm running these crypto charts. It's just a little bit different. So we got the same scenario here, folks. Did you understand? Just a simple logic. This model is way deeper, but that's how it works. I'm just giving you a basic idea. Now, where can you put your stop loss? Suppose you are taking an entry here. Stop loss goes below this swing low. And the target is this equal high. Simple logic, simple repetitive price behavior happening again and again. Crypto is so fun to trade if you just understand how crypto delivers. Most of you don't. If you spend time with me like this, you will understand. Okay, on NASDAQ. So damn, see, do you guys see that? Why 2R is an ideal target for me? As soon as price gave 2R, it just like retraced lower. And when did it retrace lower? After we closed our trade. Do you guys understand the logic? 2R is so powerful, folks, okay? If you are identifying a PDRA correctly, minimum that it will give you is 2R. Minimum. And that's what I aim for. That's the ideal target. And I hope you guys learned what I did here. Now price came all the way down to this mitigation. Okay, this is a breaker as well, this up close candle. So we are not trading inside our macro. Our macro starts at 1420. Okay, are you guys tired? I'm not tired at all. So we already found one winning trade at PM. Now let's see if we can do another one, right? I'm enjoying it, that's why I'm doing it. Like, why? I don't, if you are getting tired, like, come on, we are winning trades here, we are learning so much here. This is your dream to do it, right? And we are doing it with such a great deal of precision. So I don't know why some of you are getting tired. I'm not. So on NASDAQ, do I see another trade idea? I do see it, so but I still need more confirmation. I'm not gonna use this inversion again. I still need a little bit more confirmation. Okay, I'm gonna use this fair value gap right now as an inversion. Okay, price is trading inside my macro, and we have equal highs up here and up here. But when you are targeting equal highs, folks, okay, that's another jam for you. The best PDA to enter on is a breaker when you have a scenario like this, because breaker confirms that, okay, if price is going above that breaker, price is having a market structure shift. You don't get it with inversion. Like the breaker is the highest probability model that I found. It's even high probability than a turtle soup model, because your entry is gonna be there, your stop loss is gonna be there, and you know how to minimize your stop loss, you know where to enter, right? Stuff like that. On turtle soup, it's always different how you are gonna manage your stop loss. You either will have to find out a higher time frame PDA and will have to put it below that, or you will have to just like guess, okay, price will not go below these 15 ticks. When it comes with breaker, it's easy. So it's a long trade, folks, but not yet. I told you guys that I want to see a breaker, and I don't see it yet. Like now that I'm dropping down to 15 second, I know this is a time frame that you guys fear most, but trust me, if you spend enough time with me, I'm gonna take you guys out of the zone where you won't fear any time frame. It doesn't matter what time frame you are trading on. As long as you are good in reading price action, you'll be able to do it. So this is gonna be the high probability target. We got our breaker. Where is our breaker? Do you see it? Here. So probably I'll give you guys another signal. So the trade idea is gonna be something like this, with the stop loss below here. I'm gonna explain to you guys why I'm putting my stop loss down here, and the target is gonna be right here. So it's more like 1-to-1. So I'm not just gonna target all the way blindly if I don't see the logic for price to go above. Why am I not targeting up here? Do you guys see two fair value gaps? Yes. So these two fair value gaps will give me another trade idea, and I'll be able to enter again. So now you can ask me, HYDRA, you are giving signal on 15 second. How am I gonna take that trade on 1 minute? Logic is same, folks. You'll just have to find out the price level and just enter there. You are watching the chart with me, right? So don't like complain like these silly complaints. These are very silly though. So now the price moved in my favor, came back down to the breaker again. I'm gonna put my stop loss down here. If it's this failing, we'll have another trade idea, folks. Stop loss staying below this order block. So I'm probably gonna close it. Yeah, so if you are in this trade, just close it, because I can see that it's gonna turn out to be a losing trade. You see, it's just keeping lower. So this breaker shouldn't have failed. It failed, and because of that, it's just going lower. And we have another bearish breaker here. So see, there will be people who will be like, okay, what HYDRA is teaching, it doesn't work. It will have losing trades, folks, but focus at the ratio. How many winning trades we had so far? We had like 8 winning trades and 2 losing, 2 break even, and this is the third one. So 3, 4, 5. 5 losing trade and 8 winning trade. So the ratio is what? 70 to 80% of the times we are winning. Isn't it a good ratio? So again, I was expecting price to reach for this fair value gap, as we had equal highs up here. One trade in each macro, folks. We will still have how many trades? 250 to 310, 320 to 340. So we'll still be able to take 2 more trades. Okay, so just be a little bit more patient. Look at the RTY, how weak it's been compared to the other indices. Now we are seeing this delivery, this manipulation because of dollar. Look at the delivery on dollar. Dollar is doing what? Chopping around, right? So that means what? When dollar is doing that, your the pair that you are trading on, like NASDAQ, will also do the same. It will just manipulate, like more like a seek and destroy situation. It will activate a PDRA, then it won't respect that PDRA. In a scenario like this, we also have another model. We trade by targeting swing high and swing lows. When price is chopping, it's not gonna respect a PDRA. It will respect old swing high and old swing lows. Just like it did here, right? We had a breaker here. Did price respected this breaker? No, it came up, offered buy side liquidity up here, then it went down. Just wanted to say thank you for being here for 6 hours with you till the end. Yes, you're welcome. Did you see new ICT new video? ICT dropped a new video? Okay, I didn't see it. I've been like streaming throughout the whole morning. Okay, let's watch it together, folks, okay? Let's see what our mentor showed us here. Did we saw the same scenario? Okay, wait. So he is taking this trade at 11 a.m. right? From the breaker that we have here. So what do I see here? I see a breaker. Okay, wait. Did we take the trade here? I believe we took something similar like this, but I'm still not sure. You guys can go back and yeah, 1050 macro, yes. Did we took any trade inside 1050 macro? Because it seems so similar with the setup that we are taking today. We got breaker, right? Price formed like equal highs above it. So the same logic, folks. The logic that I'm teaching you guys, our mentor is using the same logic. Price itself will open where it's gonna go by forming this kind of signatures. Okay, so he saw this one as a breaker. Wait, I believe we took it. I'm pretty sure like we took the same trade as well. Yeah, I probably marked that inversion fair value gap, right? So you did call out that trade. Yes, that's what I'm telling you guys, that it seems so similar, but we took so many trades today, so I'm kind of confused, like if this one was the same one. So we took the same trade as our mentor. Oh my god, now that's a moment to feel proud, right? Yeah, I don't know about you, but I'm feeling proud. Like I called from the same exact level where our mentor went long or saw the trade coming. Yeah, again, beautiful trade. What did he wrote here? Prefer to see this remain unfilled. So he's marking a breakaway gap. So this is another model, folks. I told you guys there are two types of breakaway gap. This is another one. Now it's kind of confusing, but it gives you a good idea when you can expect to see equal lows getting taken out, because what is this? These are equal lows. We are expecting price to coming down here, but not feeling this fair value gap. Okay, it was a beautiful trade, and we also took the same trade as our mentor, so we are doing so far so good, right? Now, do I need anyone to tell me that I reached at the peak? I don't. My skill already tells me that, okay, you are doing fine. You are doing okay, and I'm happy with that. So the trade that he took was here at 10, was here, right? Okay, wait, it was here. Yeah, it was here. Yeah, I believe like we took the same trade from here as well. You guys can see the markings here as well. And we also saw the breaker. There was another breaker down here. So if you guys just go back, rewind the stream, I believe you will see me calling the market from here as well. Like it was inside our 10:50 to 11:10 macro. So, and we probably targeted like 2R. If we are taking this trade, we are targeting 2R. We'll do it like our mentor, folks, one day, okay? But to reach, mentor has like 30 years of experience behind him. And if after 30 years that's what he's doing, then I should not aim for this level of precision that he got after 30 years of trading. Because me, I only have 3 years of trading experience. So I'm gonna stick with 2R. Slowly, I'm gonna build like 2 to 4R, how to spot this kind of setup, stuff like that. Like if you force yourself to take a 10-hour trade, it don't happen because you don't have that experience. He is able to do that because he can see more than us in chart. Like to some of you, it won't make sense. Like how can you or anyone else see more than us on chart? Price is the same, right? But it's about how you see the chart, how you see the candles behaving. Like even today I shared so many gems and you guys heard it for the first time, but it was always been there in front of you, right? So that's what I'm telling you guys. He sees a lot more stuff than I do, than we do. And how will we see that? With experience, price will just tell us like more new stuff. I don't see any trade idea here, folks. He learned himself, though that takes more time. He gave us all the knowledge. He didn't learn himself. He learned from Larry Williams. He had a couple of mentors, and he's teaching like half of it, more than half of it. I would say like 60% is similar with Larry Williams teaching. But the thing is, no, you will find similarities with retail theory. But what he did is like he took everything together and he put it in such a way that everything aligns with each other, right? So that's why I appreciate him. And there are like 40% of the concept that he had from his own. I would say like all of it is his own because it's not 100% similar with the retail concept. Like I'm just gonna give you guys an example of market maker buy and market maker sell model. Market maker buy and market maker sell model was here before ICT was like teaching, but no one was calling it market maker buy or sell model, and no one was like doing it with such a great degree of precision. So these are the things that our mentor did for us. Like he gave us a syllabus to like look from and stuff like that. Yes. He's doing wonders. So again, price got support from this inversion from down here. It's visible on 30-second chart. So again, no trade idea, folks. I see the breaker here, but I would have preferred this breaker if it was like suppose here. So we'll probably have another setup to tape read. We got support. So what's the logic behind we expecting price going up here? Now we can expect to see price going up here. Okay, before this was our target. Now why am I targeting this level? There's a logic behind it. Price already got rejected from this breaker right here, right? So that means what? Price already delivered liquidity from the breaker to a sell side liquidity. Now price should not come back up to this breaker again. If it's doing that, this breaker is not gonna be our point of interest. We are just gonna avoid it, and we are gonna focus on old swing high or all swing lows, where we can see or spot like the strong targets. And this is where we can spot the strong targets. So breaker, we got our breaker. I also see an inversion. This is what I taught inside my 3-day workshop, how to take early entries from a breaker. So are we trading inside our macro? Yes, I see a trade idea, folks, here. If you are taking it, okay, I'm just gonna give you guys the signal. Like do it with like 0.25% risk. Like stop loss is gonna be here and target is gonna be all the way up here. Like stop loss is like just a little bit more. So wait for price to come down here, or if you are not getting it, we can also enter this trade from the breaker as well. But this is just the early entry. I see the breaker getting activated already, so that's why. So if you are taking this trade, take it with less risk. We already made so much profit, folks, so do it with less risk. As we also got a fair value gap here, sorry, a breaker and a fair value gap, so that's why I'm telling you guys to take it with less risk. And it's better not be a SMT. Okay, it's not a SMT. Look at here, ES also formed this equal high. That means what? That's a signature from price that it wanna move towards buy side liquidity. But on DOW, we have another scenario. This is more like a SMT, right? But DOW is repeating a turtle soup scenario. So this one is failing again. This is gonna be our last line of defense. Yeah, so see that? That's why I told you guys that take it, but take it with a less risk. So how many losing trade we have now? Four, right? 4, 5. Higher high proven, higher low proven. I expected again. What did you expect? Like higher prices? Yeah, that's what we are expecting. That's what I was expecting too. But here it failed. Now I'm gonna show you guys dollar chart. It doesn't mean that we missed the trade. We'll have more trade ideas, folks. Like from here, I see a turtle soup coming towards buy side liquidity from this level. Down here. So what do you guys see here? I'm just gonna focus on US30. US30, and what do you guys see here? Good. You into anime? Anime, no. I've never been into anime. Equal lows. Thank you, HYDRA, for today. Must put my daughter to bed. You are welcome, Nick. You're welcome. Hope to see you tomorrow again. Equal high. So now we wait for price to clear out either one side of the direction, but I'm favoring like price clearing out equal lows first and then moving towards equal high. So when we are taking the loss, folks, okay, don't be sad. That if you are getting sad and if you are like, okay, I'm losing, why did I lost the trade? Yes, that's the emotion that you will have, but avoid it, because you are also learning here how to minimize your stop loss, how to differentiate between a more high probability trade and a low probability. This was a low probability trade. That's why I told you guys, take a 0.25% risk, because it won't affect even one single trade for us, right? If we are winning one trade, we will need how many trades to get back to the same balance? 2 more trades to lose. So why did I told you guys that this is a low probability setup? Because of this right here. And that's what I tell you guys, that when a breaker is activating, suppose it was a bullish breaker, right? So we don't want to see equal lows when price is activating the breaker. If we see that breaker is gonna fail and price will come down to this like liquidity level. So I hope you guys understood like why I told you guys that this one, take it with less risk. On your chart, maybe stop too close. Really? Prior stop you succeeded with was in the lower fair value. I'm learning so much from your teaching. Thank you so much for offering a full day stream. You are welcome, mate. We'll probably do it tomorrow as well. At 8 EST, 8 p.m. EST. So we cleared out the equal lows. And seems like on AM session we are getting better trade outside of our macro. Okay, let's check like how many of you are still green. That's our target, to close a day with green. So let's see. Let's do a pull. We did a pull here. I'm gonna wait for 250 macro now. 250 to 310, we have another macro that is running. So okay, that's our aim, folks, and the majority is on the winning side, 66%. See, I don't know like if you took the trades that I gave you guys as a signal, but overall you are on the profitable side, right? And that's our aim. We do not care when we are losing. What we care about, that we want to turn out to be profitable more than we lose. We want to win more than we lose. That's our target. We do not target for, okay, this is the trade that I'm going to take and it will have to be a winning trade. That's what we don't do. And we do it like we want to win more than we lost over a series of trade. So still don't see a setup coming. The last trade did go to 50% of the should have taken. Should that have been the target? No, we are targeting 2R. So even like this trade, where was it? Yeah, right here. So this was the signal on 30 seconds. It was on 30 seconds. So like this, with a stop loss like below the breaker right here, and targeting like 2R is our ideal scenario. So this is what we had as a target, but we were expecting to see price going. Price will come here, folks. Okay, it's just that we'll have to find out the perfect moment when price will come to this level right here. So we got our equal high. Price formed again. So much liquidity here in a form of equal highs, right? This was supposed to be the chart of dollar. Sorry. And this is another setup, another scenario where I'm also keeping an eye on. So this is something that I'll teach you guys very recently as a plus turtle soup model. Now let's see what price does. I want to see price clearing out the equal lows first, and if it's doing that, we'll have a trade idea targeting like equal highs. And price will not close today's session into this consolidation, folks. It will break. Today's stream had a lot of jams. Yes, not only jams, we own so much money, right? And even the trades that we lost, it was less of a losing than what we gained. Sorry, this is gonna be the buy side liquidity. Like UUIDITY. Is this how the mentorship will be? Yes, we will have 2 streams in a day, sorry, in a week. So the 2 streams will go for like the whole day. We'll target for 2 winning trades. Once we take it, after that we're just gonna tape read the whole session. That's how we'll do it, Jennifer. Like we'll be tape reading the whole session from AM to PM, and that's how you guys will have a choice on you, like if I want to trade AM session or PM session, because some of you are still working, so probably you won't have the chance to trade AM session someday. Then if you don't know how to read price action on PM session, how will you do that? And that's the point of mentorship. Like teaching you A to Z of trading. We did another stop hunt here, but still I don't see any setup, folks. It just, again, the low probability condition, and probably dollar is still consolidating. Okay, dollar broke out from the consolidation, so there's a high degree of chance for dollar to reject lower. I'm gonna tell you guys why. So this is gonna be our high probability target now, and I'm also gonna give you guys a level from where we can expect to see price dropping towards sell side. Probability target. This is our high probability target towards sell side liquidity. Makes sense? Now, why am I marking this as a high probability target? What is this? Retail theory. Price will respect retail theory just as it respects ours. So we see that. Now we will have to find out from where price can potentially reject. This was our old. So we have a big wick, right? So when we see a big wick like this, a long wick, we measure the wick like this, and we expect to see price rejecting from the consequent encroachment. The consequent encroachment is 0.5%. So makes sense, folks? So this is our 0.5%, and from here we're gonna expect to see dollar dumping towards sell side liquidity. There's a question from you can be asked like, Hydra, why are you not expecting price to go up here? And for you to understand that, I'm gonna take you here, because price left so much sell side liquidity. It didn't offer any sell side liquidity. So once price gets into like a discount PDRA, price will immediately reject with speed towards this kind of liquidity. And we'll see it live, okay folks, if it's painting out or not. So we have our consequent encroachment up here. I'm gonna put an alert here, and I'm gonna take you guys back on NASDAQ now. So see the NASDAQ. So how do you know when NASDAQ will chop? That's a great I believe that's one of the most important part to know when potentially indices can go into chop zone. Look at the delivery here, back and forth. What is this? Seek and destroy, right? And when did it happen? Like, look close, folks. Dollar, when dollar like went inside a chop zone, that's when NASDAQ started chopping as well, right? So dollar will always give you the first indication that a chop is incoming on NASDAQ. So this is something that I'll keep in mind to show you guys beforehand from tomorrow's stream. Okay, we already missed it today and I forgot to talk about it. I'm talking about it now, and that's what I don't like. I don't like teaching in hindsight. So tomorrow I believe we'll have a similar situation, and when we do, like remind me that we want to make sure NASDAQ also goes into a chop, and that will do what? That will give us a skill to identify before price goes into a chop. We'll be able to predict the chop. Now see how cool it is? Isn't it cool? To me it is. And the logic is very simple, folks. Dollar always will lead the path. Make sense? So dollar here will go into the chop first. So it's easier, it's even easier now. Like dollar will go into chop, and when you see the chopping price action, how will you confirm, okay, this is a chopping price action? When price is delivering with high resistance liquidity run. There's so much details into these small little things, folks. What do you see here? High resistance liquidity run. When you see that, that's when you know, okay, price is going into a chop, and I'm gonna expect low precision on NASDAQ as well. Make sense? If you can predict chop, you know when to avoid. Yes. So see, he pointed out a good point, like when to avoid a trade, and that's when we can do it. And this is something that we'll keep in mind from tomorrow's stream, folks. Again, dollar is chopping. Chopping means what? Delivering liquidity with high resistance liquidity. High resistance, delivering liquidity in high resistance, right? So we'll expect less precision in delivery of NASDAQ as well. Like look at here. Okay, price activated this breaker, it went up, so it should not reject from this fair value gap. It's just rejecting from here. Now we'll see, you guys will see that price is getting support from this breaker as well, or it will probably come down here. So that means what? Low precision, more like a liquidity hunt. So again, this is a good skill to have, and we are trading inside our macro now. We have so much equal highs up here. So another trade idea that I see coming here, folks, from the breaker. But to me, the high probability condition is that price doing a stop hunt below here, and the remaining part of this fair value, okay, this was a breakaway gap, right? We got a wick right next to this part of the fair value gap. So let's see what I'm expecting to see here in this scenario inside this macro, something like this. And why am I not giving the signal to you guys? Because look at dollar is yet to hit the consequent encroachment, right? So that means what? Dollar is still open to deliver liquidity more with high resistance. That means what? Low precision on NASDAQ. So we trade when we have a good idea the price will deliver with high precision, and we don't see it yet. But again, you are here to learn. So I'm identifying this kind of PT areas and telling you what price is gonna do before price does it. It doesn't mean that every single setup we see will take it. No, we won't do that. We'll differentiate between high probability and low probability condition, and we'll only go with high probability condition. Makes sense? So if price is coming down and clearing out these equal lows, I believe we'll have a strong trade idea targeting this buy side liquidity, because it's too much here. And again, I told you guys that we are not gonna take this entry. Now, do you guys understand why I told you? This is the skill set that I'm showing you guys. You just have to be patient enough, folks. Trust me, like, if you're following my word exactly to the tick, at the end of the day, you will have more winning trades than losing trades. And that's what we aim for. Why did I told you guys not to take this trade or not even push button here? Because price is yet to hit the consequent encroachment on dollar. So dollar still has a chance to deliver liquidity in high resistance. And if dollar is continuing to do so, that we'll have low precision here on NASDAQ as well. Like, look at here, price is rejecting from a rejection block. We don't want to see that, right? What is this? This is our rejection block, and price is rejecting from it. Do you guys see that? So that means what? Low precision. We want to see price clearing out equal lows, but here price is generating more and more equal lows. So this is something you will also have to learn, folks, okay? When price will respect the equal high or equal low. Because if you don't understand that, like, most of the time you will just take the losing trade. Candle closed above 4-hour CB on dollar. Would you consider it going higher? I'm not. As long as these equal lows are staying, I'm not gonna consider dollar to go up. Sorry, I'm shorting on dollar. There's another scenario. If dollar is clearing out majority of the equal lows from here before moving up, then dollar will not come back towards these liquidity levels again. So there's always two types of scenarios that I have in mind. So I'm gonna explain the logic here, what I just told you guys. What dollar is doing right now, it's offering sell side liquidity, and it's clearing the equal lows that we wanted to see price clear out after it hits the consequent encroachment, right? For us to take a trade from a PDA, we'll have to have high probability target. So suppose price left these equal lows and then it hit the consequent encroachment. That's the time when I know, okay, price will move towards these liquidity levels. But if price is clearing out this equal low first and then moving towards buy side liquidity, that's the time I know that price will not retrace now, because it's already doing the business that we expected to see. happening later on. Make sense? It's a little bit complex, but again, if you are watching me for a couple of days, you will have a good idea like what we do here. So again, now price is doing what? Offering sell side liquidity aggressively, right? It's clearing out majority of the sell side liquidity that we wanted to see getting cleared out after price hits this level. Now we'll look for a bullish trade on dollar. Why? The same logic again, folks. One simple logic we're repeating again and again. What is this? Too many equal highs. This is a very clean level. So when you see a scenario like this, we'll have to find out from where price will show us the support, from where price will get the support, from which PD area. And that's easy. You go on higher time frame and you find out like what you see here. What is this? Now look here on NASDAQ as well. Like NASDAQ formed again equal high, right? So this price action is generating more emotion than profit, so that's why I avoided it. Like more, it's just continuing to generate more equal highs. So how am I gonna look at dollar? I'm gonna measure these order blocks like this, and I will expect to see price respecting the mean threshold because we still have high probability targets up there. If price is closing a body, this candle's body below the mean threshold, that's the time I will know that price shifted its trend from the buy side to sell side, and I will not expect to see this consequent encroachment getting hit. So this candle is closing below this 0.5%, right? So I'm gonna use this fair value gap now as a bearish fair value gap. And till how long I'm gonna use it? Till this long. Why? Because this part of the fair value gap has wicks here. That means what? We can expect to see this part of the fair value gap not getting filled. Because of this balanced delivery, this making this part of the fair value gap as a breakaway gap. And what did I told you guys? High probability target. I wanted to see price rejecting from here and then coming down here. But price didn't do that. But either way, we had a good call on the DOL. And I hope you guys are learning, okay? If you just taking your mind out of making money, we'll do it alongside when I'm teaching. But majority of the time, your focus should be on how to learn it. How to be independent, and that's how you become independent. See, so much trend line liquidity, and after that price delivered here with high resistance, and after that it just broke the resistance, right? And this is low resistance liquidity run. So there's another gem for you guys. Write it down quickly. When we see high resistance liquidity run, the delivery that will happen afterwards, it will be low resistance liquidity run, just here. Now let's take a look on DOW. Like, okay, so on DOW we cleared out equal highs. Okay, that's good. So now we have liquidity left towards one direction, right? So now I'm gonna take you guys on 5-minute chart, or like suppose higher time frame, and we'll mark out a PD area, and that will confirm, okay, this is the rejection that's happening. So we got our breaker. We just need this breaker to get activated. Breaker got activated. So much liquidity. The same scenario that I showed you guys on dollar is repeating here again. Do you guys see that? The power of learning how to read price. So probably gonna demonstrate it from this fair value. This is not a breakaway gap, this is a BPR. So I want to see price moving lower from this level. But still we didn't got a closure of a candle's body below it. But the trade scenario, we're gonna tape read this one, okay folks? We are not gonna take it. Okay, wait. Like we don't have a candle's body closure below this fair value gap. Sorry, below this breaker, right? Price didn't close the candle's body. It just did the week. The week went here. That means what? Price is just doing the stop hunt. So price is still not done delivering buy side liquidity. I'm probably gonna take this short because it seems like a very nice setup because of the liquidity that price generated here. Again, we'll keep an eye on NASDAQ as well. Let's see like which pair gives us a better trade idea. So we tape readed this setup, right? I wanted to see price coming down, hitting this fair value gap and then moving towards buy side liquidity, but it worked as a breakaway gap as we have a week right here. So on AM session we took how many trades? We took like 3 trades, right? Sorry, PM session. On PM session we took 3 trades. 1 trade so far turned out to be a winning trade, and 2 we got it as a losing trade. Okay, so again AM session is more high probability than PM session with the strategy that we use, right? Hydra, you broke your own live stream record. Yes, this is the longest that I ever did. 6 hours, 7 hours. Oh God. 7 hours straight. Now that's something. Like I'm doing the whole session, right? 7 hours of stream, continuous stream. It's not like we didn't learn anything. We learned a lot of stuff. We lost some trade, we won some, and at the end of the day we are turning more profitable, turning out to be profitable. Okay, is it a SMT? Okay, let me check. It's an equal high again. Let me check ES. Okay, it's not a SMT. So we activated the breaker right now. I'm gonna demo trade it, okay, because it's a low probability setup. We have equal highs up here, and on ES we also have equal high, and here as well on NASDAQ we have equal high. So when an equal high is not a SMT, that becomes a high probability target. The scenario is gonna be something like this, but I'm not sure if price is gonna give me the entry. I like target all the way down here. We got another breaker down here. So we got multiple breakers here. Let's see which one gives us the chance to enter. It's now 3:30 AM. I have endured beautifully. Thank you, mate. That's the aim, to help as many as possible. So wanna see this fair value gap getting hit, and if price is doing that, then don't take this setup, okay folks? Like we are done for today, so we're just gonna tape read this with a stop loss above this breaker and target like 2 hours from here. So let's see what price does here. Don't take it. We already had so many winning trades. I believe we should aim for like 3 winning trades in a day, and after that we should go for like tape reading throughout the whole day. That way we will not lose the money that we made, and will not get emotional as well, right? So from tomorrow, that's what we will be doing. So see, no chance of entry, but the logic printed out perfectly. And this is something that I will teach you guys as a plus turtle soup model. I don't know if you guys remember, like when the scenario was printing price forming like equal highs and equal low in both sides of the marketplace, I told you guys that we'll wait for price to clear out one direction and then target the opposite direction. And that's basically what happened. In this model, you will only have to find out from which higher time frame PD area price will reject. And the higher time frame PD area was this fair value gap up here. On 1 minute chart, it's more visible. Do you guys see that? And this fair value gap is also coming at this what odd premium. Sorry, why am I mumbling? So again, we generated another equal low, but this time it's a SMT. Do you guys see it? It's very clean. SMT down here with NASDAQ. See, NASDAQ made a lower low, lower high. Today we had 8 winning trades in a row. Like not in a row, we lost in between some, but 8 winning trades. Can you guys imagine that? Like we made more than what we lost. So now I'm not gonna tape read this setup anymore because we got SMT down here, right? So these breakers will fail now, and our target will be this equal high up here. Like I never saw any streamer taking 8 winning trades in a day. I didn't took it, but I told you guys what's gonna happen beforehand, and it happened exactly like that. We have SMT down here. Look here, close. 30-second chart, no lower low. Here we have a lower low. So I believe this is gonna be the last trade that we were expecting to see. We still have 1 hour, right, before we close our today's session. So how many of you are with me until 4 o'clock? Let me know in the chat. We identified like 3 trades on PM session. We got 1 win and 2 losses. It's okay. We had more wins on AM session. And let's see if we can identify another trade. We got a break. It's not a breaker, it's a mitigation block because we don't have a higher high here. So mitigation block down here. So are we trading inside a macro? Okay, we are not. We'll just have to be a little bit more patient to wait for the next macro to start. And seems like DOW has a better price delivery. Like DOW formed this equal high. Now let's wait to see what price it does inside our next macro. 320 through 340. This is gonna be the period. We already got a SMT down here. And we offered most of the sell side liquidity. So this is where we are. We have an unfinished business, this equal highs. Yes, every hour there's a macro. Still, I don't see anything else other than this fair value gap. And again, we are not trading inside our macro, folks. So we got support from this inversion and from the BC that we had here. But again, we are avoiding this setup as we are not trading inside our macro. Now let's see, if NASDAQ is doing a stop hunt below here, we will have a breaker, folks. So our patience will order it. We'll have a breaker right up here. This one's. But we need a stop hunt first. Price going below this swing low. That's what we need here. Thanks a lot, Hydra. We'll catch you in the next stream. I have learned a lot. Peace. Yeah. Have a good night. And I'll catch you guys tomorrow as well. We formed equal lows here again, which is not a SMT. Now 315 is not a macro. It's from 320 to 340. Let's take a look on higher time frame, folks. If we are going below these two equal lows on Dow, we will have these up close candles as a breaker. And on 1 minute chart is like way more choppier right now. Like look at this delivery, just like inside this dealing range from this swing high to this swing low, and we are just chopping inside it, right? So I believe this is gonna be it for today, folks. Like I don't see anything here. The price action is like price is delivering with low precision. It's just chopping around a dealing range, right? Look at here, a very nice chop zone. And we already tape read so many setups, and we did like throughout the whole day, so I'm tired as well. So this is gonna be it for today, folks. This is where I'm gonna close, and if you are still interested to tape read, just do it on your own. And I will catch you guys like tomorrow at the same time at 8 o'clock. Do we have any news tomorrow? So tomorrow is gonna be a very special day because Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Tomorrow we have, after tomorrow we have on Thursday, we have CPI. So tomorrow most probably is gonna be like the choppiest day in this week. So we'll be a little bit more nimble, like we'll aim for 2 winning trades, and once we get that's what we'll target for, 2 winning trades. I believe in a whole session we can find two winning trades. So tomorrow at 8 a.m. I'm gonna start streaming, folks, and I hope to see you there. And that's gonna be it for today. This price action does not interest me anymore. Just like, look at the delivery. We still have so much equal highs up here, but the way we want to see price deliver is just not there. So how many trades we own today? On stream we own, let's do the math before we close. Winning trades, how many we had? 8. Losing, how many hit our stop loss? So I took 2 trades like back to back, that's what I did wrong. And 2 trades there, then 1 trade, I think 4 trades, no, 3 trades that hit our stop loss, right? And break even 1. So still, see, we are turning out to be profitable. We are turning out to be profitable. So I hope you guys found the stream informative. I hope you guys learned something from my stream, and we'll continue to do so the same thing tomorrow as well. We'll trade according with time, and we'll look for one model inside these specific time periods. So this is gonna be it for today, folks. I'm gonna catch you guys tomorrow again. Till then, take care and peace.